Please, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. We thank you so much for being with us. Busy show today. Got a lot happening. We got Robbie Gallaty. Pastor Robbie will be with us. He's with Long Hollow Church, and they've got their big men's conference coming up the 26th and 27th. Rick will be a part of that. We'll talk to him about that and a whole lot more. That's coming up later in the show today. And with RBU, excuse me, with RBU this week, we have got Pastor Mac Brunson with us. He has got a new book out, God is For You, Learning to Trust God's Wisdom Through Life's Crisis. And boy, there are some out there. That's just life. And Pastor Mac Brunson will break that down with us today. It's going to be a very powerful, very good podcast. We'll record RBU, and it will drop on Saturday morning. And that's, if you're listening live, is the 20th. And that's what happens every week. If you miss or you're just out of the loop and it's Saturday morning, just make sure you're following us on social media. We always send out audio, video links, but also wherever you get your podcast, just search Rick and Bubba University, and just know there's one always dropping on Saturday mornings, and this one here is a good one. It's a special one, and we look forward to Pastor Mac Brunson being part of RBU this week. Greg, unfortunately, is out today. Let's bring in Helmsy to my left.
Hello.
And I got word yesterday, kind of late. If you ever get a call from a Burgess, and it's, hey, man, how you doing? And we get the pleasantries out of the way, and then he goes, hey, look. Then you know, oh, boy, what? He said, hey, man, hey, look, everybody's fine. Everybody's good. I'm fine. But Lisa's got COVID.
Uh-oh.
And so she's still sick, and I'm staying away, but yet helping. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those stay away, help things.
Yeah.
We've had sick people in the house trying to do that. It's tough. So out of precaution, he's not coming in. Of course, we don't want everybody here getting it because we don't know if he's carrying it. He doesn't either. He seems to be fine right now. So he is out today. Probably out tomorrow as well. Be back Monday. So keep Lisa in your prayers. She seems to be doing a little bit better, but just not feeling well at all. But I did get to talk to Greg yesterday too about Robbie McCurdy's video to Lisa and asked him if that helped any.
Did they listen? Did they hear it?
Oh, I made sure they heard it, and I also made sure his kids heard it too. I sent it to the whole family.
Yeah.
Now their one-liners coming back was precious. Taylor, Coach Burgess, also said it's very catchy. You find yourself singing it walking down the hall.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Chandler asked if it was even real, and I'm like, yes, it is.
Unfortunately. So
there's your kind of an update from Greg. Everybody is doing at least doing a little better. He said it's struggle getting down into the chest. Just kind of making sure. I think she was going to try to get seen to today. So anyway, he's where he needs to be, and so he will not be here today. So we're Gregless, and we have a very important. This audience, and tell me if you agree with this, Helmsy. You bring a medical question to the audience, and they'll scare you to death. But there are certain areas that this audience shines, and I think this is one of them. When we go to the audience and we go, hey, we need y'all's help.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of you, you're out of where Helmsy is going to be traveling today or supposed to be traveling today, but you can play along. And, yes, we have the internet and we have weather apps and we've looked too, but I think you're looking more for people in that area. So why don't you go ahead and present your problem?
Well, and this is, good Lord, when you're a college coach, you would think that the sport you're coaching, the recruiting, transfer portal,
right,
NIL, all these things would be the things that keep you up at night. And they're really not. It's decisions like, do I take a van full of women playing tennis to Eastern Kentucky, which is in Richmond, Kentucky?
Yes.
And I've got to make this decision.
Come out with the Arctic blast it's been through and more coming?
Right.
Okay.
And so they're expecting snow. They're expecting this wintry mix. They're expecting similar to what we had in northern Alabama over the next 24 to 48 hours, and I don't know if I should be going. Now, listen, as far as the tennis goes, they're indoor courts, so that's not an issue.
Right.
We can play. If I can get there, we can play. But I don't really know that it's safe for me taking them. I don't know maybe they handle it better than us. Maybe their situation as far as the way they get the roads ready is better than us. I don't know. Now, the coach has given me an out, and he has said, listen, it's no fun driving in this stuff.
Right.
So if you want to postpone, reschedule, we can certainly do that. And
do you think you could get it back, or do you think it's gone?
It may be tough. I mean, I think if he has a date, then we can certainly do it. I've got a date, but I don't know what to do. I hate making these decisions, and of course, Amanda's giving it to me in one ear about you don't need to go, and the forecast. You look at one.
Oh, I got it here. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give you the forecast.
It doesn't look good.
Now, a lot of people go, okay, Eastern Kentucky, got it. So that's on the eastern side. Duh. Where is Richmond, Kentucky? It is the way Helmsy would travel from Central Alabama. He would travel 59 through Chattanooga and act like he's going to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge, and then just blow right through there and keep on going north into Kentucky like he's going to Cincinnati. And it's about halfway between Knoxville, Pigeon Forge area to Cincinnati, and it's east of Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where it is. Forecast for today: cloudy with snow showers, not snow. Snow showers developing in the afternoon, which is when you would be arriving.
I think we'd be fine getting there. My thought is
5 to 10 miles an hour out of the north. Chance of snow 50%, and then it climbs. The hourly climbs, and it starts getting really, really, really cold. Right now it's 6 degrees, and then tomorrow you're looking at 20-something mile an hour wind with snow, and it's going to be in the teens.
We're supposed to play.
We're
supposed to play at 11 a.m. Eastern time Friday morning.
Okay.
Now, you would think, well, if we get up there and travel is a little sketchy when we're supposed to play, we just postpone it for a little bit. And I don't know if that's an option because they play the next day, I think, in Louisville. So I don't know what to do.
Well,
if I could go up there and know that, I don't really think there's a problem getting up there. I can get up there fine because we're going to leave here in the next couple hours.
Yeah, Helmsy was his work schedule here is that he would do the kickoff hour with me and then leave.
Yep.
Right.
And then get the van, go get the girls, head up, and then we were going to practice this afternoon, which I don't know if that's even doable with what's going on. And then go back to the hotel, spend the night, and then get up the next day and play, and then come back. Now, I'm not worried about we wake up and we have to postpone a couple hours, or I would be okay with even if we had to play later on that afternoon and we had to spend the night again. I wouldn't care about that. That'd be fine. But I don't know if those options are on the table because of their schedule, and I just don't know how they handle the roads up there.
Yeah, so
I would be very safe, but I don't know. Is this one of those things where y'all shut everything down and say, hey, nobody needs to be out right now?
Yeah. Well, and so this is where we need your help. First of all, if y'all know anyone from Richmond, Kentucky, holler at them and then let us know. Or if you are in that area, let us know kind of how city officials and the highway is and all this kind of are the roads prepared to Helmsy's point? This might be the forecast, but they can handle it.
They may go, hey, we're not like y'all down there.
Yeah, right.
We handle this a good bit.
Right. We need your help. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit nordvpn.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at nordvpn.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week right now. Get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. With the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters. The people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we're about to use it. And we, don't do a lot of phones this hour. Most of the time, it's just getting the show ready for the day, and then rolling on into the main show. But we are presenting a question to you. By the way, Greg out. Lisa has COVID. She's tested positive, so he's staying out. He'll be back Monday, Lord willing. He's not sick yet, though. He's trying to do the take care but stay away kind of thing at the house. But keep her in your prayers. Hopefully she'll be bouncing back here shortly. So we were talking, Coach Helmsy. Helmsy is the tennis coach for Jacksonville State University women's tennis team, and they play Eastern Kentucky at Richmond, in Richmond, Kentucky. That's in Kentucky, north of Pigeon Forge and south of Cincinnati, east of Louisville, Kentucky. And he's presented with a travel question that he's asked the audience for help with, and that is, snow showers are forecasted for today and snow tomorrow, and is it worth getting out? Now, the only reason we're talking about this is because he wants to, he's the coach, and so he wants to make sure he makes the right decision for the team. And if it was just him, probably wouldn't have been asked and just get on the road and go. So no need to tell him it's all about, being safe for the girls, whatever. That's the whole reason we're asking y'all about that. He knows that. That's the center of the question is, hey, what do we do? Some locals are saying, hey, it is different up there. They do keep the roads a little bit more conditioned than maybe down in central Alabama because they experience this kind of weather more. And that's the kind of questions he's asking. It's just the main roads. You would go interstate to EKU at 2 campus, and your hotel is really close to campus. You're playing and you're coming back. You're not riding around side roads and up and down, local streets. We're looking main roads, into campus, stay by campus, play, come home. And he's just looking at the forecast and what it's like up there.
I'm getting mixed messages too, and I don't know.
Mixed messages?
Yeah, there's some people saying, "Yeah, come on, we handle it well," and then I'm getting others that going, "We don't have a clue when it comes to snow."
That's great. Isn't that fun?
And then I'm getting the whole, you 18-wheelers.
Oh yeah,
people, I love your confidence. I really do. But you scare me a little bit because what y'all do for a living anyway, you're daredevils.
Well, yeah, they're fearless.
They are.
Yeah, and they just got to get to where they're going.
This one here says, Kentucky roads. I drive an 18-wheeler up to Kentucky every week. They will have de-icing equipment on roads before it snows. Gas on it, no worries, mate. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, that sounds good. Then I get the whole, don't just consider how the people of Richmond, Kentucky handle the winter weather. How is I-59 and I-75 between your location and destination? That's a very good point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of mountainous hills and all these things, too.
You know what I'd like to do? I bet you there. Why don't we reach out? Why don't we? And the phone's going to. Yeah, but why don't we reach out to the Eastern Kentucky campus police or the local, and just say, hey, how are things, and just talk to them. They'd be honest with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of go to the folks that are the emergency management folks that stay out and work through stuff like this. Let's go to John, who's reaching out. He says he wants to help here. Let's see what we got. Hold on. What am I doing here? What are we doing here? Oh, I should be answering that. Let's see here. I don't know. I'm going back, and now I'm hitting that. All right, John, what's up, bud?
Talk to us, John.
Holler at us.
I need some help.
Holler.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Hey, I am one of their daredevils. I drive a truck.
Well, thank
4
you.
million miles on the road, so we've had a few of them out there.
Sure.
Kentucky and Pigeon Forge and stuff handles it 1,000 times better than Alabama.
Okay.
They will have the trucks on the sides of the road before it ever even starts snowing and start hitting it as soon as it does. I've had no problem in a personal vehicle or my rig getting in and out of either one of those areas.
Okay, thank you very much. So it sounds like John would be behind the wheel headed
John.
north. Let's go.
Like this confidence.
Now, Patrick in Florida. This ought to be interesting. He's in Florida, or it says he is. Patrick, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Can you help Helms?
Yes, sir. I drive a truck too. And
okay.
I would just weigh on the side of caution. If it's not 100% necessary to go, then if you're cautious about it, then don't go. But I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay, so he's saying he would go, but if you have an uneasiness about it and it's not necessary, then don't.
Yeah.
Which is kind of where you are.
That's kind of where I'm at. He's actually speaking to me. Right now.
Yeah. And that's what before the show started, that's what I said to you. I said, what does your inner gut say?
I can't tell if it's gut or, everybody else. Like there's 10 emails right now going, you should not do this. And I'm thinking, yeah, I heard that at home too.
Do you remember? Oh, okay. Got it. Do you remember, it's been longer than I think, but when I had a trip to Gatlinburg scheduled and it started snowing and everybody was telling me not to go.
Yeah.
But we went as a family,
sure
and the travel really was no issue at all. We got there and had a blast. But I understood everybody's caution because they care about us and they want us, to be safe. But it was no big deal. But it was actually a lot of fun. Let's reach out to Huntsville, Alabama, 256 checking in. Unscreened phone calls now. Can you help Coach Helms out?
This is Rick.
Okay, Rick. What's up, man?
Russellville.
Oh, Russellville.
I just got back. I just got back from Gatlinburg yesterday, and 75. You can go 75 to 80. We cruised all the way back home.
Okay.
No problem. Now, I cannot attest to 59.
59,
but I know the rest of Alabama that I came through, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Alabama's bad about keeping the roads up.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, bud. Sounds like you had a blast, and we're glad you made it home safely. We can continue reaching out. He's got to make a decision within 30 minutes. So it's not like we can put this off as we try to help Coach Helms on what he should do. Wow. Boy, you got yourself a decision.
Yeah.
And we can't put it off. I mean, it's like right now.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Hey folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. Skin looks healthier. There's just a feeling of better and overall health that comes with it, and it's easy to take. But I think for me, what's most compelling is that Field of Greens is radically different. Each organic fruit and vegetable was medically chosen to support heart and vital organ health. And with flu season here, I trust Field of Greens to help me stay healthy, and it's working for me. So if you haven't tried it yet, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com using the code Bubba. That's 15% off your first order plus free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com with the code Bubba. Or just go to rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and the phones are ringing pretty active today because we've asked for your help. Greg not here, should be back Monday. Lisa tested positive for COVID, and so out of precaution, he doesn't want to bring anything in, even though he's not sick, so he is staying away, just so that doesn't run through the staff here, just in case he's carrying. All right, we presented a question to the audience about 20 minutes ago, and y'all have really helped, to be honest with you. I love your positivity. Hey, you got this. And then some are more cautious, and hey, it's not worth it if you ain't got to. It's undue stress. Why even go through it? And there's all kinds of suggestions, which is what he was wanting. Yeah. Because here's Coach Helms' schedule, and that is at top of the hour. He's out. He's leaving the show and off tomorrow. That's what was scheduled. He goes, picks up the travel van that they're using, then goes and gets his team, and then they head north. That's the plan. So, I mean, he needs to notify the team, cancel vans, all that kind of stuff if this is going to happen, or not happen, I should say. And he's got to do that within about 24 minutes. So that was the urgency. And
here's what's funny.
And we knew y'all could help. That's why we were asking the audience. And y'all have been very helpful so far.
Here's what's funny about this is I went into this phone screen room to pick up a couple of these phone calls to talk to some people while we were at commercial break.
Right.
And picked up one phone. The one I picked up first, I enjoyed the conversation, by the way.
Yeah.
And I walked out of the phone screen room thinking, there ain't no way I'm going.
Is that why you said you weren't in the break?
And now I'm reading this Miss Blevins' email here, and I'm thinking, you know what? She's really on top of this because she's in the area. She comes back and forth from there to Tuscaloosa a lot, and she's giving me some. She actually knows one of the players at EKU.
Okay.
And now she's got me convinced I probably need to go.
Are you serious? Well, look.
Oh, me.
And a lot of this, too, is not how the roads are now. And
that's key.
we really appreciate all of you saying, hey, I'm on that track now, and everything's fine. It's what's coming, and there's snow showers and everything planned. But that might not get there until you arrive and y'all are there on campus and leave. You know what I mean? But I think you got to go with your gut on if you want to.
My gut is telling me we shouldn't go.
Okay, well then don't. Then don't.
That's my gut.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If it's all about,
if my brain is going, let's go. We got to do this.
Is there anybody? If it's all about, you just wanting the ladies to make sure they're playing and they're staying in rhythm and all, can you call someone local, like another team or university, and have like a friendly or something where y'all get together?
Well, we could. I mean, that's not a. I mean, we've got 2 days that we could do something. Even if we went to Rome, Georgia yesterday.
I saw
practice.
that. I saw that. Yeah.
Indoors, but it's That's
I'm just
not
saying,
an issue.
What if you canceled and just got together with somebody?
Most
and
everybody else is already playing. That would be tough to do.
Yeah,
but
you want me to grab a racket?
This guy's not helping. He sent me pictures roads south of Louisville on Monday.
Oh, that looks good.
But that's Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, that has nothing to do with what's going on there.
Let me ask you this.
I'm not concerned about getting there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned about moving around once we're there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even that concerned about getting home quickly. We don't have anything going on after this match.
Okay.
That's the part of me that wants to go because I'm like, well, if we have to stay an extra night, it's not a big deal. We'll just stay an extra night.
Can I ask you this? I know a lot of your...
Maybe EKU can't go play their other match, and we can just play them a second time.
True.
Now,
let me ask you.
Now
most of your ladies, most of your team is international. Was it UK or whatever? Do they where they're from? Do they experience winter weather a lot?
Yeah. So I've got a Russian, a Ukrainian, and a Finland.
Okay.
They all know what. Like it's summer.
So to them, is this like no big deal?
Oh, no big deal.
So they're probably saying, "Let's go, coach."
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't care. And I did give them a heads up last night when we got back to campus, and I just said, "Hey, listen," I said, "Hey, you need to be flexible over the next few days. I don't know what's happening."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "We may go, we may not. You may need to pack." I said, "Pack for 2 nights in case instead of the one."
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
All right, so we're still getting more phone calls.
So very helpful.
Unscreened phone calls. Let's go. Let's go here to. Oh wow, where's 478
in Richmond?
Hey, 478. What's up?
478, Dublin, Georgia.
Dublin, Georgia, man. What's going on? Any help for Coach?
I hope so. I've done college recruiting before. I've been up and down. I've worked in the East Coast. I've worked down here in Georgia. I've worked up in West Virginia. My thought would be, based on your experience with how you handle snow.
Okay.
Don't worry about the road. Go based on how much have you driven this snow before. If you're comfortable, go with it. If you haven't done it a lot before, I probably wouldn't.
Okay, so really it's your comfort level on driving and stuff. Also, you're not in your four-wheel drive truck. You're in a van. I don't know what kind of van, but I'm sure it's a
15 passenger.
Okay, and so that's something to think about. If you're trying to maneuver through things. If you had to decide right now what you do in about 19 minutes, where are you going to say?
I would go.
You would?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. As of right now, I would go.
Okay.
But I got 19 minutes to change my mind.
You do.
I need somebody to tell me why I shouldn't.
Let's go to 337. You know what I'd like to do? Look up the Eastern Kentucky campus police or local police department. Let's holler at them.
Okay.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for calling. Unscreened phone calls. You're trying to help Helmsy out.
Yes, I say listen to your wife.
Oh, then he's not going.
Yeah, then I probably wouldn't have came to the show this morning.
Right. He's kind of in trouble for even thinking about it, according to Amanda.
Yep.
So let's go to I'm not sure where it's 256.
That didn't help at all, by the way, just in case you're wondering.
It's saying North Alabama on the area of the state here. Welcome in 256. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead. You're on unscreened phone calls.
Hey, bling, bling, flash, flash, and all that other trucker trash.
Oh, my goodness. This is good. Let's go to 706 weighing in here. 706 trying to help Coach. What's going on?
Hey, just calling to give my advice on the driving.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bring it.
Hey, so, it sounds like it's more a personal fear or preference. If you haven't done it before, you might be a little bit nervous about going, and that's natural.
I didn't drop him, by the way. He just it looked like he's gone through a bad spot. So really, this is going. We're going back. Oh, well, we got Kentucky. Oh no, we don't. Yeah, we do. Boy, the phone just reset. That's weird. Let's go to Kentucky here. Area code 270 weighing in. Can you help Coach Helmsy? Area code 270 from Kentucky. You're on the air.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, it's retro pie guy for Helmsy there, in case he's curious. So I've talked to him a few times.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're getting some stuff tonight, tomorrow. It's usually not bad up here. We're pretty good at keeping the roads clear. The main thing is the ice. We're supposed to get a thin coating of ice.
Mm-hmm.
If we get that, that's what causes problems. And if we get some snow up here, they do a good job on keeping the roads clear, so he shouldn't have any problems at all.
Yeah, well, thank you. And for the forecast, it says snow. By the way, I'm not lying. I'm not trying to add on, and I said it earlier in the hour. It says for this afternoon, snow showers. It doesn't say snow or whatever. It says snow showers, but you're going to already be there when that starts.
Yeah.
And then you're saying snow. It's saying snow showers while you're there. Then snow tomorrow, and then you head out later tomorrow, right?
After we play, yeah, supposed to.
Okay, and so then you might be back out before really it gets real bad.
Well,
and again, you're on the main road.
I'm not worried about the snow, and I'm not even worried driving in the snow.
Okay.
That doesn't concern me at all. I've done that before. I'm comfortable with it. That's not what I'm worried about.
All right.
What I'm worried about is these temps being so low that once the snow falls, are we going to have that ice?
Right.
Is there a black ice situation?
Okay. But you're going interstate straight to campus in Richmond, Kentucky, to Eastern Kentucky University, and then your hotel's close by, a couple of miles from campus, and then you're coming right back home. So that's your main concern, and an exit or two if you need to stop with a team and grab a bite to eat or something like that.
I'll have to take a tinkle.
Sure. Now, it is crazy, too, because, like, let's say in Huntsville, we have a number of Rick and Bubba markets, and that's not the only one, but that's where my son goes to school, my middle one, and my mom and dad live. He said, you don't understand, some of the streets are like they were days ago.
Yeah.
They haven't thawed. Yeah. It's still ice, still looking. He said that their road where they live in southeast Huntsville still doesn't have tire marks down it. It's still white as snow. And so things aren't thawing because of the temperatures. And I got a call yesterday. Have you ever heard of a hot water heater being like outside?
I don't know enough about that world, but I heard you say that, and it did seem odd to me.
Well, JC and his teammates that we rent a house close to UAH, and he's got some roommates and everything else, and they've done the, lead because there's a little bitty crawl space underneath the house, so they've left some water dripping, and they've opened all the cabinet doors, bathroom, and in the kitchen. So they've done everything right. Yeah. But they woke up yesterday to the hot water heater frozen. So they had no hot water heater, but the cold water's working fine.
Yeah.
He did tell me he stuck his head in the shower and that the soap actually froze in his hand. The water was so cold. But so they're working through that. I think the homeowner has quickly tried to get somebody out there to fix. But so it's to your point, it's so cold and it hadn't gotten above freezing. I think maybe today for a few hours it might, but then it's right back down for a couple more days until Monday. The phones are going nuts and continue to reach out to Helmsy.
I'm hearing now that they've changed the forecast. There will not be any freezing rain. It's just snow.
It's just snow. That's why I didn't see any mix or any freezing, anything. It was just snow is all I saw. Helmsy at rickandbubba.com. If we can take some more calls by top of the hour, we will. But this is why we reached out to y'all.
Yeah, thank you. This has been very helpful.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you want more online safety and privacy? I know I do. That's why I started using NordVPN. It guards me against various internet threats. Digital trackers, malicious websites, and malware-infected downloads? Back off. I choose to browse with more confidence. I choose NordVPN.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BOUNCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 42424. That's BOUNCE to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. Unlike cable, Philo has no contracts or hidden fees, and it works on all your screens, so there's no equipment to rent or return. Here at Philo, we think TV should just work. But anytime you do need us day or night, you'll always have a person to help you, usually in under a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Signing up takes seconds, so start a 7-day free trial at philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em,
All right, we're back. It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We have got good friend of the show and Pastor Robbie Gallaty on the show later today from Long Hollow. They've got their men's conference coming up that Rick's a part of. We'll talk about that and then what Robbie's a part of when it comes to the Man Church. So we'll do all that with Pastor Robbie today. And don't forget, RBU this week is with Pastor Mac Brunson. His book, God is For You. It's out now. God is For You, Learning to Trust God's Wisdom Through Life's Crisis. And boy, is that key for right now, because I know a lot of you are going through a lot of things, and it's going to be a very powerful podcast today. It will drop Saturday morning wherever you get your podcast. Make sure that you are getting notifications and subscribe to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, so thank you all so much. Helmsy's going to try to make a decision here soon. He's kind of filing all the information in. He's reached out to some locals there and examining more of the forecast, and so we'll see how that plays out. But thank y'all so much. We knew that would be the case because we can bring things to y'all because you're family, and you can really give us some good information because we have folks listening and watching all over this great country, and so we appreciate y'all weighing in. I'm sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
You know, I'll make the decision. I'll live with the result. That's all I can do.
Yeah. And you, the whole point of you bringing this is for this.
And they were very helpful.
Yeah, is to get information, and your number one key is, of course, the safety of the team and all that. That's the whole reason you asked about it, and so you'll make the decision that's best for y'all. So
that's it.
There's all kinds of stuff out as far as just news and stuff. A lot of it hard hitting, so we'll leave that to the main show. But I thought this one was interesting because I know that we'll stream something in a second or we'll binge watch something, right? Yes. I know a lot of you do. Netflix chief product officer has revealed some fascinating secrets.
Talking about the CPO?
Yeah. She has released some fascinating secrets on how Netflix knows what viewers will want to watch and how there are up to 6 trailers for one of their shows or movies to appeal to different types of people, so not everybody sees the same trailer. And I just thought that was fascinating.
Yeah.
We all know the social dilemma thing where it's all actually on Netflix that you brought to the show years ago, and we've all talked about ever since about how social media does the same thing. So a lot of times the feeds that you're seeing, somebody else might not see the same thing because of they know what you like and what you don't like. So a lot of times you're not able to see the other side or the other point of view.
Makes sense.
But this here, it says here, her name is Eunice Kim, I guess. She's the brains behind overseeing what makes the company tick. And she's responsible for tracking customer behavior on the streaming service, I should say, and determines what shows and movies will excite the viewers. And she did an interview with the LA Times about this, and what she had to say was pretty amazing, the fact that they have. Now, I know that, like, you can go to a show and it says trailers. Yeah. If you really examine it, it'll say trailer 1, trailer 2, inside look, 2 minutes, this, that, and the other. But she was saying that every main movie and show has 6 trailers, and according to your viewing habits, they kind of know which one you might like.
They've got these algorithms down pat, and it is scary to and you know what's funny about this is it is true. Like, I will see a trailer, and I'll think, well, that's not good. And then I'll see another trailer about the same exact movie, and I'm like, oh, I'm in on that. And you may see it and be right reversed. The first one you may like, and the second one not. And that's scary that they can dictate that based off our previous views.
Right. It says they can change different angles on watch history and to your algorithm deal.
You got to just roll through it quickly.
Yeah. She says...
Kind of like the snow in eastern Kentucky.
Yeah. She said it's really not that hard. She said it actually is pretty easy. And if we're doing our job, then really most people aren't talking about the streaming service or the product that much because we know it's working. So nobody's really, it's not that big a deal. So she said our job is really to not be in the forefront of the stories because we know we're doing our job, and that's what people want to see. I just thought that was pretty cool that they have. She kind of revealed what was under the hood there at Netflix, which we kind of knew, but the trailer thing about how your top trailer, if there's 4, 5, 6 of them, might not be the trailer I see that pops up first. Like, having a house full of boys and all this kind of stuff, boy, we'll see an action trailer in a second because they know that's what we want to see. So I'm wondering if maybe if you're watching a movie and it has action in it, but it's also some drama and a love story, we might see the action trailer.
Yeah. Well, and two, when you look up, there's things you'll come in sometimes and you'll go, "Hey, did you see the trailer of so and so?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't," because it was right there in the forefront for you. But they didn't think for whatever reason I liked it, so they didn't have it up there.
Yeah. Pretty incredible stuff.
It is.
So there you go. Well, look, whatever you decide, Coach, just God be with you, and I know everything will be all right. If you stay here, we look forward for you to hanging out. But if you head on out, we'll see you Monday.
All right. I think I've made my decision, but
Okay.
I'm not going to tell anybody at this point. I'm just going to.
And let me tease something.
See me here in a minute, or you're not.
Let me tease something real quick. So I don't know how this will play out. If you go, which you looks like you probably will, but who knows? And Greg's out because Lisa has COVID. That leaves me alone here this hour.
Yep.
And when I was talking to Rick and Bubba about it, of course they were like, "Hey man, we'll come in, we'll have a good time."
Yeah.
And then Terry, with a step out, said, "I'll come do the show with you that hour."
I think y'all need to do that.
And I said, "Excuse me?" And she said, "But we'd have to plan it out." And I'm like, "We don't do that. We just do the show." So there's a chance that either I'll be with the guys tomorrow, or when I open this mic, sitting to my left is one Miss Terry Wilburn, and she does the hour with me.
And I know this
and then leaves.
This would be a bit, but if you need me to check in for a segment and let you know how it went,
you can always do that.
Listen, I'm gonna try to make the attempt to go. Now, a lot can happen between now and the next couple hours before we
Things might
actually
change,
leave.
Yeah. You just return the van and come on home.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll figure it out.
All right.
Stay tuned. You never know.
Yeah. All right. That was a step out on Terry's part. I don't think she'll actually do it.
She should, though.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, I'm going to have to draw a blank.
Greg, I know you got this one. Greg,
I know the song.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm normally on top of all this, but it's going to be.
Well, I thought that because I remember when a band came out in the 80s, I thought, is that band that did Driver's Seat? Then I realized that Tears for Fears was a new name.
Oh, Sniffing Tears.
Yeah. Sniffing Tears.
Wow. Sniffing Tears.
That's right. I remember.
Yeah.
Never would have guessed it.
Drivers. I wonder why.
I would have been here at lunch.
I wonder why there hasn't been a remake of that. You would have thought since Sniffing Tears, where's Sniffing Tears today? Are they putting something together down to Armory?
You know, that's the thing. If you remake a song and you have the rights or can get the rights to it or whatever,
you don't make as much money off of it.
I think it's really a good business investment because people already like the song.
Yeah.
You don't have to test it.
You get out there.
And if it's been a while, especially a one-hit wonder where people are not going to be offended you're remaking.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to go, you didn't do it good as Sniffing Tears, did it?
Right.
I know.
Because nobody can think of the name of the band.
Is that the voice they would use if they were
Yeah. Sounds just like it.
But you're right. I mean, so look, you go out there and you get one of these new bands or something, get one of these Caged Elephants or something, and they come out and do Driver's Seat. Everybody'd love it.
Yeah.
They think it's the great. That's it. So Sniffing Tears.
Yeah, it's not it's just Sniffing Tears.
Sniffing Tears. How about that?
I thought it said "the" on that thing.
Well, I'm just telling you what.
I could be wrong. I thought Adler put it up.
Is there a tiny little "the"? I mean, it might have been.
Wait a minute. I was looking
Sniffing the Tears, right?
Well,
that says that. You're correct.
On Apple Music.
It does not say.
It's got it both.
That's a picture of the album, though, so I'm going with it.
No, you're right. Sniffing the Tears, I think, is the correct.
That's
full
a weird
name.
For
That's
me.
a very, very first name.
Well, I'm like you, Rick. I'm finding it
tears.
in two different ways.
Yeah. Sniffing
Sniff
the tears.
in the letter N, the tears, and you also have sniff in tears.
Yeah, Sniffing the Tears. Good grief.
Wow.
Where did they ever go?
Yeah. Can I say that's even stranger?
Driver's seat.
Yeah.
So I remember when Tears for Fears came out, and I thought, man, that's that band did Driver's Seat. And then I realized it was a different band.
Completely.
Driver's seat.
Never liked Tears for Fears.
No.
Never did.
Nope.
And did Sniffing the Tears do anything of any relevance after that?
That one hangs in there. It's on every oldie station still.
It
Plays.
does. Oh yeah.
Still gets heavy rotation.
Yeah. Yep. And probably will get us in YouTube court.
Yeah, we'll be thrown out.
But anyway, I mean, it's not every day you get Sniffing the Tears and play it. We do have a lot to unpack today. Mike Leach is making fun of the sideline paranoia of coaches, which is hilarious. We have.
Well, my phone blew up. You know, there's always that your phone blows up event that you get about every 2 or 3 days, and that was my event yesterday.
Yeah.
Dennis Quaid's making us feel creepy today.
Mm-hmm.
You can go too far with this age doesn't matter thing. I think at some point it does.
Yeah.
So we've got that.
Maybe 40 years.
Right, and I know we unpacked it a little bit. And the kickoff hour skimmed over some of these, but we'll unpack them some more as we go forward. This whole transgender sports thing is just unbelievable.
It's out of control is what it is.
And also the great Jeremy Pruitt Tennessee thing. And I actually knew this yesterday because somebody had already brought that up to me, and I forgot about it, where they're now showing that the guard was pulling, and which makes the quarterback's decision to try to dive over the top. Basically, when the guard pulls, the guy who comes shoots through the gap. And
there he was.
Because if the guard's pulling, then that's because he's been told we're running something else.
Yeah.
So
Rogers breaks that down. What's his first name? Aaron's brother. Jordan. He breaks it. Did you see the footage over the top he did on that?
Yeah.
My goodness. Also, athletes' injuries are in the news. I don't know if you saw Zion Williams. He's already, one of the most celebrated basketball players in recent history. He's already out 6 to 8 weeks with a knee surgery. That's good.
Tua Tagovailoa out with another high ankle sprain, and we'll take a look at that surgery that they're now doing to try to get it healed quicker.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun from the Big Boy Studio. Starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show as we move into a brand new hour, kickoff hour behind us. Speedy and Helmsy knocked that out for you today. Greg's still out taking care of his wife, who is not feeling well. He will probably be out for the rest of the week. Maybe back one day next week, so make a note of that, Greg fans. So no Greg today. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience live and archive today. He's got that for you. So Eddie Van Adler is secure in his seat as we go forward. We'll chat with you today. We have stories to cover. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive is now available for you if you so desire on our YouTube channel, speaking of Adler, and also our podcast channel. Either one of those, you can go there and grab the archive from yesterday's Bible study. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. It's Rick and Bubba.
Nothing comes free. Somebody sing it. For you or me. Thought that was appropriate. The lyric there, for those of you watching on YouTube didn't get it, is the guy's dreaming that he's in the summer sun, but he wakes up and it's still bitterly cold. And so
there we go.
And the deep freeze continues. A little break today, then back in it again. Where we live. You know, something I did not know, and we have a number of things to cover right out of the gate today, kind of updating you and setting the table for today. So my wife, Sherry, spent most of her childhood in a part of the country called Lake Gunnersville, Alabama, and it's a big, giant, is it one of the largest man-made lakes? It's a big one.
Yeah,
it's your big boy.
You like pro fishing, you know that you've probably seen it a lot.
Very, very famous on the pro bass fishing trail and all that. But anyway, so I sent her something that Span put out today. Someone's up there and it's frozen. It's a giant lake. And so I sent it to Sherry, and I did not know this. She says, I was a child the last time Lake Gunnersville froze. We actually walked on it. She said it was so long ago they were still calling it Gunnersville Lake until they tried to hip it up and call it Lake Gunnersville. She said in those days it was called Gunnersville Lake. And then some marketer to get people, said, that didn't sound hip enough. And we call it Lake Gunnersville.
Yeah.
And so they hipped it up. So she said it had not frozen since she was a child. So, but that also tells some of you climate change people, it did freeze when she was a child.
Yeah. I mean, I remember seeing pictures when we worked in Gadsden, the Coosa River.
Yeah.
And it was froze over to the point people were driving cars on it. Yeah. And it was back around early 1900s, you know. So,
so there you go.
That's, weather happens, man. It gets cold in the winter.
And it's happened before, and hopefully, we'll find
it ain't pleasant.
No, it's
not.
not.
Certain areas and markets that we're on, and they still hadn't thawed. And in Huntsville, I saw a video yesterday. A guy, he in full hockey setup, okay?
Yeah.
Hockey skates and everything. He is skating down a street in Huntsville with his hockey stick and everything, like he's ready to play.
Oh, yeah.
Because some of the streets are still in that condition.
Yeah, I've seen people ice skating, in just full blown ice skates like he was doing.
Yeah.
So some other things we got to get out of the way is, we don't ever want to be thankful that Greg's not here because we like when Greg's here,
Sure.
and we don't like for his wife or anybody to be sick.
No.
But Bubba and I, and this happens since we have the same wardrobe, and I'd like to unpack a couple things about us wearing the same sweatshirt today. And one of them is that
on the team, baby,
that we wear, polo shirts quite often that are the same, and for some reason that feels like that's appropriate. I don't know why this sweatshirt feels weird for he and I to be sitting here in the exact same sweatshirt. I don't know if because it's a sweatshirt.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you.
Versus a polo work shirt. I don't know.
I checked the staff calendar because I thought we had an appearance today.
Right.
I was like, where do we go? Do we have a signing? What do we do?
Well, this even feels like it wouldn't even work for that. You know what I mean? And so I don't know why. It's the Rick and Bubba University. I actually saw some people chattering that did not know there is a navy blue version of this very, very long-standing Rick and Bubba shirt. But, yeah, there's a gray one and there's a navy blue one. We're wearing the navy blue today. And then, of course, the first thing when I saw Bubba, I said, well, there's the Gold Dust Twins, because I know that's what Greg would say.
Yeah.
But then we don't know where the term Gold Dust Twins came from. Was this a tag team wrestling group?
It sounds like it.
Gold Dust Twins, it was. Because I know something Greg always has in his pocket. If you're dressed like somebody or you have the same anything, he calls you the Gold Dust Twins, and I guess this was a pro wrestling.
Now the Gold Dust Twins were also the name of a popular radio show that was broadcasted in the 1920s.
Okay. I worried that it could be something much more heinous than that.
And one of them's nickname was Goldie,
right? Yeah.
And the other one Dusty.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm also seeing that it was these like mascots for this gold dust washing powder. Is that maybe what he's referring to?
Who knows?
Well, I will say
you don't ever know where Greg gets these things.
What does the expression Gold Dust Twins mean? A pair of inseparable workers.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe it's just that's what he means.
I can't even find the wrestling.
I can't.
So I guess that's not it, is it? I guess it's not.
Wait.
The most prominent one I see is the 1920s radio show, which is kind of funny.
Well, he had the Gold Dust Trio. Let's see.
Yeah, so
Goldie and Dusty.
The Gold Dust Twins from China Grove, I think, were fighters or something. I don't know.
But I want you to think about what Speedy said tells us, I think, the right lineage with Greg, because it sounds like something that would be said on a work site.
Yes.
Those two are inseparable.
Right,
Look at the Gold Dust Twins over there. And it sounds like that Greg brought a lot of that from that world.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even think Greg knows where he gets some of his phrases. He just knows to go to them.
You're right.
Yeah.
Are y'all familiar with the 1975 movie Rafferty and the Gold Dust Twins?
I am not.
No.
Okay, maybe that's not it.
Yeah, but you never know with Greg. I mean, it could come from me. I'm thankful. I was afraid it might even be something more seedy, and I'm glad we're good.
Right.
I didn't know.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I'm really good with any of those.
Oh, Gold Dust was a wrestler. That's probably what I was thinking of.
Okay. I remember that sound very wrestling-like, but the expression Gold Dust Twins is what I said. It's inseparable workers.
Yeah, and see, that sounds like that comes from the workplace, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like from out there on him. They got power outage, and they're all the two people are inseparable.
Yeah.
Hey, look, the Gold Dust Twins over there.
That's it.
Doesn't that what that sounds like?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So anyway, but I have other shirts, but they're short sleeve and they're not very warm, and I think I'm willing to push through. And we are doing Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's there's a lot of stuff going on today with those things on.
I know. I'll see if I can make it. I think I'm okay.
We can cut a promo too for something if you need us to.
Yeah, like Greg's not here to ridicule us. Rick and Bubba. If you owe back taxes. All right, so that's funny. Nick Saban has announced this is a huge story in college football because of Alabama's prominence sitting in the number one spot in the Tennessee game. They lose to Tagovailoa again, high ankle sprain again, and Nick Saban has announced that at one time people were talking a timeline. He's saying now there really is no real timeline. It's uncertain. We don't know when he'll be ready to play.
No, you don't know. A high ankle sprain is one of the worst injuries in sports, too. I mean, and we were talking about it in the break. Used to, when you get a high ankle sprain, people would eventually come back and say, I wish I just broke it. It would have been well by now.
Right.
So it's a very tough injury. And with all these high-profile athletes, like I said, Zion Williams is already out. He's one of the most celebrated basketball players in recent memory. He's already out with the injury. If you're a professional, you bet on sports, or the casual fan, you got to know your injuries and you got to know the things. And that's become as much part of the game as the X's and O's, it seems like.
Yeah, and the high ankle sprain, for some reason, it seems relatively new. I don't even recall the term high ankle sprain when we were all playing and part of it. Maybe they were happening and nobody just knew what to call them then. But they've been devastating. But there's a really cool procedure that we're about to unpack that has helped athletes recover from what at one time could almost be season ending on these high ankle sprains.
We're going to shorten the name. It's now known as the tightrope procedure.
Okay.
It has another word in front of it. I'm not even going to tackle this morning.
Don't even go there.
But Dr. Waltrip with the Andrew Sports Clinic is kind of the master of that. He did some of this surgery. He did to us. And it's you hear it described, but it's hard to understand. So we have a quick interview with him. It's about 3 minutes where he tells how they do this, and I just thought it was real interesting. We might want to share it with you.
Yeah, so here it is, y'all. Enjoy this. It'll kind of unpack it for you.
Welcome. My name is Chris Adams. I'm the Director of Medical Education here at Arthrex and a practicing orthopedic surgeon. Today we're going to be talking about the syndesmosis tightrope repair for the treatment of high ankle sprains. We have with us in the Arthrex studio Dr. Norman Waldrop from Andrew Sports Medicine in Birmingham, Alabama. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So what compelled you to start using the syndesmosis tightrope in your practice for athletes with syndesmotic injuries?
In our practice, we see a lot of high-level athletes, both collegiate and professional. And the first question they all ask is, Doc, when can I get back? The tightrope has been a big addition to my practice and our armamentarium to allow us to get guys back quicker.
Well, what features have you found most valuable?
The tightrope is very easy to use. It's a simple construct. It's knotless. It allows for us to get the reduction right. People sometimes screws can be an issue. If you're using screws, it can overconstrain the joint. The screws can break, and with the tightrope, you don't have to worry about any of that.
Well, can you review with us today your patient evaluation with a syndesmotic injury?
Sure. When we evaluate these guys and see them on the field, oftentimes the bad high ankle sprains, guys can't ambulate. They can't walk off the field. Once we get them on the sidelines or in the locker room, we can better evaluate them. Oftentimes they'll have a positive mid-shaft fibular squeeze. They'll have a positive external rotation stress test.
That doesn't sound
They'll
good.
have pain and tenderness greater than 5 centimeters above the joint. All those things indicate a more severe injury. In those cases, we'll go ahead and get an MRI. And on the MRI, if we see that 2 of the ligaments are injured, I'll recommend that we take them to surgery for a stress test, examination under anesthesia and arthroscope. And if the stress is positive, which often the case it is, well, I'll use the tightrope to stabilize the syndesmosis.
So along those lines, what's your surgical technique?
Sure. So initially, I'll scope the ankle. We want to look for intra-articular pathology, cartilage damage, torn ligaments. I can better assess the instability. I'll clean up the inflammatory factors in the joint, and once I'm done with that, we'll turn our attention to the tightrope. I'll make a small incision on the lateral fibula, about 2 centimeters in length, and I'll use 2 diverging tightropes. Oftentimes I'll use a plate to try to help spread out some of the force, because one of the things that we worry about can be bone pain. So a plate is a good adjunct to allow us to avoid some of those problems.
So can you pass on any technical pearls that you've learned using it?
Sure. I think the most important part is take your time.
Goodness.
Make sure that you're on the center of the fibula, that you're adequately and appropriately reducing the joint. The tightrope is very easy to use, and so it's more about technique to make sure that you have.
"21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. Still to come today, Robbie Gallaty will be with us, pastor of Long Hollow. We'll talk about a couple of conferences coming up, and of course, Bubba will call him by his ham call sign. Is that what this is called?
Yes.
OK4RGA.
That's it.
So we'll talk to OK4RGA.
Unless he's changed it.
Also, our Rick and Bubba University podcast today, in case you're wondering, we'll be doing that again today. We'll talk to my pastor, Mac Brunson, out of Valleydale Church in Birmingham. His new book is out, God is For You, Learning to Trust God's Wisdom Through Life's Crises. So if you've been in a crisis, and, as we've said many times, even according to Scripture, you are in one, you've just come out of one, or one's coming.
So now what is the multiple of a crisis? If you have many crises?
Crises? That's tough to say, isn't it?
Yeah. I know that's right, but it sounds funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, crises. I'd like to say crisi.
Yeah,
but that's not it. It's like the time I learned with the multiple curriculum is curricula. Even though I know that's right, I don't want to say it.
No.
I just don't. I'm never comfortable saying it.
It sounds dirty.
It sounds odd. So anyway, all that's coming, and some of it this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Bubba, I got an email actually today, and this story has been in front of us for the last couple of days, and usually if the name John Kerry is in a story, it catches your eye. But it's almost like I think you can also have John Kerry burnout. But someone said, I can't believe that Bubba has not commented on the fact that John Kerry has stepped down as climate czar.
Yeah.
And has taken a new role, like in the Biden administration. They have a weird name for it, but it sounds like damage control. But he says it's not because
he's a captivating guy. Isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he looks like the Masked Singer right now.
That's right.
Wow.
But he's wanting us to know, Bubba, it's not because he doesn't care about the
night. Hey, go get some sleep, pal.
By the way, Herman Munster called and wants his look back. But
hey, you've served the public enough,
right?
I'm really concerned about these people that feel like they have to serve their entire life.
Do you think
you're really not serving? You've got to do it your entire life.
Is it I like to be important? Is it I can't think of anything else to do? What is it?
Importance and purpose.
I couldn't get a job in the private sector,
right?
Because I'm worthless.
Well.
I have no skills, and I talk in circles. I don't know.
But Bubba, grifting. He doesn't seem to be all that excited about it.
Well, he seems kind of sad. Really? Not only is he, you'd have to say, why the long face? Why the lack of sleep?
Right. So, but he wants you to know that it's not because he's given up or doesn't care about the climate anymore, that it's not still important.
Isn't there a billionaire wife or something he needs to go home and spend time with?
Right. Can I say this just out of just walking around chewing gum, common sense logic? If his job was to save the planet, how do you ever say, "Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore"?
Shouldn't you die at that job?
That's right. Save the planet. How do you ever go? Nah, that's not on my highest priority anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Is he a kick guy?
Yeah. How about saving the planet can't be a kick?
No, that's got to be a calling, right?
So anyway,
he wants anything where he gets a title and gets to get in front of a microphone because nobody else would care.
Have you seen the sideshow of this World Economic Forum, which is where he is now?
Yeah,
Have you seen this?
Yes,
no wonder we're in the state we're in. What a bunch of weirdos. Have you watched some of this weirdo
Rick,
stuff?
here's the thing, and I think a lot of people understand this or have some concept of it. Real people go out and work at real jobs.
Right.
Okay. And people who are strange and odd get a lot of these government jobs and leading the countries. Have you ever noticed
That's
that?
what it looks like. Yeah, no doubt.
It's just very bizarre.
So is he going to say something here, Adler, or is we just looking at him?
No, you could. Whenever you want it.
Do you want to hear what he has to say?
Yeah, I do. I want to hear it.
Yeah, Bubba does. So here we go.
I am not retiring, folks. I want to make that clear. I am shifting my efforts to where I think they could be best used in an election year in the United States. And facing the fact that the Congress is not going to obviously grab this by the baton the way you all are.
Good night. He's not even enthused about it. That is as boring as I've ever heard him be. He didn't even want to hear himself.
No. I almost fell asleep during that soundbite.
Did you see
I was so bored.
Did y'all see him lose interest in his own comments? and just kind of fade away there at the
Well,
end?
I'm not retiring. I'm just shifting.
Biden is dying, and I have to try to do something. I'm done playing politics on the world stage of the economy. I got to go home and try to win this election, basically.
So saving Biden's more important than saving the planet.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, that's it.
I got to save Biden so he'll save me so I can save the planet.
Can you imagine? Because remember, we're talking about, he said he's got to save the planet from
Right.
total destruction.
Yeah.
So he's pivoting off that because something's become a higher priority. Okay.
Good night.
Imagine if you were in the hospital and the surgeon came in and he said, I know that I told you I felt called to be a surgeon to save people's lives, and I know you need my help right now because you're going to die if I don't help you, but I've got something come up I've got to go tend to, and so don't think I'm retiring, but I'm just not going to help you right now. I mean, can you imagine going, wait, where are you going?
Rick,
what are you doing?
That was a lot more excited than the way Kerry's.
Well, that's true. That's true.
I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
You know, some of these people just won't go home. Won't go home.
Do you think he would win if they had like a showdown that was called Who's Most Boring? Like, oh, look at this bore off. I mean, do you think he would win just hands down? Is there anybody more boring than him? Anybody? He makes Al Gore look electric.
A bore off?
Electrified. Rick, he makes anybody.
You know how
he makes a sloth look excited.
You know when they were
Slow
called
down, fella.
when they were called tweets back then, and we still call them that. But you remember when people would read mean tweets?
Yeah.
And people like with a straight face. I wish he would have to read like exciting news.
Yeah.
And do a skit with that. You know, this
Yeah.
just in. You know, and then like in that same delivery and everything.
He would be
It's
like
so
he'd
monotone.
be like the perennial power. So everybody be sitting around experts who guess who's going to make it to the bore off again this
Right,
year.
yeah.
Well, you know Kerry's going to be there.
Yeah.
It's just who can beat Kerry.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about that every year.
He's the opposite of Beth Mowins on a touchdown.
Oh, he is.
Touchdown.
Well, I've never seen somebody be so boring that they even bore themselves. I've never even seen that before.
Let's see it one more time, Adler. He almost goes to sleep while he's saying it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, what's he doing?
He needs some sleep.
I'm not retiring.
I wish he would speak into that microphone a little
Yeah, a
bit.
little bit, just a little.
Well, it's like the microphone's bothering him. It's like it's too much
As
effort.
long as he's done that, you think he could bring a little bit of
Right.
presentation.
It's like the-
you know?
I am not retiring, folks. I want to make that clear. I am shifting my efforts to where I think they could be best used in an election year in the United States. And facing the fact that the Congress is not going to obviously grab this by the baton the way you all are and the way we need to. So I really want to put my
I'm glad the Congress is not grabbing it by the baton.
It just fades away.
It's like the tongue's telling the lips, you got to help me a little bit. I mean, I'm dying.
The
here.
microphone's like, do you need me? You're not. Hold me up.
Right. What are you doing?
I can't help you laying over on the side.
Rick and Bubba.
And it'll hold the ankle stable.
There's not, I know we're going to be
So
seeing
can you
that.
describe your return to play for athletes with the syndesmosis
Listen to the
tightrope
This is big right here.
compared to conventional screws?
One of the things we worried about when we were using screws is stiffness, where the screw's going to break. We would typically hold the athlete back a little bit for fear that the screws would break. First of all, you don't have to go back for a second surgery, so you don't have to worry about any of that. I'll get them going really fast. For the first 4 days, it's all about swelling control. After that, we'll start range of motion exercises. Oftentimes, we'll get them walking day 4, day 5 after surgery, running day 8, day 9, and cutting as soon as they can after that. What I found is I don't slow them down. If they can do it, I'll let them do it. Typically, I tell patients it takes them 3 to 4 weeks to return.
Wow, it's amazing. So along those lines, do you worry about the incision? Do you use any particular post-op dressing?
Absolutely. The quicker we let guys go back, the more I've worried about the incision. I've had guys play with sutures in, and I've found that I wasn't worried about this. Wasn't worried about the stability of the ankle. That I was worried about the wound problems. So I started using Jump Start as a way to kickstart, for a better way of putting it, the wound healing. I think that that has been a big help to these guys, and it takes a little bit of the worry out of it for us.
Wow.
That's truly amazing. Norm, thank you once again for joining
So there you go. So he used the term 3 to 4 weeks, even with the procedure.
Yeah.
So.
But how amazing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And like I said, we've seen players come back and play in 2 weeks. Every case, every time it's done is a little different. But what an amazing deal, because, like I said, I had an ankle sprain one time that was of this variety, and I know other people who have had them. And it takes months to get over this. So that's amazing they can do that.
Well, my big takeaway is this doctor didn't look any older than like my two sons in college.
Oh, I know.
And he's like brilliant. I'm thinking to myself, I mean, he looks like one of my kids.
He really is.
Why is he using all these big words and fixing world-class athletes? What is Brody doing sitting there?
Morning, guys. How are you?
I'm getting after it.
Hey, good deal. Hey, during the game on Saturday, at one point in time, I noticed one of the other coaches for Tennessee, I don't know who he was, but he was screaming and yelling at Jeremy Pruitt. And Jeremy didn't look like he had a whole lot to say about it. And it went on for a couple of seconds. I was curious if anybody else picked up on that.
No,
and if
I hadn't heard
what
that.
was going on.
No, I haven't. Okay, speaking of coaches, former coaches, he now does some broadcasting and does. He's an analyst for the ACC network and ESPN. How about Mark Richt had a heart attack?
Wow.
Yeah, and he says he's doing okay, but he did have a heart attack. 59, did you say, Bubba?
Yes.
Is his age
Yes.
now?
Mhm.
And he said, I'm assuming word travels fast. This is from his Twitter. So I wanted to be able to inform everyone that I did have a heart attack this morning. I guess this is when it happened. I'm doing fine. As I went through the experience, I had peace knowing I was going to heaven, but I was going to miss my wife, and I plan to be at work this week. So there's that
He
update.
summed it up pretty quick.
He did. Let me tell you what my range of emotions was.
Yeah.
You know, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, my goodness, he's in a number of handles. We're back 35 minutes past TheraBreath. You know, you hear these partnerships with the show, and you're like, man, these sponsors have been around forever. Yeah, you know why? It works. You know, you're out there, you respond to the product. The product's great. You love it. Keep getting more of it. They keep liking that. They keep being with us. TheraBreath has changed the entire landscape. Now, we changed it in radio. They changed it in bad breath. Because, you know, Dr. Katz developed all sorts of products that actually deal with the problem. Like when it comes to breath, you know, the mouthwashes, the toothpaste, the lozenges, they actually they solve the problem that is causing the breath to be bad. And then you get into things like your gum health, which, you know, Dr. Dudney on our show for years has told us how important that is. And they've got an oral rinse for gum health to keep your gums clean and keep bacteria out. Also, don't forget that their products don't have any added dyes to them, no artificial colors. They're gluten-free, if that matters to you. They're even certified kosher, and Bubba and I have often wanted to be invited to that process. I'd like to see how that takes place. But anyway, they also have a great TheraBreath whitening oral rinse, too, that you're going to love. All these FDA approved. So go right now to TheraBreath.com. There's confidence in every capful. TheraBreath.com. If you can't find all the different products they offer at retailers, and you can find some of them at retailers, over 100 of them, but if you can't find the exact product you're looking for, go to TheraBreath.com. You can order them all there and ship it right to your door. We have that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, too. TheraBreath and the Rick and Bubba Show, they just go hand in hand. All right, so let's continue with the World Economic Forum because we should all be gravely concerned about the state of the world. you're going to hear some things. Now, keep in mind, this is supposed to be the world gathering together for what we all need to be doing. Adler, let's just run through them. And this should be so concerning. Now, one guy is in a lot of trouble because he's actually said that Trump has done a good job. Now, he's people have gone nuts about this, but
I saw one president that was dogging them because they were not supporting Western values.
Yeah, that was the guy from Argentina that that Babylon B said we should just make our president. But anyway, we're going to get started with what, Adler? Tell us, because I know we ran a list. Which one you want to start with?
This is the guy talking about individual carbon footprint tracking.
Oh my goodness! Here we go.
So that sounds good.
Yeah, doesn't that sound fun?
We're developing through technology an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
Does that creep you out, Bill Bubba Buster? An individual carbon footprint tracker, and just like this ESG score we got to have, all this is going to be in play. We're going to be tracked on how we travel, what we eat, how we get our food. And then I guess we'll be given some sort of good or bad score. Bad, Bubba. We don't like your individual carbon footprint.
This goes to the Chinese give every individual a score. So that's how they can control what they're doing by saying they're not controlling what they're doing.
Of course.
And, look, the further we get away from all these people working on a farm, the worse we are, I think.
It's speaking of farming.
Catch this.
This lady is going to call fishing and farming. She's going to call it ecocide. That's their new term.
Can you believe this?
Oh, it's ecocide.
You've lived long enough
I bet
for this.
she went to lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you eat, lady?
Yeah.
I mean, ecocide as a word is becoming becoming better known around the world, and the concept is generally mass damage and destruction of nature. But legally speaking, what our organisation and other collaborators aim to do is to have this recognised legally as a serious crime. Because one of the issues that sort of pervades all of this discussion is that we have a kind of cultural, very ingrained habit of not taking damage to nature as seriously as we take damage to people and property. And that, I mean, if you're campaigning for human rights, at least you know mass murder, torture, all of these things are serious crimes. But there's no equivalent in the environmental space. Unlike an international crime like genocide that involves a specific intent, with ecocide, what we see is actually what people are trying to do, what businesses are trying to do, is make money, is farm, is fish, is do all of these things that are producing energy and so on as well. But what's missing is the awareness and the conscience around the side effects, around the collateral damage that happens with that.
Good.
Bubba, farming and fishing is ecocide. Now, keep in mind, I've invented a word.
Yeah.
I've invented an organization.
Well, why not? Everybody else is.
I've invented an organization that's based on this word. I have defined the word, but I haven't proven that this word is what I say it is, and it actually happens.
No.
None of this.
No.
And
it's like they just sit around and they just make all this stuff up.
Yeah.
I don't understand what they're doing. And back to what the guy said before about how we're creating technology to where you can track what you're doing. No, that's how they get you. They act like, hey, we're doing this for you so you can track it. No, what they're doing is they're tracking it. And it's going to be like your data package with your cell company. If you get over your data limit, it starts slowing your data down to where things don't load. What if they were to say, like, you're 20 days into 30 days, and they say, well, you've traveled enough for this month.
That's how they get you.
Or, hey, look, you've eaten too much today. Sorry, you can't have this Snickers.
Well, don't forget, too, to your point, and that will be used for this, I've come up with the crime of ecocide. Now, keep in mind, I've decided that ecocide is something, and then I've decided that something is bad, and then I've decided it's so bad it should be a crime,
right.
And then I've set up a system to decide if you're guilty of it.
Do y'all want to hear the J.P. Morgan CEO, Jamie Dimon, actually speak the truth on MSNBC while at this event?
Yes, I do.
So I don't know what these MSNBC reporters, interviewers thought they were going to get from this guy, but he actually just tells it like it is.
Oh, you mean CNBC?
CNBC.
Yeah, CNBC. Okay, here we go.
We've got this great hand, but when people say MAGA,
they're actually looking at people voting for Trump, and they think they're voting, and they're basically scapegoating them that you are like him. But I don't think they're voting for Trump because of his family values. And if you look, just take a step back, be honest. He was kind of right about NATO, kind of right about immigration. Mm-hmm. He grew the economy quite well.
China virus.
Tax reform worked. Mm-hmm. He was right about some of China. I don't like what he did.
No, I said China virus.
Yeah, I understand. He may have been right. And I don't like how he said things about Mexico. I don't like, but he wasn't wrong about some of these critical issues, and that's why they're voting for him. And I think people should be a little more respectful of our fellow citizens. And when you guys have people up here, you should always ask the why. Not like it's a binary thing. You're supporting Trump, you're not supporting Trump. Why are you supporting Trump?
It's hard to hate 75 million of your fellow Americans. And
I agree.
It's done criminal.
And, the Democrats have done a pretty good job with the deplorables, hugging onto their Bibles and their beer and their guns. I mean, really, could we just stop that stuff and actually grow up and treat other people with respect and listen to them a little bit? And I do think the economy will affect. And I think this negative talk about MAGA is going to hurt Biden's election campaign.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, this guy's smart.
Yeah.
He's saying, look, you want to equate him with the cartoon version of Trump. You're not diving deep on why they want to vote for him for the things he did around the world and in the country.
Right.
You got to go deeper than that. And of course, the Democrats don't want that. They want propaganda. They don't want to have a deep ideology discussion of any kind. They don't want to go into, well, maybe the economy was better. Why was it better? The virus, by the way, did come from China. All these things that turned out to be correct and turned out to be good, it's like none of that can be associated with voting for him because we don't like him, the person.
Mm-hmm.
Which they also were the same party.
Russia investigation was a hoax all the way around. Never was a shred of evidence.
And never forget the history, because the Democrats want you to forget their history, but they'll never let you forget yours if it's negative. And if it's positive, they want to forget it. But don't forget, this is the same party that told us that really the character of the human being is irrelevant, and we shouldn't care about that at all as long as they get the job done.
Mm-hmm.
That same party told us that through the entire Clinton years.
I think that CNBC...
Did they take that back?
Right. I think that CNBC guy had like an existential crisis right there on the air. He was like, I know, he was right, I know.
Yeah. All right, so have you seen some of the sideshow stuff as if we haven't seen it? Have you seen this?
Ritual.
Have you seen this ritual? This is the World Economic Forum. I want you to watch what's going on here. This is some sort of witch doctor of some kind.
She's rubbing her hands together.
Oh.
And why are they having her do this?
I don't know. Watch this. She's going. What? Oh, we're just getting started. She's about to go. She's about to blow air on everybody.
What?
Watch this. Oh, she's not done. Every person on the panel.
She blew in their face?
Yes.
She's coughing in their face.
What about COVID?
Where's her mask?
Oh, my goodness.
That's
right down the line.
That's just paint on her face. That's not a real mask.
She just did it to a lady.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, look at that guy's hair. Actually
They're
blew
leaning
back.
into it.
Oh, sure they are. Because you can't question it.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you believe what you just saw? Can you believe what you just saw?
I think I just passed.
Can you believe what you just saw?
What if she was praying for everybody and ended it with in Jesus' name? Do you think they would have all melted?
Oh, yeah, they would have run.
Yeah.
They would have.
And no one is mentioning the fact she's in quarter blackface.
That's a great point, Bubba.
Okay.
Yo, last year they were like, mask up, 6 feet away. This year they're coughing my face, please.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But now he is going to agree to take a paternity test, but he still insists that he is not the baby daddy of 28-year-old Arkansas woman who keeps claiming that he is. He's 49. She's 28. Of course, Dennis Quaid said, that ain't nothing. We're going to talk about that here shortly.
Yeah.
So he has agreed that he will take the DNA test to prove once and for all this. I think they're going to do it on Maury Povich. That he is,
You are not.
Because this woman wants support from him. He claims she's not due any support because it's not his baby. So
I tell you, Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden.
He's been
Now
busy.
that lady claims the 28's his daughter. She claims she's his daughter. Is that right?
No, she's the mom.
The mom is 28
of a baby.
Oh, okay.
He is not the father of 28-year-old Arkansas woman's baby.
He is
not. But we don't know. I mean, we'll need Maury Povich to get to the bottom of this. But he's going to take the DNA test because he says that he's not paying child support because it's not his baby.
Got it.
So we'll see. And that
I tell you, he's been busy. He's been busy in Arkansas, the Ukraine, China. I mean, he's a globe trotting. Busy.
He is.
I mean, busy man. A busy man.
So I don't know whether
If it is his child, he should be able to afford it.
Yeah,
he's done pretty
made a lot of
well.
money.
Well, as a matter of fact, he said that the child support payments would just come directly from the Ukrainian government.
Right.
But anyway,
Take out the middleman.
Right, take out the middleman. You ever hear those? You always do those commercials. Let's get rid of the middleman.
Yeah.
So
the middleman has been making off like a bandit for a while in a bunch of things.
So it is a baby. So I guess I don't know what age everybody was when this took place, but close to the age they are now. But Dennis Quaid says, "Hey, that ain't nothing."
No.
Dennis Quaid. Look,
and I like Dennis Quaid.
Look, I do
like
too.
him in
Helmsy
movies.
loves him.
I like
I
him.
like
Anything he's in, I like.
I like
even
Dennis-
those funny insurance commercials he's
Oh,
doing.
those
now.
are hilarious.
I do want to ask you a question, and I want to discuss it today on the program because it happened over the weekend involving Dennis Quaid in another movie. Okay. But anyway, I like Dennis Quaid. I don't know Dennis Quaid as a person.
No, I like him in movies.
I just like him as an entertainer.
I feel like I'd like him though if he walked.
Speedy
in.
loved him in Parent Trap.
I did. You know what? I did too. What a great movie.
Yeah.
I never saw it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Greg, that's the guy who likes the pop hit that everybody else
That's
has.
a good point.
But anyway,
That's Mr. Roboto sitting right there.
Right. That's a Mr. Roboto comment right there.
There it is.
But anyway, but Dennis,
It was a great movie.
if you and
Little
I,
Lindsay Lohan played a twin.
I
I
If
mean,
you-
she was little. then.
if
Of course,
Dennis
she was a lot older
Quaid,
then.
if Dennis
Yeah,
Quaid
she's nuts.
would allow us to be friends,
Yeah.
okay, we're not there yet. I would pull him off to the side and I would say, Dennis, look, I'm 6 years older than my wife. I think once we get out in life, I don't think age makes that big a difference. Someone who's 50, has a wife that's 41, 40. But then you can get creepy, and I think you've crossed over into Creepville.
Yes.
And
When you start getting around 40 years,
yeah,
Difference, yeah.
Dennis Quaid, 65, has proposed to a 26-year-old, and they say college student because she's going for a PhD. Mm-hmm. But 26 is still,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, 26 is
that would be
26.
like Dennis trying to marry my daughter.
No,
That's a horrible thought.
Wow.
Your daughter's 26.
She's not,
Greg.
but she's close.
She's very close.
Right, real close.
Oh my
She's like
gosh.
24 or something like that. But
Yeah.
it would be, imagine that. Hey, Dad, meet my fiance. Really?
He's older than you.
Yeah, he's older than you are.
Greg
Wow.
brought it home this
Guys,
morning.
we can't have a guy
Think about this.
walking in with our daughters that's substantially older than us.
Yeah.
Think about it this way. I'm 41.
Don't say this.
I'm 41.
Don't say
If this was me, she was not born yet.
Mm.
Or there's a
Or
new
had
baby
just
somewhere.
been born. There's a
new
baby
somewhere
somewhere.
that you're going to
When
marry
Dennis Quaid was
at
40,
in 40 years.
she had not been born.
I'm drawing Social Security. My wife has not reached 30 yet.
There you go.
There it is.
How about this?
He's on Social
And still
Security.
has 4 years to get to 30.
She's not got her discount on driving yet.
That's a great point, Bo. And she's still on her parents' health insurance.
Yeah. Look,
You know?
and y'all talked about this earlier. For him, I understand. Okay, I got you.
Nine minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. Still to come today, Robbie Gallaty visiting with us. We'll update you on a couple of men's conferences coming up involving Robbie and the show. So that's coming up later. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. The book is called God is For You, Learning to Trust God's Wisdom Through Life's Crises. Mac Brunson wrote that, and he's been through some life crisis, and he'll talk about that on our weekend edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available wherever you get podcasts. That usually drops on Saturday morning, so make a note of that. All right, so a couple things. Now looking at programming, I did want to mention this before we're done with the World Economic Forum. We had the witch doctor blowing and coughing on people. Speaking of that, talking about all the different things, we didn't do this story because it's almost like we're all like, yeah, here's something else. You know, Fauci slowly but surely is admitting how many things he told us he lied about. Mm-hmm. And the latest thing that we have is the 6-foot rule, because we were laughing about her coughing on everybody, was totally random. There was no scientific backing on it whatsoever. They needed something to come out with, and they just threw out 6 feet.
It was probably a good idea not to get somebody's face.
Yeah,
but,
right. Sure. But
there really was no study behind that. There was no science.
That
just
6
said,
foot.
Yeah, let's just keep everybody out of everybody's
all the markings in the store, all the church, sit here, space here, all that was completely made up, not scientific at all. All they really knew was maybe people shouldn't be so close to each other.
Right.
But the 6 foot thing was just totally random.
Yeah.
I
saw the other day.
Somebody said, "What do you think?" Somebody said, "What do you think about 8 feet?" That's too far. What do you think about 3 feet? A little too close.
Yeah.
Who likes 6? That sounds good.
All right, 6
it is. That'll work. That'll be easy to mark off in stores.
Yep, that's all
I saw some tattered duct tape still on the floor of a retail store from that time period that they just can't quite get up, and I'm like, well, look at that.
Oh yeah, it's
still there.
Well, I told you that eventually I took down a sign that stayed at a physical therapy location. It's like they wouldn't take it down. It kept saying you can't come in without a mask, but nobody was wearing masks anymore, and the sign was still there. I just finally took it down. So I was like, why is that still up? So Bubba, you were telling us, we always love to talk about different programs that we might find or suggest, and I love a documentary. And did you say you found one I didn't know about?
Well, Hunter was telling me about it. We watched it a little bit last night. It was on Michael Jordan, which I love these documentaries on these athletes that changed the game as we know it. The Bo Jacksons of the world, the Michael Jacksons of the Michael Jordans of the world,
right? And Michael Jackson
and Michael Jackson
over on pop music.
Mm-hmm. But it was, I thought The Last Dance was probably as well done as anything.
Yeah.
And it was very good. This is one called Air Jordan, and it's by a real young guy. He's got his own YouTube channel called Board Films. But it had great game footage, and it carried you through, him being a freshman all the way. I mean, his whole career.
Okay.
The baseball, the coming back, all that stuff. A lot of game footage. It wasn't as much behind the scenes stuff. Right. It was more about the games themselves. And it was really good. I mean, we watched it, gosh, I don't know, for an hour or two last night. It was really good.
Yeah, so this is on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, no, it was on we watched it on something. I don't know what it was on. You know how the streaming is now.
Oh, no, I do. Yeah. I if you ask me where I saw something, a lot of times I go, I don't know. I just saw
this guy has a channel, but this was another deal. It may have been on.
What was the name of it again?
Air Jordan, I think, by.
Right, and not the movie Air Jordan, but the documentary Air Jordan. Because wasn't that movie called Air Jordan too? No,
may have been.
Well, I don't know what it was called. About
the guy who did it is Joe Vincent Michael.
Okay, I don't know him. I know
Joe Vincent. I'm sorry, Joe Vincent.
Okay,
and the documentary is Michael Air Jordan.
Was it on Space
YouTube.
Jam you were thinking of? Rick?
It was
Space
on
Jam?
YouTube.
No, it wasn't Space Jam.
Oh, okay.
You remember they did a movie with actors and everything. Had Ben Stiller in it about them cutting the tennis shoe deal with him. When he was a rookie.
I don't remember that.
You didn't see that movie?
No.
Okay.
Ben Stiller?
Not Ben Stiller. Ben Affleck.
Okay.
They talked a little bit about him not making the high school team when he was a sophomore, and how he went from that to coming back and being a star on that team to being, he was highly recruited, but not the highest of the high.
Yeah.
Even after his 3 years at North Carolina, he was drafted third in the draft.
Well, that's what the movie movie talks about. The Matt Damon character had to sell Nike on even doing a tennis shoe deal with him because they're like, well, he's not a star, and he's like, this guy's going to be huge.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it was everybody was after him.
Well, Dean Smith said that the assistant coach came back to him after the first day of practice, and he said, this is totally different. He said, we haven't seen anything like this.
It's air. You're right, Rick. It's air.
Called air. Okay.
And
it's new. I didn't know about it.
And the fact when he was a freshman and they were playing in the national championship game, they drew the play up to give him the shot.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean that says a lot.
I'd
about,
heard that. So they cover that in there too.
Yeah, and then you still had your doubters. I mean, he went and played on the Olympic team, and at the time then it was still the college all-stars. And when draft day comes, how do you take Sam Bowie over him? I know. But people still didn't believe, I don't think, that a 6'5", 6'6" guard could affect a team so much.
Yep.
And
he did.
Rick, the thing too, they showed a lot of his defense. We all know about the dunks and the flying through the air. But let me tell you, he was a beast. He won all kind of defensive awards too underneath, because they try to run a switch and get a center on a guard underneath. Well, the center was at no advantage in that situation,
right?
Because Jordan could jump out of the gym. He was blocking them anyway.
Yeah. Well,
and there's a couple of shots of one of the dunk competitions, when him and Dominique were squaring off.
Yeah.
I mean, his face is up with the rim.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Well, and again, we've said it so many times, and this documentary sounds like it even fueled it for you. Is I know there's great players, and I know and I'm not discrediting them at all. But if the game is on the line in prime time, in his prime in the NBA, I want Jordan over any of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
sure.
well, that's what they say. His ability to hit a shot at the buzzer was incredible. Now he missed some of them too.
Sure.
I mean, you don't see all those, but it was really wild to see that again. You forget. I mean, I lived through it. I saw it live, when it happened. But it was really a well done documentary.
And I am seeing that. I think you mentioned it, but YouTube.
Yeah,
okay.
It is on YouTube.
Okay.
Man, Jordan was the coolest.
Yeah.
Growing up, he was he was just the coolest guy ever. And in fact, when we did a wax museum at my school, I dressed up as Jordan. And my stupid fourth grade self asked my mom, I was like, and I'll need some brown paint for my skin. And my mom was like, no, we're not going to be doing that.
Really?
You can wear the jersey, no paint, son. And I didn't know about the whole
Well, I didn't think it was bad form then if you were trying to look like the person you were portraying.
No, it's still bad form, I think.
Okay, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I just don't really see what's in this for her other than a payoff.
Well, I was about to
right?
say, I'll tell you what's in it for her. My husband will probably be dead in 10 years, and hopefully I'll get some money. I mean, he could be dead at 75, easy.
But does he put a good prenup on her? But she'd probably still get a pretty good chunk.
Greg's thinking prenup.
Oh, yeah.
If you're Dennis Quaid, you got to go prenup with a 26-year-old.
Especially,
I feel like
if you've had about as many wives as Larry King.
Yeah, I started saying, I feel like Dennis
Quaid
has not doesn't have his paperwork together.
This
you know
would-
what I mean? I feel like he's a little slack in his paperwork.
Guys, in Hollywood, though, it really isn't a big deal. This is only his fourth wife.
No, okay.
I mean, in Hollywood, that's nothing.
And Rolling Stones, as far as picking brides, the age is not a big deal to them.
No,
they're
they don't
looking
care.
going, why y'all giving Dennis a hard time?
No. Do you think the Rolling Stones care about this?
Oh.
They tell Dennis when we all going to spend some time together.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
She's a little old for you, Dennis.
Yeah, I started to say they could be another decade thrown on top of that.
Yeah, maybe she can be a mentor for one of the Rolling Stones' wife. Were they 19, 20? Yeah.
So what do you think the cutoff should be for a guy 65?
65.
I mean, obviously you can do what you want to do, but just in our humble opinion,
in my opinion, I think the cutoff should be 50.
Yeah,
maybe 45.
Yeah, 45 to 50. That's what I was saying.
I mean, you realize 45 is still 20 years.
Oh, I know.
20
it's
years.
just funny to think somebody 45 is too young for anything.
But what I'm
That's
saying,
funny. Though.
But what are you going to talk about? You realize what are they going to talk about?
Yeah,
I mean, Dennis and Meg Ryan have a child together. His name's Jack. He's the same exact age as this girl.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Paul wanted to throw somebody to church for that in 1 Corinthians 5. But anyway, so I mean, just
it's a stepmom. It could be a stepmom.
Just creepy.
So your stepmom.
So Jack's stepmom.
Jack's
be the same
stepmom
age.
and him are the same age.
Have more in common than.
Don't do that to you kids. That's just too weird.
Yeah.
That's just strange. I mean, I'm sorry. It's left the good for them, and it's gone to the creepy world.
Right.
That's too. You can't.
I mean, you start playing the numbers. You know, you've done the 40 and, hey, hadn't been born, 41, she's in diapers, 50, you go to her 10th birthday. I mean, it just sounds strange.
Yeah, and I know it's different once everybody gets
right, but that
At
age,
60, you go to high school graduation. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's just,
Hey, who's this?
That would be about right.
Who's this old man at your high school graduation? That's my date.
Just go Longhorns. She's at Texas as well.
Yeah.
That's why she
I don't
goes
know
to
if that was a
school.
cheer for Dennis. Or, but anyway,
Well, there's the answer. Then.
Guys, I'm gonna go back to this again. This is what some of these drugs do. See, Dennis shouldn't be worried about this right now. And when I got Dennis stirred up at 65.
He's funny in those insurance commercials.
No, look, as far as
when they make fun of the Geico.
Yeah. As far as the things that I know about him that really don't mean anything, and that's the pretending things I watch him do.
I love it.
I watch Dennis Quaid pretend to be people that I like. maybe if I met the real Dennis Quaid, I wouldn't like him at all. He's an actor, Rick. You like the characters he plays. As we make our way back, so we were discussing going to. Minutes past the hour. How about you? Welcome in. Let's go. All right, so another hour. We got no Greg. We got no Helms today. We got Speedy. We got Adler. We got yours truly, old number one. And we got Mr. Bill Bubba Buck.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. So we start this hour with a couple of updates out there in celebrity world. Now, I know this is a kind of a bit of a sensitive topic with Speedy, but I think we're safe because Greg is not here.
I know Adler's here though.
Adler's here. He remembers it. Helmsy wasn't here for it, but he likes to reference it as well.
Yeah.
And that is your relationship with Richard Simmons.
Live like you were dying.
Yeah. So
when y'all made out.
Yeah.
Live like you were dying. Hey, it's Richard Simmons, and I'm squeezing my country buns with Rick and Bubba.
Boy, there's a 30-year memory.
He brought energy, didn't he?
Well, apparently he has. You haven't heard
that
from
was
Richard.
on one of his many phone-in segments.
Yeah. You know, we haven't heard from Richard in a while. You know, he kind of became a recluse.
Yeah, we thought he died or something.
And transitioned, which he said that is not true. Well, he's finally spoke because apparently there's a new biopic. Pauly Shore will play Richard Simmons, and Richard Simmons wants the world to know because it's being marketed like a tribute to Richard Simmons.
Yes, that's what he said he was promised.
And Richard Simmons says he does not endorse or gave approval to this biopic, and so he wants everyone to know this, that it may be coming out, but he did not give it the green light. Now, I don't know what that warns us about. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe he's overreacting. Maybe there's nothing for him to be concerned about. But apparently, for him to come out of being a recluse and make a comment that is a public comment, he must be concerned about this film that is in development at Warner Brothers.
Yep.
And
it's one of their sideline companies called the Wappler Organization.
Oh, my
that's
goodness,
actually
yeah.
doing it. Rick, this biopic will follow an unrelated short film about Simmons from the director and writer Jake Lewis. That film, entitled The Court Jester, will premiere at the Sundance Film Festival this month. It also stars Shore as Simmons.
Oh, really? On both of them? Okay.
All right.
How are you on Pauly Shore as Richard Simmons?
I think he's going to play a good one.
He looks a lot like him.
Yeah, he does. He really
Adler,
does.
you don't have to show that, buddy.
Look, he looks exactly like him. Here's Richard Simmons.
Live like you were
And-
dying.
You know,
Look,
this is Speedy trying to console him because we were playing Barbra Streisand music and had donuts.
Yeah, see, pictures don't really. Boy, they've.
It looks like you're the aggressor there.
Yeah. Right,
You're
yeah.
consoling.
The
him.
embracer.
I remember.
He latched on to me to help him
He
when
did.
y'all were making him feel that way because he's always had a crush on her.
Well,
and you were playing it.
You remember well.
I don't know if crush is the right
maybe
word.
maybe a desire to be girlfriends, but I was.
And then he licked your eyes.
There's video of that out there.
Do you remember how we would bring in high-calorie food and he would get so upset?
Yeah,
with us?
donuts and
we
everything.
had them powdered donuts all over.
He would just start crying.
Yeah, because he loved them. He loved sweets, but he was tempted to eat them, but he was like,
Well,
man, please don't do
He'd
that."
get his Packadilla mail cards out and
just start throwing them at us.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I mean, he was a former big tub of goo.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Lost a lot of weight.
and lost a lot of weight and made a lot of money trying to help others. And boy, those shorts. Wow. Wow.
Hey,
Didn't he get up on the console one time?
Well,
with
he
y'all?
sure did, and
That's
dropped him
good.
one time.
Yep. And I'll tell you one thing: if you're ever wondering whether he wears a jockstrap, the answer is no.
Well, they have the built-in liner, Rick. So he's like,
that
"Why?"
liner didn't do much.
No, it did not.
It was not very helpful.
It's like he was wearing swimming trunks.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Running shorts, kind of.
Yeah, it was. They were very short.
And they sure were. They come on up.
Yes.
That was quite a day. I'll say
But
that.
I will say this:
See, he's been
y'all
in
have your
studio
fun.
once and on the phone twice, right?
No, he was. I think twice. He was at least twice because the whole eye incident was in another studio from when he originally came. So he was in studio a couple of times. But let's just be honest. He was always very nice.
Yes, he was.
And I know y'all having your fun with me, but he was always extremely nice and really surprised as far as how responsive he was to coming in studio and all that. I was surprised.
He's always been very promotions oriented. I mean, he didn't lick my eye, but
I was about to say,
lick mine.
we have to, in all fairness, we always have to see things from each other's point of view. You are asking us to see it from your point of view, and that's fair. But you have to also see it from our point of view.
Yeah.
What if Richard Simmons had licked Bubba's eye? Would you ever stop talking about
But
it?
could I?
I mean,
could I get a definition?
I just don't think so.
Because
I know I wouldn't.
Could
I mean,
could I get
things
a definition
happen,
of link?
and we've talked about this. I mean, I have accidentally kissed two guests on the show. Two guests.
What?
accidentally.
Right.
Or they kissed
It was
me.
not. It was
rather.
not on purpose.
You're right.
Everybody,
Right.
please.
And Speedy has kissed one of them, and that's Richard.
Bubba,
Well, he
got me
kissed
kiss-
you.
He
He
licked
kissed
your
What do
eye.
you do? Is this
Speedy-
what you tell people? At
In
the
all
Home Camp?
fairness, in all fairness, Speedy did not kiss Richard Simmons.
No, I didn't. Please don't start that.
If we want it to be clear, Richard Simmons stuck his tongue in Speedy's eye.
Thank you for saying that because he didn't lick it.
Well,
I would
I don't
think
know what
licking
that's
would
called.
be dragging.
If your tongue touches something,
It was more just like a
it's
jab.
usually identified as a lick, don't you think?
Well-
if a dog came up in this studio, ran over here, put his tongue on my leg, I would say the dog.
Well,
licked me.
because he normally drags it.
Right.
And if you drag it, I think
if-
if you drag
if
your
the
tongue
dog
over something, you
puts
lick a
its-
lollipop.
Look,
But
you're in semantics now, my friend.
If the dog puts his tongue out on your face, you say you've been licked.
I've been licked.
Bubba, you just said I kissed Richard Simmons.
Well,
Do you tell other people
He
that?
changed that. He
Yeah,
changed, he
I
corrected it.
misspoke.
Okay, good.
He
good.
also
You were
thinks
licked
Jason
by
Kelsey retired yesterday.
Right.
But, I mean, the
Well,
Well,
but
no,
look,
I said I thought he had.
no,
That was the story.
I did
yeah,
too.
yeah. And I think he is, but he just hadn't officially come out and stood on a podium and said, "All right, I'm out." But but back to the other.
It
I
wasn't
know
your
that.
fault that he licked your
It's
eye.
not your fault.
Well, because if you
were not
remember,
asking
he
him.
was sitting on my lap. Huh?
You're a victim.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all
And your
were.
voice should be heard and believed.
Yes, and you guys were on him so hard as far as Barbra Streisand and Sweets and all this kind of stuff. He would look at me like, "Why are you letting him do this?"
I know.
And I would
He
just
reached
be hungry.
out
Yeah.
in his own special
He did.
way.
Well, and that's when they run into your arms.
Yeah.
That's why you have to be careful when you're helping people.
Is he still being a hermit though? Is he?
He
he's-
was until this. He's now said, "I can't. I want everyone to know I did not give my approval on this biopic. It is not one that I came up with and approved."
So there was rumors that his assistant or house keeper, whoever, was keeping him locked in the house and he couldn't leave. And then those rumors went. Do you think? And let's here we are talking. That his health is so bad, he obviously don't want anybody to see him.
Well,
and that's the main problem.
Here's the
Has he
thing.
blown back up?
Well, here's the thing, and I would say that's the potential is there. I think Richard Simmons always wanted to be seen as healthy and vibrant.
Yes.
And I think the fact that he probably isn't healthy and vibrant now, he would rather not be seen.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's probably he probably
Adler,
wants to
you can-
control the image of how he was remembered.
Yeah. You can just put him up.
Well, it's just
By
a stock photo. It's just a stock photo of Richard Simmons. You just happen to be right next to him in it. I was just showing Pauly Shore and Richard Simmons. I just found a random photo on the
Speedy,
internet.
you've got your hand on his chest. Too.
Yeah,
It looks like
he
it.
Do I?
Yeah.
Is that his hand? That's his hand.
Oh,
no, that's his hand, Bubba.
Yours
arm
is
is
on your
around
shoulder.
him.
Oh, you got my hand on his chest.
Well, we
Your
didn't
arm
know.
is around
Well,
him.
you couldn't tell.
We
till
couldn't
he panned
tell.
down.
Yes,
I know
yes,
this
yes.
is a tough
Wow,
thing.
close though.
Almost
I mean,
didn't do this-
barely any air.
Well, we had to
between
both
you.
get in the mic.
Right.
Wow.
And the tank top he gave you didn't fit, in all fairness. So and there we go. There we go.
I think you're right though. He's always been somebody that cares about his appearance, and I think he's probably
healthy and vibrant.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
he
know
wants that image left.
I don't
That's
know
the last,
what the storyline will be, but Pauly Shore looks like him as much as anybody.
Yeah, he does.
Really
Yeah, he
does.
does.
Yeah.
It was great casting.
big time.
Richard's not pleased with this apparently, but he's speaking out. Phone calls are next.
I bet he doesn't like Pauly Shore for some reason.
No.
I bet it goes a long way back.
Oh yeah. 866 We Be Big is our number. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you, America, on whatever topic you want to talk about when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And entertainment sometimes is when somebody will take the exact same story and they'll do two different movies with two different groups of actors and basically tell the same story. And so we were I was hanging out with Mom and Dad and Sherry and for part of the weekend when the boys were spending time with us. But when the day would end, we would end up back where we were staying. And so the first Friday night that we were in, we all went out to eat. We got settled in. We were there, and we went to where we were staying. And where we were staying is kind of like a 2-bedroom little villa kind of thing. So we're in the same common areas, and then everybody has their own bedrooms. And so in that common area, there's a TV over the fireplace. Now, the fireplace situation, which is going to own Bubba, I don't know why this kind of humor always owns him, and I forgot to tell this on yesterday's program. So there, I really, truly, I've told you about this. I love gas logs.
Oh, yeah.
I would rather have a really good, nice set of gas logs in the house than to have a fireplace where you put real logs and all that. Because the real logs, the room always ends up smelling like a campsite, and and
I
all.
like real logs. I just don't want to fool with them.
Now I don't want
cut wood, split wood, all that.
Now on gas logs,
wood, good ashes.
I can't.
McKinley.
I can't remember which one's vented and unvented. I never can get that right. But the one that looks the coolest is the ones I like.
The one you have to vent usually looks more realistic, but again, you got to vent it. The unvented ones usually don't, but you don't have to fool with them.
Yeah, whichever one looks the best are the ones I like.
Just as a rule of thumb.
So they had some.
Not all.
They had some of the show enough good ones in this place we were staying, and it had finally gotten a little cooler, and everybody was excited about we could probably put a fire, going. Well, I'm unloading the truck, and I look up, and I see my wife, thankfully in a ponytail. Turns out to be thankful. She just had her hair did too, so don't miss that. And I see her going toward the fireplace with a lighter, and I'm like, baby, and all of a sudden, and you just, and fire just goes, poof, like this, and look, she looks at me and she goes, "Did you see that?" I said, "Baby, a whole ball of fire just went." And she goes, "Is my hair burned?" And so I'm
Did
like,
you have eyebrows?
I'm like, "Honey, what did you just do?" And she goes, "Well, I was turning it on." I said, "You turned it wide open." And she goes, "Well, I didn't know which one was on or off." I said, "Well, we should have just wait a minute."
Just have a button that
a little igniter switch.
No, you don't let it build up.
She turned the how big you want the fire and went all the way to the right and then went. And I'm talking about that shot out there. And so we went this whole deal trying to find what hair was singed and if she still had eyelids and all of that. I I had my hair dead. I said, "Well, that right there's dead." Mm-hmm. And
it'll take you.
Try to get your money back on these few.
Yeah. I think anybody who's grilled out has done that once in their life. Yeah. And it will singe your eyebrows, your eyelashes, everything exposed to that. And you think, did I just almost blow the whole house up?
You know how you could stop something? It's like I've got a suitcase in my hand and I see, almost in slow motion.
I know.
And so anyway, so she was okay. Thankfully, her hair was pulled back. If her hair had been down, oh my gosh. So anyway,
Rick, but is your clicker not working?
Well, this was a place I was renting this. Okay. It's not my place.
I don't have a clicker. Mine, I have to turn the gas on and then use a lighter.
That's what
you got to do. You got to do it right. You got to have it going right.
What she should have done is just opened it up a little bit, lit it, then opened it all the way up to the how she wants to fire.
Right.
She went wide open. Yeah. So this and we were staying in a place I had not even seen it yet. I didn't even know how to operate it. But she wanted to get that fire going. She couldn't wait because she's a firebug. She loves fire.
Yeah.
So anyway, my wife will build a fire at the drop of a hat. She loves fire. So anyway, so we sit down that night, and everybody's got like they like it, and all the women got their little blankets out, and we're all kind of chilling, and we're staying at this beautiful place, and all of a sudden we're flipping around. Let's watch a movie, and everybody's flipping around. Well, there's no on demand, we can't find that, so it landed on Wide Earp, and the one with Kevin Costner. Well, so we get to going, and so in Wide Earp, Dennis Quaid shows up as Doc Holliday. Mm-hmm. And my mother, out of nowhere, goes, I really like that other guy who plays Doc Holliday. And I said, what are you talking about? There's some other movie where there's a guy playing Doc Holliday.
Yeah.
And I said, you mean Val Kilmer from Tombstone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think he does a better job.
Blow you right up at Wildcats.
And I was like, Mom, how
would she know?
You're giving us commentary on Val Kilmer versus Dennis Quaid as Doc Holliday?
I bet Coach has watched that a ton.
Oh, yeah. So it got me thinking about the fact that Tombstone and Wide Earp are the same movie.
Yeah, it is.
With just different actors, all playing these famous characters. Yeah. $21 past. What do you see? Let's go 866 We Be Big. Taking your phone calls right now, and you can join us all across America. And your comments, whatever's on your mind. We'll talk to you. Todd out of Sweet Home, Alabama, gets us started. Todd, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What is on your mind? And thank you so much for listening.
Hey, guys. I listen to y'all every single morning, but I just want to help you out. The phrase biopic that's the proper way to pronounce it, biopic, because it's a compound word meaning like a biography and a picture. Biopic means the prefix bi, which means two, and that's similar to bioptic or something that you'd see. So in the future, it's biopic. Y'all are doing great.
Biopic. You know what?
I've heard it said both ways.
Yeah, I have too. But anyway, we'll go with biopic. And thank you for being willing to work with Rick and Bubba and help us along our way, Todd. And thank you for listening.
Absolutely.
Biopic to you and to yours.
I'm staying with biopic.
We have lines available if you want to join us now at 866 We Be Big. There's no chance that I transition to biopic. John and Moody, 1047 WZZK. If you want to join us, you can too. Go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Are y'all staying warm?
You know what? As long as I don't get outside, yeah, just fine.
I heard that. Hey, I was going to say, if Richard Simmons don't like Pauly Shore's, Eddie Murphy can also play him. He's actually done a little bit. You may can find it on YouTube where he plays Richard Simmons.
I forgot about that. He did, didn't he?
Well, I saw him where he imitated a white guy to see what it was like living in white America.
Sure.
And he looked like Richard Simmons in that.
Yeah. So did he ever?
I don't know if he actually.
Did he
played
actually
him.
do, John? Did he actually do a impression of Richard Simmons, or did the white guy he chose, to Bubba's point, just look like Richard Simmons?
He played Little Richard Simmons.
Little Richard Simmons.
How funny is that? So it's a combo of Little Richard and Richard Simmons. There you go, Eddie Murphy.
Okay, I did not know that.
I forgot about that.
Now
I
that
forgot about that.
Yeah, that I'd never heard. I don't remember
Yeah, I
that
wasn't
at all.
thinking back to Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Do you?
Barely.
Yeah,
he did a lot of characters.
He did, and let's face it, the idea there. If you watch both of them, Little Richard and Richard Simmons, they, as Greg would say, and I'll speak on his behalf, they both did have a little swish to them, and so I could see how you could take those two and combine them into one character.
Right.
All right. So I mentioned this in passing. And then we didn't land on it. We kind of kept rolling past it. Oh my goodness, is this it, Adler?
Yeah.
Oh my. Dare I?
I don't know. I haven't screened
Bubba,
it at all.
Please look at him doing Richard Simmons and Little Richard as one character. That is hilarious. Okay, so back to what we mentioned a minute ago. Has Jason Kelce retired or not?
Well,
okay,
we had the story. We
Right.
saw him after the loss in the playoffs. It looked like he was retiring and telling everybody goodbye. There was a lot of tears. We even did a story Monday. Hey, he's retiring.
Right.
And then yesterday, I go home and I hear reports, not so fast, my friend. I didn't really say that. I need to sit down and think this through and all of that. So I don't know. I'm confused.
Well, I know they didn't win the Super Bowl last year, but they had a great season. That would have been such a better retirement year, even though they didn't win the Super Bowl compared to how they finished this year. And I watched that documentary on he and his brother, and I felt like his wife wanted him to retire last year, and that he was very, very close. But now, and that's why I thought this was such a foregone conclusion. But now he's walking back a little bit. Is that correct? All right. So
he on his podcast with his brother. I guess it's called New Heights. Is the name of the podcast?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. He said that I didn't officially announce. I'm still deciding. It's a very emotional time. And when I do announce it, there are people I want to thank.
Okay.
So I guess he just wants to do it on his own terms if he hasn't already decided. But it was very uncomfortable. Towards the end of this clip, he starts breaking up and getting kind of emotional.
Okay.
And so he's crying in front of his brother. I forget if he cusses or what, because I just watched this just like kind of randomly yesterday. But we can listen to it if you want to.
Do you want to hear this, Bubba? Do we know? Do we want to see Jason Kelce cry?
It's uncomfortable.
I would like to hear.
Is he ugly cry?
In his own words, where we're at.
It's man crying. It's man crying.
Can we hear it?
All right. Here
we go.
Let's see. Oh, I'm spinning. That's great. Hold on a second.
All right.
Let me see if I can
Spin
refresh this
on.
page.
Give me-
Here we go. There we go. All right. Jason Kelce.
Nick kind of gave me an opportunity to talk. I didn't announce what I was doing on purpose, despite, I guess, what's been leaked to the media. I just don't think you're in a position after a game like that to really make that decision. I just don't. There's too much emotion in the moment to really fully grasp that decision. I'm not trying to be dramatic and continue to draw this thing out. I'm really not. It's just something that I think, when it's time to officially announce, what's happening in the future, it'll be done in a way that's, definitive and pays respect to a lot of people and individuals that have meant a lot to me and has led to the career I've had. I don't think that it would be respectful or even accurate to be able to do that right after a game like that.
Yeah.
But I did address the team and pretty much said the same thing that I just said to you, which is, I got belief in every single one of you guys, cherish the moment you have in this league. A lot of guys like, if that is your last game, I feel sorry for you. And I'm like, don't feel sorry for me, motherfucker.
Okay, they bleeped it.
Okay.
That's right.
All right,
Don't feel sorry for me. And this is it. Here he goes. He's crying. I'm uncomfortable. Man.
Hell yeah, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, man.
Okay. Well, that was very moving.
That was Travis trying to give him a little bit of support.
If he's going to announce he's retiring, I go ahead and do it before Travis and Taylor announce their engagement.
Thank you.
Because you don't want to be lost in
Well said. Well, the thing that gets me about the times we're living in, am I the only one that have seen, I'm talking about not just a one or two, multiple tributes to Jason Kelce and his retirement all over social media as if he is retired. Memes after meme after meme after meme after meme after meme of all talking about what he meant to the league and wish you the best. So now
It sounded like a retirement.
So do you have to reel all that back in and do it again?
Yes.
I mean that's what's weird.
Yes.
So anyway, it's we'll see. John is in Wetumpka. John, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
Good, man. I hope you're okay.
I'm doing great. Just trying to stay warm. Just wanted to let y'all know that in The Nutty Professor, he actually plays a character of Richard Simmons, and you see it on the TV as the professor sitting on the couch watching late night TV, and it's like sweat like a pony and all that kind of stuff. So he actually did.
Okay.
Has portrayed the Richard Simmons before.
Okay.
Y'all have a good one, guys.
All right, on Nutty Professor. Okay, so like it's him being Richard Simmons on the TV. Okay. It seems like there's some image of that in my mind, but I don't recall it.
That's right.
All right. We'll be back. More to cover. Bottom of the hour. Our number 866 We Be Big. Robbie Gallaty still to come on the program today. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. Archive from yesterday's Bible study now available to you on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I was trying to remember the difference in the two, and then the question was laid down. So let's take just the main characters, the two main characters. Do we like Kurt Russell as Wyatt Earp and Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday better than Kevin Costner as Wyatt Earp and Dennis Quaid as Doc Holliday?
Yes.
And it became a whole debate right there. And I'm like, I can't believe we're debating this.
Mm-hmm. I'm having a hard time remembering the
I forgot Quaid.
Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, I did too.
In my
I'm
opinion,
having a hard time remembering that one with Kevin Costner and Dennis Quaid. I
Oh,
remember
great movie,
Tombstone,
but-
but I can't. I don't know if I've ever even watched it.
It's a good movie. It goes a little further, like you get all the way down. Because what we love to do, if you're watching based on history movies, I love to pull up all the Wikipedia and all that and see how it's tracking.
Yeah.
And of course, when you get to the Wild Wild West, you also get into what we have now. You know, they were the first ones of exaggerated news and fake news. You know, they would take a story and make somebody's heroic stuff, and you know, so some of it's exaggerated. And you know, at one point they even claimed that Wyatt Earp's brother was really the dominant lawman, more than Wyatt Earp. You know, but Wyatt Earp was just a character that had a little more hype because he did so many other things, and he lived to he was 80-something years old. I mean, he never had a bullet touch him his whole time.
Wow.
But anyway, and of course, you know, the shootout at the OK Corral was really only 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And they really mowed down the guys who came in town.
And of course, in the Wide Earp movie, they make it about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But in Tombstone, they drag it out, don't they?
They do. Yeah, it's minutes.
Yeah. So
long.
So we were discussing. So raise a vote if you're Kurt Russell and Val Kilmer on Tombstone.
Yeah. I like both of them, but I go there.
I don't know the other one. I'm like you.
Can I tell you, Dennis Quaid does a good job if you'd never seen Val Kilmer do it.
Yeah.
If Wyatt Earp was the only version you'd seen of this story, I think you'd be fine with everybody. But when you know that Tombstone basically tells the same story, you know, and then why do we do that? Doesn't somebody say, I don't remember which one was first?
I think Tombstone was first.
If Tombstone's been out there, why am I spending money and shooting Wyatt Earp?
I know.
Am I like? But I've got to watch that now. I haven't seen it.
I can't
so
believe
long.
y'all have
I
not
can't
seen
think
it.
about
It's
it.
good. And
Tombstone, for some reason, whenever I turn the channels, it's on.
I've seen both of them. I'm gonna tell you though,
I'll stop.
when Dennis Quaid is getting in they're trying to, he and Big Nose Kate are trying to kill each other. You know, the woman that he's dating and with this the only woman that dated him with TB. And that's I mean, Dennis Quaid does a good job. It's just because the movie was done twice. I think I do like Kurt Russell over Kevin Costner, though, as Wyatt Earp.
Yeah.
I like the movie. All right, so 93 is Tombstone. And I
The
can't
very next year, it was Wyatt Earp, 94.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
That close.
Wow. I don't understand that at all. But for some reason, Mom thought Val Kilmer did a better job.
Well,
and was real
I
critical of it the whole movie.
Weighed in on it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, I know we continue to give you updates, but something has got to be done.
Bicycle.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Relief Factor. I'm telling you, love this product. Already had my first pouch today. 4 botanicals, all natural. My body has a natural, yours does too, inflammatory response, and these botanicals have been researched for decades. But then the scientists that were working on really the anti-aging, research, saying what can we do to help people with the how their body starts hurting, and you feel like you need to have oil, and your joints are rusting up, and they started looking at these botanicals and the history they had. Said, what if we put them all together and let's see how they act together? And voila, the results were relieffactor.com, and they work for anybody for any age. If you have chronic pain, this might be a natural answer for you, which is far better than pharmaceutical answers, because the pharmaceuticals all have the potential of overuse. They can have side effects. They can have addictive properties. What if we could find a natural reaction? or solution, I should say, to your body's reaction to inflammation. And 70% of the people that do the quick starter pack have gone on to order more because the results were so good. There's over 1 million people that have tried it now, including me. Why don't you go to ReliefFactor.com, and let's hope that I'm going to get an email from you on how well it's working for you, like it has for me and for so many others, and give it a shot. Okay, inside 3 weeks you'll know. $19.95 for 3 weeks of it. Go to ReliefFactor.com, or you can go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So a couple of stories today. We've talked a lot about RVs and traveling and all kinds of. I'm going to take an RV and go here, and have you done an RV there? I'm not familiar with Cordell Patrick, former ESPN
You'll know him
sportscaster.
when you see him.
Okay.
You'll know him when you see
I
him.
just don't know by name, I guess. But apparently, here's his story. He was thrown from his RV going 60 miles per hour on a freeway in California. Here he is.
This is just the quick, just so people can see what happened.
Okay.
There's his RV here, vroom, going past, and that was him on the ground. There he is. He goes to the other side of the median.
Oh, my.
Wow.
And he's just rolling on the
he
interstate.
is thrown out of it across the cement barrier?
Yes.
Wait a minute. That's him on the other
That's
side?
him on the other side.
How does he come out of it?
So his wife.
Did he go to the can?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
he went to
how-
he had
how
just
did-
finished.
How did he get out of the camper?
So he's gonna.
I mean, was a door come open or the side come off?
I think he went out the window.
No.
I don't know. Here he's gonna sell it.
Hit the wall and then tossed him through the driver's side window. Take a listen
Oh,
to what
yeah,
he just
you're
told
right.
us.
That's it.
A few minutes from home, we live in Valencia. We're right off the 14, and I had to use the restroom like a racehorse. And as soon as I
Easy.
stood up to use the restroom, I noticed my wife had dozed off.
Uh-oh.
So I tried to grab the steering wheel, and before I could grab the steering wheel, impact with the inside median, and I flew out the window onto the 14 highway.
Oh,
It's
my.
undescribable, because I didn't know what was going on. I thought that the entire side of the RV had been ripped off because I was trying to figure out, why am I outside?
Oh, my. All right, so what happened to the RV and his wife asleep at the wheel? How did we get it stopped?
I think they probably just scooted to a stop after that.
Yeah, I would think she probably woke up after that.
I bet she did. If your husband grabs the wheel and then flies out the window into the oncoming traffic, I bet you do wake up.
That'll wake
This
you
makes
up.
a lot more sense hearing him because it was confusing at first. He's using the bathroom and flew out or whatever. So he wakes up, or I guess gets up. She dozes off. He goes to grab this wheel and keeps on going. Once they hit that side, the concrete wall,
Knocked him out.
The momentum threw him out.
Golly. I mean, if it throws him a few more feet
into traffic,
he goes into traffic coming the other way.
The fact he survived 60 miles an hour,
Yeah.
falling into
Oh, I know.
is just that alone is remarkable.
The road rash.
I know this should not be my first thought. I know that. I know my first thought should be thank the Lord he's okay. That should be my very first
Yep.
thought, and I acknowledge it
I know
should
what you're
be. But all I can think about is he's got his wife over a barrel now.
Really does.
She can't get on him about stuff now. I mean, he has so much power that he never had before.
He can go hunting whatever he wants.
And thank the Lord he survived. But, hey, I'm thinking about going and hunting again this afternoon. You just going to leave me here with all this too? Well, okay, I guess I could stay here, but I just hope you don't let me fall out the window into traffic.
Right.
Right.
And how come you didn't pick up those towels? Oh, I guess I'm still hurt from when I flew out of the window when you fell asleep at the wheel and nearly killed us. And I fell into oncoming traffic.
He suffered broken bones, a dislocated shoulder, 17 stitches on his head, and road rash covering 60% of his body.
Good night.
He might even get to watch whatever movie he wants.
Oh, yeah. You kidding me?
He may not, but he might.
But
Possibly
then there's the
choose
other,
a restaurant every once in a while.
that's the other side. The other side of things is how she's going to blame this on him because there's
Oh, wow.
how dare you let me fall asleep?
I
You
was
let-
tired.
oh, that's
that.
right.
You're
That's
supposed to
right.
be talking to me and you
Yeah.
didn't.
He's had
Right.
to apologize for her falling asleep.
Yeah,
What am I
right.
thinking?
Yeah. I'm so sorry I got slung out the
No.
window, honey.
Yeah, honey,
I should have been in there with you.
I'm so sorry I've traumatized you by my body flying out the window and allowing you to go to sleep.
Yeah,
That wasn't right. That was not right of me.
You're right.
Yeah,
he didn't
yeah,
get anything.
yeah.
in
How
this.
dare me fly out?
He didn't get anything in this. He got nothing. He's blamed for this
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah,
I don't
what
know
were you
how.
thinking, Rick?
You should have been quicker.
I lost
I'm
my
so sorry.
way. I lost my way for a second.
Well, you saw it logically, actually, the way it happened.
But I forgot the Book of Blame, and it's undefeatable.
Yeah, it's one of the back pages, but allowing you to fall asleep is down.
No. I was in Memphis, Tennessee. I was at a men's conference. I'll never forget it. The guy, it was such a good line. I've mentioned on the air before, but it really sums up what we're talking about. Guy looks down at his phone. He said, well, I don't think I'm going to get to hear the rest of the conference. And I said, really, what's going on? You're not going to be here when I speak? He goes, don't think so. Just got a text that my wife backed into the garage door and tore it up, and I got to go home and apologize.
Yeah. That's the right thing to do.
Why was it down?
Right. So, but you're right. He's not going to get away with this, is he? He's not going to get anything in his account on this, is he?
No.
Somehow he put her in a bad situation where she couldn't stay away.
Flipped.
You didn't make me coffee.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then you
said you would have took over.
I had to stop it alone. You were thrown out and went in there with me.
Yeah.
It traumatized me. It scared me. Now I can't sleep good.
That's it.
Now she's not hurt. He is. Yeah. But his body that was broken has caused so much stress for her. It's his fault.
Yeah. Well, now I guarantee you this though, he's going to be driving from now on.
He will
because it's kind of like you with laundry. You kind of mess it up on purpose.
Yep.
So Sherry kicks you out and says, "Don't do it anymore."
Correct.
No, this is where the wife will demand that the RV be sold. See,
Yep.
she
Oh,
claims
that
she
could
did-
be that.
Claims she didn't want it to begin with.
Oh,
never
yeah.
wanted
yeah.
this.
I didn't even want to go on this road
Never
trip.
wanted
You
this.
made me.
Yep.
He's going so fast across
He is.
the
He
road.
sure is.
Y'all,
He's lucky to be alive.
Guys, y'all don't, and that really should be our focus.
Yeah.
It's amazing that he's alive.
Kudos to the white SUV there for
Yes.
seeing him.
They dodged him.
It's not every day you see a person flying across the concrete.
No.
barrier.
No,
it's not.
no.
So
Wow.
even though that's not exactly
Almighty.
sports, he's a former sports caster. But
Yeah.
so NBC Sports. Now I admit sometimes I will put this on the people of faith. Okay, sometimes we're a little bit. We're always looking for somebody is disrespecting our faith when it really isn't happening.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll kind of dramatize a little bit. They didn't want anybody to talk about Jesus. They edited it out. But this is really odd.
It is.
And it's not surprising. But C.J. Stroud, who is very open about his faith, it almost looks like NBC Sports edited out him trying to talk about his faith. Obviously, if he'd been in the speech and wanted to, use this opportunity to talk about the advancement of LGBTQ causes, it would have been left in. But or whatever. But it does sound. Now I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't sound good.
It doesn't,
Yeah,
and this
okay.
is making its way across social
Right.
media. And y'all tell from what you think. The first one is what aired, and then the second one was what he actually said.
Okay.
And I don't know.
The actual editing, they did edit it, but
Yeah.
on the broadcast it went out because it was just live.
Right.
On the broadcast it went out. On social media,
Where they put it out.
on social media they posted a clip and it was like C.J. Stroud has love for the city,
Right.
and they cut out the part where. But here you go.
In your first NFL season and a record-setting performance for you, what does this moment mean?
I mean, it's been amazing being in this city for as short as I've been. But
So that was.
That's the edit.
Well, that's what they
the
put
edit.
out.
That's what they put out, and this is what you can hear.
first and foremost, I just want to give all glory and praise to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's been amazing.
So there you go.
Well, they did edit it out.
Yeah,
now, what their reason for that? I guess they can
Well,
say,
again-
we just want to get to the heart of what he said about the city. But I mean,
Well, again, this goes back to some of this editing we're seeing by MSNBC.
right,
You ask him a question.
right,
Air what he said.
right, exactly.
If you don't want to hear him do that, don't interview him.
True.
Right.
But when you start editing his answer, you're not being fair.
Right.
You're not saying what he says.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy.
It really
That's
is.
crazy.
Yeah, and I would feel the same way. There's people that say things in interviews all the time that I don't really agree with or like. Or go, man, I hate they said that. But that's what they said.
Right.
So
Right.
I
It is what it
so I
is.
take that and I process that, and then I have my own response to it.
Right. It's kind of like history is what it is,
Right.
and it was what it was. Don't rewrite it. Let's deal with it. Let's talk about it and move on from it.
Right.
You know?
And you wouldn't edit out other things that meant something to somebody if it passed your test.
Right.
Right.
And it's not your job to be the filter.
No. Not in that case. If you're going to filter him, do a book on him. Don't do an interview live after a game.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A dude with pink hair cycling. Dominated. I'll tell you why, because his legs are big and he has muscle mass that females do not have.
Rick,
you know why? Because he's not a female.
Rick, she is just destroying the female records as Rachel continues to mow through the cycling world as a female.
Guys, those look like, I mean, that's a man's legs because you know why? They're attached to a man.
Look like rugby legs.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 100%. You think those things can't churn?
Now, some of the competitors of Rachel McKinnon have about had enough of it.
Well,
they are
should
really
have
on the
enough of it.
warpath about this. And they're complaining. They're saying, we don't care what the deal is now. The science is that after the male body has gone through puberty, it retains a clear muscular advantage over the females. No matter what you do later, what kind of surgeries you have, what you add, what you take away, what kind of hormones you inject, you still have the muscle structure of a male.
And there was a time that they were saying, and I heard you guys talking about in the kickoff hour, they were saying that they tried to do something to offset this by saying, if you have not had the full-blown physical, and I guess we'd have to say, I don't know what you do about what you're talking about, Bubba, the fact, how do you change the dynamic of muscle mass
Rick.
and all
You
that?
can't.
Well, they've come back and the Olympics required you to have the full deal. Now they don't. 4 years ago, you can just claim it.
Talking about the surgery.
Guys,
now
surgery.
We cannot allow a male to just
Get
say,
ready for the records to fall.
I identify as a woman, so with my full male body, I'm going to compete against women. You can't allow that. If you know what you say,
Rick, why do we even have gender sports anyway? Shouldn't it all just be one?
So look at those three standing right there.
That's unbelievable. Guys, look, if you want, I mean, look at his hips. I mean, if you want to say, look, we don't want to be mean. You certainly have some sort of challenge here on your identity, and you need our compassion, and we wish you well, and we hope that you can find happiness. But you just cannot compete in athletics. You have now decided, you made a decision in your life that you now will not compete athletically against women. It just won't happen. You can go off in society and I guess socially be a woman if you'd like, but you can't physically compete against women because you still physically have a male's body and muscle mass, so it's not allowed. And then if somebody says, well, that's not very nice, say, I'm sorry, however you interpret it. We're not saying you can't go live your life privately like you want to, but you can't do this.
Yeah.
Well, it's not nice, Rick, to the other females who have trained and worked and now have to compete against a male that has come over into their category. That's who it's not. That's who you ought to have compassion for.
We need to take the role of bartenders everywhere that have to say to drunks who keep saying they don't want the night to end, look, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Right.
Okay. Well, and I mean, it's look, if you don't want to go home, that's fine. But I tell you, you're not going to be here because we shutting it down. And you got to go. And so we just have to look. We can't just allow people to just say just cause or I feel and this is just what I want to do. You can't do anything you want to do.
And Rick,
every decision you make, you've made a decision which now will say, well, then you've limited certain things that you can or cannot do. And some of these things are just facts. And one of them is you can't have a male body and compete in women's athletics. We can't allow that to go on.
And, Rick, people in the medical field will tell you, if they're being honest and not fearing a reprisal, that, look, can I carry you back to basic biology? XX, XY. XX and XY, chromosome. We are different. Male and female are different at the cell level. Now, when you go and you start doing surgery, you can change the outward appearance. You can even take hormones to change and mask the things that go along with your sex, but you're still at the chromosome level of male or female. We cannot, that's never changed, by the way.
Well, then why don't we pick who gets to compete by that? That's the test.
Well, that would be the ultimate, and that's why they try to block it from being done.
Yeah, let's just go.
They don't want to hear it.
You can live any way you want to, but when it comes to competing for sports and stuff, we take that test, and what it says, that's what you are.
And here's what needs to be done with the sports. This is your fix for that.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So recapping a couple of things, and this will tie into this. So we just got an email from Mike, and he says, I understand that Greg isn't there because his wife Lisa is sick. And first of all, I hope she gets well soon. But when Adler's kids are sick, sometimes he brings them to work and makes them sit in his office so he can work. Why couldn't Greg just bring Lisa?
That's a good idea.
And I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't. It's different when it's your wife. They're not as up for that as your kids that maybe have sniffles.
Yeah.
They're not as up for that. But Mike, I appreciate what you're thinking.
Right.
So with Greg not here, Bubba and I are really somewhat confidently wearing the same sweatshirt.
Look, it's been so cold.
Yeah,
I really don't care about fashion right now.
No,
We're in survival mode.
Right. Yeah, if it was normal weather, I would already be in a different shirt because I have others in my office.
If anybody mouths us too much about it, I'm going to hit them with a frozen stick.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah. That Vikings thing you had on yesterday, that really told me you didn't care.
Yeah, that looked good.
Yeah.
That looked real good. So Greg is out today, so that leads to what do you do about Greg things? So the archive is out yesterday. We're doing a Bible study on 2 Corinthians, and those of you that are new to all this, we actually been doing a Wednesday Bible study here with a group of men as far as different studios over the last decade, believe it or not. And you can find all those archives of different books of the Bible and commentaries and things that we've done Bible studies on. And so it's normal. Just about every Wednesday we're here. In 2 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians is one of those books of the Bible, and I feel bad about it. You
mean Corinthians too?
Yeah, the 2 Corinthians. But it's one of those books of the Bible because it's not 1 Corinthians, it's 2 Corinthians, but that the Apostle Paul, some of the most powerful things that we quote from the Bible are in 2 Corinthians.
Yeah.
And like this one right here, as we're going through it, I'm like, okay, wow, so that's 2 Corinthians. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he's a new creation. The old has passed away, behold, the new has come. And so that was kind of our theme yesterday that we worked through. Well, as you know, on the Wednesday Bible study, we have a man who's just trying to grow spiritually. He's just trying to come study the Bible, and he made the mistake of letting us know, Greg, that he roasted peanuts and liked to roast peanuts. And because you've heard us talk about Don Day, and that's not the former radio personality. It's just a man that I go to church with and who comes to the Bible study. And so this thing of ongoing deal of Greg and Don Day, and when Don Day's not here, instead of Greg checking on him to see if he's okay, he asks where are the peanuts. And we've talked about all that, and that we wish Greg was concerned about Don making the Bible study versus Don bringing peanuts, and we've done all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Don Day came yesterday, and he brought freshly roasted peanuts, and I put them where I always do on Greg's desk, and then Greg texts yesterday saying I'm not going to be coming in, and now those peanuts are here. Now peanuts keep, so I know Greg probably desires that the peanuts make it till he gets back next week, Lord willing. I don't know that they have a really good shot of that.
By the time Greg's back, it'll be Bible study time again. So,
well, you're right. It'll almost be like a reload. Yeah. So
somebody left me some in my door folder.
I did that for you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Don Day yesterday said, "Here's a couple of individual packs for anybody who would like some," and I said, "Well, I'll put those in Bubba's door."
Good. Well, I'll need them today.
I think they make it if we don't start into the bag, because everybody knows once you start, you got to finish them.
Of course.
Now, and I know you shouldn't base what you do on what somebody else would do to you. That shouldn't be how we act.
No,
but I know
I think that is the opposite of what Jesus taught.
That's right. And so that's the Jesus. That's what I'm telling myself.
Right.
Although I know Greg would eat them if they were ours.
Right.
Because he couldn't stop.
We should treat those peanuts the way we wish Greg would treat them if they were our peanuts. That's the correct teaching. But that's not what we're sensing right now. That's not what we feel. What we're thinking is, what would Greg do to us? So let's do it to him first.
Yeah. So we shouldn't do that.
Yeah. That's exactly what Jesus was not teaching. But
I'm really counting on those peanuts to get me through the podcast.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have yours in your door there. So,
well, Bubba, the good news for you, even though I know you keep saying you're out of your rough patch, the topic today I think will speak to you. It is God taking you through life's crises.
Yeah.
So
And
you could
the process of
subtitle
that,
rough patch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, my rough patch is over, but
well,
we're just doing the things that's got to be done out there in the world.
Well, you got still plow. Is that what you said?
Still got to plow.
That plow comment yesterday.
The weeds still gonna grow.
Well, no, I needed the plow comment because I thought, okay, I can land right there. I see what you're saying now, because it doesn't look like it's completely back in order.
Nothing is ever back in order.
No. Yeah. So I think I'm going to go ahead and say this.
I think things just spiral into chaos. They never go back the other way.
They do. I think. And I'm a worst case scenario person, so I prepare myself. Since I always say, well, it could have been this bad.
Right.
If it can just get on this side of not being that way, just like I said,
without being negative.
Yeah. Well, my new thing has been, like I've told you, and it's working tremendously. Like, say your situation right now, I have something that's being repaired, or I have something that's being remodeled, and somebody says, when do you expect that to be finished? And I say, never. And they say, how much do you think it's going to cost? I said, so much more than I ever thought.
Right.
And then when it comes into inside of never, and there was a number I thought of that was worse than the actual number they went over, see, then I feel like I've done something. I feel like I moved forward.
Positive.
I feel like I moved forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
Low expectations.
Finality is,
right.
Other than the death, it seems elusive in a lot of topics.
It does. Yeah. Rick, how much over you think they'll go? $100,000. And then when it comes in at like 10,000, you're like, wow.
What a deal.
That's a 90 win there.
Right. Yeah. So when do you think they'll finish? Never. I'll never see it. Somebody will run up to me in heaven and say they finished it.
Yeah.
And then when it gets inside and I'm still alive and it finishes, I go, well, I made it.
You made it.
And that's how I do it.
Yeah. Back to peanuts. Tell me if I need a ruling on this.
Okay. I think I'm good with the ruling.
I'm not going to eat Greg's peanuts that Don Day brought
Put on his desk in the blue bag?
I'm not going in his office.
Okay.
However, I did text Greg and say that Don Day's peanuts are delicious to see his reaction.
That's good.
Waiting on that?
Can I still mess with him?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
That's the ruling I need.
Oh yeah, we're not going to go crazy.
We're gonna play it up like I'm just tearing him up.
And I hate to bring this up because I know this is just open the door for damage.
Wow, the response.
I think if you look on Greg's desk, there's 2 little snack bags in Bubba's door, but in Greg's room, in his office, there's 2 full bags, not 1. There's 2 paper bags. So I think even if we left him 1 paper bag, it's still really nice.
That gets him to Wednesday.
Yeah, I think we're still really nice on that one.
I'm going to portray it as though there won't be any left. So when he gets here Monday, Lord willing,
he'll be happy.
And he goes in there and he sees the little bags.
He'll be shocked.
Well, look at you.
Throw something out there like really thought that Rick shouldn't have offered them to the golden ticket seats.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, throw some of that out.
Okay, done.
Yeah,
we might even do some photo ops of somebody holding a bag, even though we're not eating them.
Oh yeah,
that'd be cool.
Right, that'd be good.
But Greg's in these peanuts. I think this is maybe a lesson. He's got to get a little bit of handle on that.
Oh man,
I mean the way he acts about it.
He's texting me back.
Okay.
Let's see what he says.
You can't read it. I bet
I can't.
Huh?
I can't.
I bet it was different than what C.J. Strauss said.
Uh-huh.
So they
I'm gonna keep it going now.
Oh wow, you put a hashtag Gold Dust Twins in there. All right, top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. Thanks for being with us. Don't forget, you can get Rick and Bubba archives of any part of the show that you missed on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No matter how many hormones.
You have female and you have transgenders. Let them compete in their own league.
True.
That's the only way it's fair.
Yeah.
You could do that.
You're right.
Yeah, you could do that.
Add to the confusion.
How about this? Here's the men's sports. Here's the women's sports. I mean, everybody who knows their identity, then and it matches their chromosomes. Chromosome XX league, chromosome XY league.
Do y'all remember that? That was 7th grade science.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah, and those of you that are going to declare and you're confused, you're not sure, or you don't even want a gender, then y'all have your own league.
Yeah. And so you don't hear that talked about a lot, but the very first sale of your body when it is the very first one is either XX or XY. It doesn't change. I mean, you talking about classification point A, that's it. You're male or female or very early on.
All right, let's say that I showed up, okay, and they were having an arm wrestling competition. And I showed up with no arms, okay? Mm-hmm. And I said, well, I identify that I have 2 arms. And they would say, yeah, well, if you want to do that in your private life, that's fine, but you can't be in the arm wrestling competition. You just can't. Well, yes, I can. No, you can't. I know you think you have arms, but you really don't. So arm wrestling will require arms. Well, I identify that I have 2 really strong arms, but you don't. That's not the truth, so you can't. So I can try to say I'm XY when I'm XX, but it doesn't make it so. So when it comes to the physical body, you can't do it. This is not fair. This isn't right to the women who are competing as women. It's just not right.
I'm even hearing some of the libs, the far left now. They are even going as far now to say, yes, you were born a certain sex, but then you identify as a gender, and they're trying to make that more important than the way you're born. But
exactly.
They're not totally discounting the way you're born now because they know science is not on their side, and no matter how politically correct you get, that's the thing of political correctness. It's like an avalanche. It just comes in there and mows over fact. It mows over history. It just goes over culture. It goes over truth. It's the ultimate icing on every situation is political correctness, and that's a mistake. I don't think we should.
Well, you got to have some levity in all this. You got to have some clear thinking.
Yeah,
and
be able to take a joke.
Right, and I see the other thing, I saw somebody bring this up, and they're right. And, there was a time where a man, no matter what they want to do in their life, if they want to be a drag queen, if they want to pretend they're a woman or identify as a woman or whatever, there was a time when at least deep down somebody would say, I just can't live with going over here as a man with the muscle mass that God designed for a man and go over and beat a bunch of females and think I've accomplished something.
Yeah, you have to ask that question of this guy.
It's not a big deal.
I know, but I mean, it'd be like me walking out there in a T-ball game, when I was 19 and just owning T-ball.
Yeah, I can bat 1,000 in T-ball.
And everybody's like, well, you beat a bunch of T-ballers. I mean, you're 19 and you've gone through puberty and they haven't. Oh, yeah, but look, hey, man, I wreck that league. As a matter of fact, I set a T-ball world record. Nobody's ever hit like I hit. Well, yeah, but you're not you're not where you're supposed to be. You're not an elite athlete. You're an elite T-ball player at 19. So what you're basically saying is I'm a man, but I'll tell you what, athletically, I'm an elite female. Yeah, but that's not the league you're supposed to be in. I mean, it doesn't even – I mean, can you imagine what if Alabama said we're going to drop down, we're going to leave Division I, and we're going to drop down to Division III. And then they came back and said, we won that championship every year. And they had the same players, had everything. Well, you're playing teams that are at a terrible disadvantage against you. They got to live under the rules of Division I, meaning they get to get Division I players, and then they went down and dominated Division III. I mean, there was a time when someone worth anything would go, well, I really didn't accomplish anything. I've got a trophy over here that I'm showing everybody, but that trophy doesn't really represent a lot of excellence. I mean, how can anybody even live with that? How does this person think they're doing anything? I dominated cycling in the female division as a man. I bet you did. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep. 6 minutes past the hour. How about you? Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. We thank you for being with us. Speedy Adler with us today. Helmsy Greg out. So we do not have the full team on the field. But still today, we'll talk to Robbie Gallaty coming up a little bit later on the program about a couple of men's conferences that we're doing with Robbie, one that he has invited us to and one we've invited him to. And we'll talk about all that's going on with him. He and Bubba will probably talk ham radio. So that's coming up. And then also later today, we'll record another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It'll be out this weekend, and we'll tell you more about that on tomorrow's program. All right, so things going on this week. All right, so speaking of those things, and some of it we'll talk about next week. One of them features Calvin Speedy Wilburn, our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn, and it really is true, Speedy, what you were saying in the break. And God love you. Okay,
I know.
You got a big heart. Just ask Richard Simmons. You're there for people. You got a servant's heart. You love helping people, but God love you. You get yourself in so many situations, and
I do.
So you would look on paper, Bubba, of all the things we get asked to do, and we are so thankful that anybody would ask us to do anything.
Right.
We do apologize that we can't do it all. It's just not possible. But it's kind of all of you to trust us and invite us and give us these opportunities, and then we try to take the ones that kind of fit, what we feel called to do and can do. But when you look on the request sheet and you see an organization, a private school, would like to ask Speedy to come and hunt in the Black Belt region of Alabama, which is very good hunting,
right,
about the time the rut is starting, to help raise money for a Christian private school, you would say, yeah, that sounds good. And then, hey, if you get up and say a few words to everybody at Fish Fry, you start picturing yourself like with the fire out there and the fish fry.
You're kidding me?
And you're under the stars. And
it's more manly than that.
And what a beautiful, you think, man, now that's not even work.
No.
You think, yeah, man, that's awesome.
Now, and then you add in two very good friends of mine, Tommy Lenore and David Moore, and you got yourself a little trip, you know?
Yeah, and then, I started looking at the forecast, as I know you did, and when you're in Alabama, of course, I've just got this from somebody who's at the event. Oh, after hearing Speedy talk about his incident with Richard Simmons, we're now being told that Speedy will just be in a cabin by himself tomorrow night. So that's a text.
Come from Tommy.
Yeah, it did.
It did. Thanks,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Yeah,
Appreciate you, buddy.
But anyway, so can you run the forecast for what you're going to be in?
Yeah, well,
because you would think, well, if I'm going in the deep south, winter is not necessarily always
right.
Problematic. We have pretty mild winters.
Right.
Of course, not right now.
No, not this week.
Right now, we got an Arctic blast.
Yeah.
No.
Can I tell you
And
how
it's
I
resetting today and coming back this weekend.
Can I tell you how I even looked at the forecast because I was so nonchalant about it, like wasn't even worried about the Selma, Alabama
You didn't care.
forecast.
That's
in
down
that
there.
area.
That's low. That's down there toward the bottom.
My main concern was Huntsville.
Sure it was.
Because
That's where
my
your boy
Saturday is going to involve a Saturday morning hunt. That wraps up. I come to Birmingham, pick up Terry. We go to Huntsville because the UAH baseball season starting banquet is Saturday evening. And so I was looking at that because my dad was saying, hey, streets hadn't even thawed, and here it comes again. We got rain today.
Got to get above freezing for that time.
So I was looking at that, and I went, let me look at Selma and see what that's like. And then this came up. Tomorrow, winds 20 to 25 miles an hour, higher wind gusts possible, high 43. If you look at the hourly for Friday, this is in Selma, Alabama, let's say we would go out and start hunting. 43, 20 miles per hour winds out of the northwest. And it's
20 miles per hour?
Yeah, and it's pretty sustained until about 4:30. Then it kind of starts to settle right at dusk, as it normally does. Then Saturday morning we go out, right? Hey, Saturday morning hunt, let's go. Woohoo! 19 with 8 mile per hour winds out of the dead north.
Look, I've been out colder, but it wasn't fun.
No, it's it's the wind. I've been out when it's cold. It's the wind that'll hurt your feelings.
Boy,
I mean, you think, hey, I got it going on, and then here comes the wind.
And you also, and it's not true, especially because anything can happen, but that kind of weather, especially wind, and I know this, that everybody's, I'm going to get it. No, just save me the email. I'll tell you one thing. One day the wind was blowing 50 miles an hour, shot the biggest buck I ever seen.
Right.
I got all that.
Yeah.
But when you're out there on that, usually that kind of wind makes you feel like I'll never see a deer again.
Ever.
I'll never see one. I forgot what they look like.
I just want you to be alive.
I think sometimes, depending on where you live in the region, the weather can even freak the deer out, where they're like, I'm not even getting up.
Right.
And so I'm still going to have a blast. We're going to go down and try to make the best of it, as we always do, but dadgummit.
Well, it did leave. It left. Wow, this is going to be incredibly cool. I'm going to really get to enjoy this wonderful experience to now I'm surviving it.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of hunts I just was trying to survive.
Yeah.
Some single-digit ones, and I thought, if I can just get through this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I've got some cold weather hunting gear.
Wind.
And it's all about layering. But now I'm even questioning, do I have enough? I need to really take what I've got.
If you can get me out there, the temperature is okay if it can be still with no wind and I can layer.
Right.
The wind is a game changer.
The wind.
Can I tell you, too, a game changer? And I've been experimenting with it with the temperatures we've had this week. The heatable vest.
Yeah.
If you put it on and another coat over the top of it, it amplifies. Oh yeah. I mean, you're
a baby potato now.
You're like a little oven.
You're under foil. Yeah. Somebody's got you in foil, keeping you warm.
It's absolutely a game changer.
So what we do a lot of times, because baseball season has now become the coldest sport. It seems like, because we start in February, and it's just freezing cold. One of our moves is Terry and I. We just take a sleeping bag. Just hear me. We take a sleeping bag and open it up and step into it and then pull it up about waist high. Sometimes she pulls it all the way up shoulders, and then sit down in our ballpark chair, and it works. You have some people, they got now like little enclosed tents that are heaters are inside it. You're trying to survive. Would it be bad to take a sleeping bag and hunt in it?
Do you get?
Yes,
do you get?
I'm not going to do that.
The feet of the bottom of your sleeping bag dirty when you do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just wash them.
Are you and Terry in one together?
No, I wish. Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Well, don't tell us about that.
Well, no, I'm just saying, but we'd have to really sit out in the outfield.
It gives seventh inning stretch a whole new name.
Yeah.
Well, you share body heat. You're trying to survive.
Yeah, it's just for warmth.
And apparently we are just being set up with roughing it kind of, hey, cabin, y'all build a fire, you get in the middle of nowhere. Cold. All this kind of stuff,
which would have been awesome,
if
the forecast was a little more kind.
Right, and we're talking about it now, and I won't complain about it again because you can't. You can't.
Who wants? You want that guy coming?
No,
because you know what you tell that guy. Well, I just wish you hadn't come.
Right,
I didn't know you were going to come here and complain about it.
Yeah, and a lot of people go, you know what? I'd rather get out and something like that.
Absolutely.
Now Tommy, all right. Now Tommy Lenore and David Moore, they both teach there. All right, so they're teachers and big part of the school. That's how this all started. Tommy reached out and said, hey, man, what are you doing this weekend? I'm going to know. Hey, do you want to come down and speak? And then he added the hunting in, so I felt good about myself that he asked about the speaking first. But fish fry, live music, all this kind of stuff. It was supposed to be under a tent outside. They, I think, might move it in now. But he said, and this is how it always works.
Hope so.
This is how it always works. Hey, man, let me tell you something. They're talking about some big bucks down here moving around.
Oh, here we go.
Because what happens is
mayonnaise.
The local landowners.
Here comes mayonnaise.
The local landowners in that area, they provide their land for the hunters. And there's listeners and viewers of the show that have signed up for this hunt. They come in, they offer their land up, and so now they're all reporting about what they're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the students, it's their family, so now they're coming in and telling the teachers, hey, we are seeing giants,
But we've all been here.
I know.
We're veterans.
I know.
We know these are mayonnaise deer.
I know.
We know they're mayonnaise deer, and those you don't know what that is, what's going to happen, Speedy's not going to see them, and then they're going to say mayonnaise everywhere yesterday.
No, Rick, no. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go and have the time of my life and not see anything, and then Tuesday, Tommy's going to send me a picture of one that his student killed on the where I sat.
Of course,
Friday.
Mayonnaise everywhere yesterday.
Speedy, I think you're on to a possible invention here. You need like a sleeping bag that has a hole in the bottom of it, 2 holes where you can put your feet out of it.
I like it.
And make it camo so you can sit in it in a shooting house.
There you go.
And 2 people can fit in it.
Yep.
Phone calls
I'm
are
all about
next.
that.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, so we got past us and we did not discuss it, but we want you to know we're aware that this story has been out. We just hadn't talked about it.
Yeah, we actually looked at it, had it in the notes, didn't get to it that day.
Breaking.
But it's it's funny. There's a picture of this guy that looks like he's hugging the top of the airplane, which is kind of funny. It's a climate protester from the group Extinction Rebellion. And this guy who glued himself to the airplane is a former Paralympian, James Brown, who was able, and he's blind also, he was able to smuggle, I should say.
Looks like he is snuggling the plane.
He snuggled the plane.
Rick, that's what you do before we get on the plane.
Yeah, I always talk to the plane and love on it before I get on it.
You do.
It's hard to talk about this story after you've seen the picture of it. I mean, I'm just laughing already. He glued himself to the roof of the plane, and of course it was a publicity stunt to bring attention to this group. I'm sure they're fine folks.
I would have taught him the ultimate lesson.
Yeah.
And he'd have heard that plane cranking. He'd have heard that thing cranking
a little bit.
I would have started taxiing down that runway and say, "Hey, I'm gonna see how committed you are to the cause."
Hope you got some good glue.
How good your glue.
That's right. This is going to be a Gorilla Glue commercial nobody's ever going to forget. What kind of glue do you use? Do you use that stuff, that guy that always hangs from stuff by a helmet? Do you use that one?
Well,
and that Gorilla Glue?
Any of those,
super glue.
Super glue is like usually clear and it's very thin. They make a jelly form of it. I use too.
Where are you on Gorilla Glue?
Now, Gorilla Glue to me, and I don't know, Greg, you may have a different name for it. It's more. Well, we had another name for it. I'm not going to use it right
Easy
now.
Tiger.
It's a little more jelly like. And it sets up like concrete. Buddy.
I'm more of a J.B. Weld guy myself.
Yeah, that's mixing 2 things together
What
on
is that?
contact.
Same thing.
It's a chemical weld almost. They call it J.B. Weld, as a matter of fact.
Well, I heard Greg. He just said it with all kinds of confidence.
Yeah, it will. Now you can't mess up with it. It's in 2 tubes, and you put them out together. And when they mix, buddy, it's serious business.
Of course, that guy on the commercial with that clear stuff. What is it that he made the boat, the glass boat?
I love that.
Out of or whatever.
Yeah. You ordered some of that, didn't you?
Oh, you mean the guy? It was a tape or the spray?
No, this is something like a clear gel type.
Yeah.
Well, it was.
Well, he's done different ones, but this latest one, when he makes the boat out of plexiglass.
Yeah, I think it was the clear version of that rubber paint they have. What do they call it? Flex Seal. It works pretty good. I use their tape on stuff.
Watch it now.
If you're sealing up a coax connector, it's excellent, Greg.
Let me tell you,
especially if you wrap it the right way.
When that flex tape guy does this with the boat,
they own me with those demos.
They got some clear gel now. They're doing
same thing.
I'll get Flex Seal when I go through the store. If I just see the thing, I'll just grab some because I think I might need that.
So what does this idiot glue himself with? Does it say in the story?
I don't know.
The guy on the plane.
Was he really glued or just laying up there?
Because if he's glued to it. If he's glued with some of these show enough good glues, you're going to pull some skin off, get him off there.
I think he was
because used to try to keep that super glue off your fingers, and now they glue you up when you have a cut or something with it. So.
go. 21 minutes past the hour. Phone troll time. First one of the day. Phone troll a little different. You pop some questions at us. Bam, bam, bam. Make some comments. Here we go. And then we respond and try to get a lot of you in here in a short period of time. All 10 lines are now available. Speedy is taking the phone calls. At the end of 30 seconds, our friend the buzzer will end your phone call. We'll get to another call. So if you're calling, easier to get through because we got 10 lines. Bam, I'm there. 866 We Be Big. Then if you're in line, you're not like, well, they'll never get to me because, right here, the buzzer is rolling through the calls so we can get through people quicker so you have a better shot. So 866 We Be Big. We'd love to hear from you and you bring some content to the table. Not a meaningless shout out, not a shameless plug. All those get instant buzzers. Jody gets us started out of Alabama. Jody, 30 seconds. Go, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all today?
We're great.
Great. But I was just wondering what heated vest that is that you're wearing.
Rick, how would you say it? It's Ororo.
Turn around again. Oro, like an Oreo, but it's Ororo. So.
Yeah, there's several brands of them out there now. And this one is a little snug on me. I will say this, maybe they run a little small. I don't know, but
well, did you say that's the triple X?
Yeah, that is 3X. Yeah.
Well, they run small then.
Yeah.
Of course, now you run big, but I mean,
I do,
but normally,
most 3Xs are a little. I got room on those.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Most of it I get by with 2X, but
yeah.
It runs a little tight. I tell you what I found out though. I like this, but I throw my big NASA jacket over the top of it, and man, I'm gonna tell you, you got you something there. You ain't gonna get cold outside.
You said they have gloves too?
Yeah, they got heated gloves. I might check
Ororo.
Yeah, but there's 2 or 3 different brands of them out there.
Yeah,
and they have charts about how long they heat per battery, and you need 2 or 3 batteries so you can keep them rotating, keep one hot.
Right.
So I just popped a new battery in. Hey, here we go.
Are you a little cold right now?
The 8 o'clock breeze came through here on me, so
all right.
We'll be all right.
We continue. Let's go to Austin in Sweet Home, Alabama. 30 seconds. Go, Austin.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
My question is, since you guys grew up in the 80s, did either one of you ever see Randy Rhoads live with Ozzy Osbourne? He's the guy who created Crazy Train, and he died at 25. Only 2 years alive to make what he did.
Yeah, I never did. I was never a real big Ozzy guy because I thought my mom would find out I went. Yeah. So I never saw him, but I had friends, Spider-Man Hansen, I'm pretty sure, who followed Ozzy quite a bit. I think he did see him, one of my friends in the 80s. So the opportunity was there, but I didn't take it.
Yeah, I'm a big Randy
not
Rhoads.
see it either.
Big Randy Rhoads fan.
Amazing guitarist. No doubt about that.
Fantastic.
And a sad way to die, by the way. Goofing around in a personal aircraft.
Oh.
And sleeping.
We've had a lot of those.
Yeah, they crashed into the tour bus out there goofing around.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We nearly killed Ozzy. We continue. Let's go to Stacy in Sweet Home, Alabama. Stacy, go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all this morning?
We're good, Stacy. Hope you're okay.
I just wanted to call, and I was surprised that I got on the call, but I just wanted to say that I love listening to y'all in the morning, and I just wanted to thank y'all for getting up early and doing what you do every morning.
Well, thank you. Well, Stacy,
so sweet
what a sweet thing to say. Appreciate that very much.
I'll remember that when the alarm goes off tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ken in Opelika, I-92 WLWI. Ken, go ahead.
Hey, I think the fellow from the Winnebago could really say he peed himself this time. And when Bubba goes to Yellowstone Park, you're going to take a picnic basket for Yogi and Boo Boo?
A picnic basket?
That was a good cartoon.
It was. I loved it.
I wish they'd have paid Yogi Bear like they should have. But let's go to Vinemont. John standing by. John, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I was putting together my sports calendar for the year, and I was curious if you guys knew if the transgender thing was going to ruin the Olympics and stuff.
Will they let trans athletes compete in the gender of their choice in the Olympics? Good question. I don't know.
Rick, I think the last I heard on that was that the Olympics said they're going to let the governing body of each sport decide that. They're not going to make a blanket. So
of course,
whoever the governing body is for fencing or whoever the governing body is for that will all make their own decision. And from the ones I recall, it's kind of a split decision. Some do, some don't.
Well, better known as this potato's hot. I'll not handle it. Here, you try.
That's right. Somebody else get it.
Passing the buck. Let's go to Steve. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Yeah, this was into Speedy's conversation earlier about getting in a sleeping bag. If you will Google IWOM, IWOM, it's a jacket you put on, you wear it in, you drop the bottom of it out, you kick your feet. It has a rubber bottom in it, Bubba, so your boots don't have to worry about getting muddy. Zips around your feet. It's got face mask, the whole covering, and it's warm. You'll stay about 70 degrees inside that.
How about that? They've got the sleeping bag just like you were talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of I've seen those on some of these shows where these football games are going to be extreme.
Garrett in South Carolina. Garrett, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Hey, good.
Hey, so just wanted to ask, with this NIL deal going on with these college players, I completely agree that they should be paid. I just wanted to see what you guys thought would be an acceptable kind of a cap for that NIL deal, because I think that it is eventually going to get out of hand.
Well, but you almost have to let it, as you heard Trent Dilfer say, let it destroy itself. If you get involved with some governing body and try to mandate that.
Yeah, you're just going to ask for lawsuits.
More lawsuits.
The marketplace is going to have to work that. Yeah. And it will work itself out. Now, Rick, I've predicted all along that this is going to start getting into facilities and coaches' salaries.
No doubt about that, yeah.
But, let the NIL be market-driven. I mean, if somebody wants to pay somebody $2 million to be seen in front of their car lot, so be it.
To Ralph in Kentucky. Ralph, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, I was wanting to tell you, I had ran across an archive show the other night, and it was in Sherry was on the show, and you guys were having to deal with the issue with Brandy. And I want to just tell you guys that you're an inspiration, encouraging for Christian parents that may have to deal with something like this down the road.
Yeah, we've tried to. It's not an easy thing, and we're continuing to navigate that, and things are certainly better as far as as far as the relationship, which is fantastic. But it's a difficult thing, and but it's right out of Scripture. These things are. Jesus was never silent that we might be in those situations. But thank you for that, and we try to help the best we can. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Especially if you wrap it the right
when
way.
that flex tape guy does this with the boat.
They own me with those demos.
They got some clear jail now they're doing.
Same thing.
I'll get Flex Seal when I go through the store. If I just see the thing, I'll just grab some because I think I might need that.
So what does this idiot glue himself with? Does it say in the story?
I don't know.
The guy on the plane.
Was he really glued or just laying up there?
Because if he's glued to it, if he's glued with some of these show enough good glues, you're going to pull some skin off, get him off there.
I think he was
because used to try to keep that super glue off your fingers, and now they glue you up when you have a cut or something with it. So pretty good stuff. But I remember the first ads for that stuff. They'd put one drop on two cubes of metal, and they'd stick it together, then they'd pull a track truck with it. You remember?
Yeah, a little much.
Do you ever feel bad for the guy who glued himself to the plane? Does he really think that was going to be the turning point?
Yeah,
somebody
saved the earth.
Somebody said, you know what? I want to keep on flying till that guy glued himself to a plane. And I just don't feel good about it anymore.
And I'm voting Green Deal now.
All I can think about is how long to take that guy off the plane so we can leave.
When they pull his skin off, getting him off of that, he may want to save more than the earth.
I would have loved to have been assigned the guy. Hey, go up there and get that idiot off the plane.
Yeah, get that clown off the top.
I would tell you on the.
I would be in trouble right now if I was a pilot, because they'd be like, Pilot Burgess is in trouble with whatever British Airways because he taxied down the runway with the guy on top to scare the living
I might even
stuff
took him
out
up
of
in
him.
there a little bit, you know.
Yeah, just
Fly
a
him
little
around the airport one time.
Just a little head. Look out, little circle.
Oh, taxiing off. Look.
I didn't know he was up there.
There it is. Calm down, Greg. There he is.
That ain't the one.
That's not the guy, Greg.
That may be the same guy, but that's not the product.
Yeah,
that's
he does 2 or 3 different versions.
There's a new
I like
product.
where he just
There's
spray,
a new product out.
Do you like when he has the screen? He puts the screen wire on and then he just spray paints it.
Yeah.
And then goes. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Fake
if it's
whatever.
real,
right?
Oh, it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I was
don't know if
hoping
it'd do that.
I was
but
hoping it was going to work
seal's
on
pretty good.
on a drain that we had. It was one of the gutters was dripping, you know, and so I did everything in the way I cleaned it out. I went and got me one of those little spray cans, and I get up there, and I mean I've cleaned it out, making sure it's really good, no debris, and I spray it, and I'm like, oh, I did it, you know, and then drip,
Didn't
drip,
stop nothing.
drip.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Well, your boat would have sunk then.
Yeah.
It would have. Right in the middle of them sharks.
It will not work on a pressure washer hose, just so you know.
You try it?
Tried it.
Too much
Did you try the
and
tape?
The tape. Yeah, and I used a lot of it. And,
handle the
if I'd have spent $6 more, I just got a new hose.
There you go.
Well,
Serious
pressure,
business. I didn't know that at the
The
time.
hoses
Didn't know that at the
Okay,
time.
because now you're just frustrated.
But
The pressure in the hose might be too
you're
much
out there
for
going
him.
through that hassle over $6. But,
I
now,
was,
but you didn't
but
know.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
I like that right there when he.
Well, it's not real though.
Did you put a piece of tape
fake.
in your gutter? I bet that would have stopped it. That tape.
Well,
That's
but the
still not
spray,
the still not the one I'm talking about.
The
That's
spray
good.
even said on there, "Stop leaking gutters."
What did it say?
Stop leaking gutters.
Yeah.
No wonder he didn't
Get
work.
it, clean it, spray it.
So you're
Some
saying
moron
the
talking
tape
about it.
cannot handle a pressure washer?
Cannot.
It cannot.
And I used a lot of it, and I went
Thought
wide
you had
base on
something.
it, too.
You
Thought
thought
I
you
did.
had
I
Could
really
you
did.
use Greg's stuff that he seems to be all on fire
No,
about?
it's
We can't
just
think of the
clear
name of it.
gel.
It's just a gel, like a caulk.
Same
You couldn't
guy,
use
just
it.
another
Yeah.
one. He sticks the 2 glass pieces together and drove those in the water. And then he's in a boat that's made out
Speedy
of
right
clear.
there. See, he fixed his gutter.
That's what
Yeah.
you tried to do.
Yeah,
Why didn't
whatever.
you fix your gutter?
Because it don't work. Don't.
Why Speedy crying?
No, it
Because
did-
Flex don't work.
It didn't for me, and maybe my good and self didn't do it right. But I really spent some time on it.
I think-
said, "Hey, I'm cleaning it out.
Yeah,
I'm
I did
getting
too.
the debris
Wouldn't
off
you
of
love
it."
to see his face when it started dripping?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You just immediately went poosh. didn't
Oh,
you?
yeah. Well, it was just,
How did it?
yeah, it was a bad little spray.
Is it
outside.
safe to say that his claims are exaggerated?
They are, no question.
Yeah. Hey, how about when you've duct taped your hose or something like that, and you think I stopped it, and all of a sudden it
doesn't
starts
work.
coming out the side?
Next thing you're gonna tell me is next thing you're gonna tell me is that used car I bought had more than one owner. You're really making me delusional.
Yeah.
So
$6. Good, just had.
Who would've thought
Ended
of
up
that?
having to buy the new hose anyway.
who would have thought a guy shouting on the infomercial about be overselling? I know. Didn't work for you two, did it?
Nope.
Did it work on the
I had
pressure hose?
so much faith.
How'd that gutter leak work, Speedy? Thumbs down.
Drip.
Didn't work.
There it is.
I
Flex glue. There it is. Flex glue.
That's the one Greg likes, flex glue.
Speedy, I'll tell you what you got left over if you don't want it.
Yeah.
There it is.
What are you gonna spray?
Whatever I need to.
See if you can spray Greg's mouth.
No, it won't hold that.
Better prices every day. All right, so we have a couple of stories, and one of them, look, there's been an old joke.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back, and thank you for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now. Let me tell you something. 200 unique offerings to buy and purchase with everything you can think of right now, including a lot of what we talked about already today. MyPillow hoodies right now, $29.99. Men's or women's pajama sets in an array of styles and fabrics. They're only $39.99. The MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. My slippers, $59.98. Down comforters are 60% off. Kitchen towels, $18.74. A great way to start your day with 100% Arabica, shade-grown, and organic My Coffee, currently 50% off. Plus, you get a free Go Anywhere MyPillow with that. So if just go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, look at all those deals there, or you can go to RickandBubba.com, use our link under sponsors, and that will also get you right where you need to be. So, it's almost like I feel like we're, poor old Richard Simmons, as if he hasn't already had a tough enough day. I'm looking on our videos today, and I know, Bubba, you were particularly drawn to this one, where there's a doctor that says telling people to lose weight is something that doctors should never do. Now I noticed you have that.
I bet he'll get a big following.
Yeah, I looked and I saw it was highlighted, and I saw a highlighter laying over there next to your computer.
Yeah. Does anybody want to play Greg real quick and look over for what we got?
Okay.
Female.
Okay. Wow. All right. So is this a doctor?
It's called the Fat Doctor.
She goes by the Fat Doctor.
That's what she calls herself. But is she a medical doctor?
I think so. Yeah, the way she's talking.
And that's her title.
That she on TikTok, she's the Fat Doctor.
Okay, so just you better make that clear because you're going to get emails of people saying you're calling her that.
Right, and she calls herself
that.
So
yes.
she does
not
call
like the fat doctor, but the doctor of fat.
Right. So she's using that as a descriptive way.
Right.
Not she's here to help people with fat. That's not my.
No.
Is that her? Like if I say, "Hello, I'm the foot doctor." She's not saying that.
Right.
I think she's saying
being descriptive.
she helps people that are fat.
No, she's
saying
is fat.
Yeah.
Well,
now you did just.
Well,
call
I
her
wasn't.
Well, now you just did.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Adler at rickandbubba.com.
All right.
So here we go. All right.
Copy Greg on it too.
All right. Here's the Fat Doctor.
Doctors should never be prescribing weight loss.
Oh, I forgot that when I was screening it out.
My goodness. Speedy Gonzalez.
Oh, that's great.
Let me tell you something. I'm glad you stopped it because guess what I was just about to say? Please tell me that's going at fast speed.
It is, yes. When I was screening it up, I went double speed.
Yeah.
Although I could go 1.25 if you guys want. Whatever you
What
want.
about, let's just hear it the way she
regular,
said it.
All right. Okay. She's okay. Fat Doctor. Here we go.
Doctors should never be prescribing weight loss to anyone, ever, at any point in time. And here's why. When we recommend any procedure, treatment, medication, or whatever, we need to be thinking about the pros and the cons, the benefits and the risks. So what are the benefits of intentional weight loss? Well, the main one is you become thinner. Temporarily, mind you, because up to 98% of people will regain all of the weight that they lost within 5 years. Up to 2/3 of them actually will gain back more than they lost in the first place. There are some possible temporary health benefits, but none of them are long-lasting. For example, you may be able to get your diabetes into remission for 12 months, 18 months, but no longer than that for the vast majority of people. In fact, most of the data out there focuses A, on the short-term benefits, and B, more on health risks rather than health outcomes. And by that I mean they'll focus on your blood pressure or your A1C or your cholesterol rather than focusing on, say, heart attacks or strokes or cancer. But what about the risks? Well, there are lots of them. First of all, there are the physical risks. People who diet suffer from malabsorption,
What does that mean?
poor energy levels,
You don't
and
get
when
enough
taken to
nutrients.
extreme levels, they can become dehydrated. They can even cause damage to their heart, their kidneys, and various other internal organs. Then there's the psychological damage, the low mood, low self-worth, increased rates of anxiety, depression, and even suicidality. Poor cognition, inability to concentrate, poorer memory, inability to do basic, simple tasks that were once quite easy for you. And that's just in the short term. What about the risk of eating disorders? The more you diet and the more extreme your dieting techniques, the higher the risk of you developing an eating disorder, which is particularly bad if you're a person with a bigger body, because that's also far less likely to get diagnosed and
Isn't overeating an eating disorder?
Yeah.
Well, that is one of them. But she's talking about some of these.
I know.
others
I'm talking,
where
but I'm talking. But you probably had eating issues. The fact that you were overeating too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but still. Okay.
far less likely to get treated properly. Then there's weight cycling or weight fluctuations, which have been shown over and over again to be detrimental to people in the long term. Then there's weight stigma, which
Here we go.
has been shown to be particularly detrimental to our health. So to sum up, very few benefits, most of them temporary, and multiple risks, most of them long term.
All right, lady.
Okay. Well, I mean, some of what she said is actually accurate.
She made some good points.
Because she's talking about fad diets, and there is some truth. I will say this to what she's saying, and a lot of the things she's saying are true. But So it's not as outrageous as it first looked. But she's also ignoring that sometimes people, because of the weight, it's so severe, they have to do something drastic in order to give them a quality of life.
Well, you have to measure the benefits,
Right. Yeah,
side effects
exactly.
of the drugs or whatever you're doing
Exactly.
versus if you don't do that, what are the chances that you're going to have
Right.
heart issues
Yeah.
or other things? And it's
Right.
I understand what she's saying on the big picture.
Yeah, I do too.
And whenever you do a diet, quote unquote, or you change your eating habits and you take in lower caloric amounts than you used to, it does take time for your body to adjust to that. And you do feel, as she calls it, low mood and low
Yeah.
energy and all that.
I think, honestly, and being serious here on this, I really do think one of the things that she is pointing out that is true is be careful when you're dealing with medical doctors of all kinds, when people don't stay in their lane. Be sure the person who's prescribing you some medical way to lose weight, that they know what they're talking about with the things that they're, what are your expertise in weight loss? What do you know about it? What is your expertise as a medical doctor? Because what you need to do, if say a doctor says, well, I think you should take this, well, what I would do immediately if I was given, like for instance, the craze now, the diabetic shot, no matter what they call it, that's what it was used for. And it does have some, good side effects, you hope. But what I would do is immediately, when one doctor told me, I'm going to start giving you this shot to lose weight, I would immediately go to a diabetic doctor and say, tell me about this shot.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about what this is going to do to my body. What part of my body is being manipulated? How am I losing weight? That's your expertise now. And they may say, you're good.
Yeah.
It'll work. But you get all the information. Don't just jump into some fad deal. And the fad diets, they all work. But as she pointed out correctly, they're very, very hard to sustain. And speaking for someone who's been through all this, I worked and still experimenting 1 year in now. You got to come up with something that is sustainable. And to some of the points she made, sustainable and actually healthy, not just I now weigh less.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Am I weighing less and now I'm healthy? All that has to be in play. Now, I'm not talking about emergency situations where people are saying, look, if we don't do something drastic, I mean, you're not going to live another year, that kind of stuff. I'm talking about, trying to say, I want something that I can do for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Most of these fad diets, in all fairness, you can't. Speaking from someone who's done a lot of them.
Yeah.
They're just hard to be, they're hard to sustain.
Mm-hmm.
They really, really are. And so, but some of what she said, I will say is true. Now,
some of it, good point.
Now, saying that losing weight has no health benefits, now I don't agree with that.
No.
that just isn't true. But
some of it was a little stretch.
Right, it was a stretch. But some of the concerns about side effects and all that really is important. You really do need to do your research.
Yeah.
And then that way you know what you're dealing with. And as Bubba just said, and I agree, you weigh the benefits versus the risk, because there's
pros and cons.
Yeah, the pros and cons.
Mm-hmm.
And but some of the other stuff about just it doesn't do any good at all. That's just not true.
No.
Yeah.
Like dehydrated, you drink water. Even if you're on a diet, drink
Yeah,
plenty of water.
I think that's all right.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that. And what she's saying is a lot of people, it changes your digestive system for a while, and you can get dehydrated.
Yeah, you can. Yep. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That if we were to sadly have anything happen to us that would be catastrophic, and some sort of atomic something, that when the smoke cleared, the haze was gone, all that would be left would be cockroaches and Cher. Are we being more conservative with our costumes?
I don't think you would say conservative, according to
she's showing
these
them
pictures.
tattoos on her rump off.
Greg.
Well,
I mean,
I will say this, jokes aside, it is amazing that she is able to get out and do this at 73. And she doesn't look 73. Now, I know there's probably some optical illusions going on there.
Oh, no doubt about it. Illusionists can use shadows.
But, I mean, there's only so much you can do with tricks and lights,
Well, it goes back to the old joke of the two old men, at the assisted living home, and some of the older women decided to stay young. They would go streaking, and they ran past the two old men. And one said to the other, "What was that?" He said, "I don't know, but it needed to be ironed."
Rick. Just send your email to Rick.
Pretty good.
Well, I mean, that's
just leave me out of it.
Look, gravity and age, there's only so much we can do.
Right.
And,
all right, I can't believe it. I'm at share.com. And,
okay.
And, all right, so we've been across Europe. September, October, and then November, she's going to hit the U.S. It looks like
at Oak Mountain Amphitheater.
Yeah, one she did. It looks like November the 19th, she'll hit Portland, Oregon.
Now, did they have the date on there when she plays halftime at a UAB game?
Let me see here. That is going to be November 23rd.
I bet she's
Rick.
playing some pretty big venues. They said this one
She's
in
a legend.
London was 20,000. 20,000 folks there, capacity crowd.
But
at the O2 Arena.
I'm in love.
Isn't that where Michael Jackson was going to do his thing?
That's where he was doing his.
But I'm looking to see how close she's going to get to us so you can go. It's New Orleans, I think.
There you go, bud.
And that's going to be November 13th.
Right. Well, her opening act, Spice Girls.
Well, now wait a minute.
Let's see, I'm still, boy, she's in Las Vegas for a long time.
She was funny on the Sonny and Cher show back in the day. I mean, that was like,
Been a while.
how many decades was that ago now?
Well, the legends love to get set up in Vegas because then they don't have to get on the road. They don't have to travel.
Correct.
Yeah, it's Branson with a lot more gold.
Oh, yeah.
Rick, she hits Vegas on February 19th and stays there for about 10 days. Just boom.
Oh, yeah. It's just stroking
1, 2,
check.
3, 4, 5, 6 shows in Vegas.
Do you guys want me to pull up the if I could turn back time video?
No.
No. Do that for Bubba.
I don't want to turn.
I can do that if you want me.
I don't want to turn back time. I don't want to turn back time to that.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Cher in that way. I thought she was funny.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she was Sonny Cher. She had great comedy.
No, she really did. They were funny together.
Yeah.
But the always doing her hair because it was so long.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Sonny would mimic that sometimes.
Right. But but they were funny, and she can be funny. I liked her in some movies. I thought she was good. But I don't know.
Politics wise, we'd be light years apart.
She has some of that idiotic foreign policy that like Sheryl Crow. Let's don't go. Best way not to have war is not to have enemies. Well, that'd be great. I'd love that.
Yeah. We're all for that.
But
when you get out of La La Land,
right? Yeah, and climate change and all that garbage. Now, is she green friendly on her tour?
Oh, I'm sure.
I don't.
She's not using.
People are getting in cars.
She's not using buses and airplanes and limos, is she?
Right. Oh, you're not going to show the battleship.
Don't show that, guys. Don't forget this. Hey, don't forget this. We were talking about she was too old right here.
I know. Yeah. I know. She was in her 40s, I think.
Yeah.
Bubba, I got good news for you when it comes to Cher.
I hate to say it, Bubba's dancing around him, but you know when he talks about people, he's put her under that category. Hey, she's not that bad.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. hanging out together. We got no Helmsy, we got no Greg today, but we got Speedy, we got Adler, we got yours truly, Rick and Bubba. Well, Bubba, I know that it's going to sound like that we're replaying an audio clip from yesterday, but we actually aren't. This is, I guess, this is the talking point that Vice President Kamala Harris has been handed. And I mean, when I saw this on the audio clips for today, I said,
well, didn't we play this?
We played this yesterday. And Adler said, well, she repeated it again on The View. Kamala and The View. Can you imagine? Can you imagine sitting through an episode of the panel of The View with Kamala Harris? Can you imagine? Everybody together. Let's all sing it. Vice President. Come and go. Everybody. Kamala. Vice President of the USA. Yeah, Kamala. So, did we not play her saying this exact same thing, standing on a street corner being interviewed, and now she goes on The View and just says it again? I mean, it's all like there's no variation on it. So here she
The
is.
View rolled out the red carpet.
Oh, Bubba, you think they didn't have a conniption at The View? That Kamala Harris is coming to The View.
Come on.
Here comes the girls. It's Chatty Cathy time. Let's go. All right, so here we go. Here's Vice President Kamala Harris on The View saying the same thing she said yesterday, talking to somebody else. So here we go.
We have to earn the reelect. And we have to communicate what we have achieved.
Yes.
And that is going to be one of our big challenges. We've done a lot of good work. We need to let people know who brung it to them.
There's that statement again. It's the same thing she said. Does she think she's got something?
Why is she so interested in bringing it?
We done a lot of good work. We need to let people know who brung it to them.
You know, I don't know if you know, but Rick, this is a dog whistle for the left. You know, we're always told about dog whistles.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
This is the administration telling their friends and their allies in the media, you're not bragging on us enough.
That is correct.
We've got to turn it up. That's all that is. That's a signal up to the booth. Talk about us in a positive way.
Y'all are not drawing positive things to us, and y'all need to start now. That is correct.
That's it.
She was asked about the upcoming election, if you guys want to hear that.
Well, I hope she talked to Joy. Oh, good, she did. All right, here.
What are you going to do to stop the crazies?
I am scared as heck.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm traveling our country. You know, there's an old saying that there are only two ways to run for office, either without an opponent or scared. So on all of those points, yes, we should all be scared.
See, they love that. They love scared.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm the sitting vice president of the United States, I don't know that I'm going to say I'm scared of anything. You know, that just doesn't, I don't think, sit well with the position. Now, I know if you're trying to terrorize everybody because your poll numbers are horrible, you might want to say that.
Is she signaling to the media you're not talking about how bad Trump is enough? So,
no, I think they've done about all to Donald Trump they can do.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, he can't even go to his mother-in-law's funeral because he's in court.
Exactly.
Right? Lawyers are getting in trouble. They've raided his lawyers. By the way, has anybody else in history ever had their lawyers raided? Hunter Biden, do you think we've raided his lawyer? Anybody heard of that? I mean, it's crazy. This is banana stuff. You're talking about the crazies. That's them. You just met them. They're sitting on The View.
No, you're right. But remember what they're saying is we're not any good, but they're so dangerous you should vote for us anyway.
Right. So, I think the thing is they've done all they can do to Trump, and it's backfired. Everything they do, every charge they make, his poll numbers go up. Matter of fact, the Democrats have single-handedly reelected him as the Republican nominee.
Yep.
The thing now is this thing of we're not getting our message out. People don't realize how dang good we are.
Right, yeah.
And that all that is a signal to the media, brag on us.
Yeah.
You got to brag on us. We need some more good stories.
Because most of us have heard and know if I have to brag on me, maybe I'm not doing a very good job. Right. If I'm doing a good job, everybody should be bragging on me without me saying a word.
Right,
yeah.
Right.
Whoopi was sure to ask some hard-hitting questions if you guys want. This is her first question right here. Let's see. I guess I have to turn my...
Are you okay with Whoopi's new hairstyle?
Here we go. All right. Okay.
Well, we thank you for taking a break from the campaign trail to come talk to us today. And now, as you've been going around the country, you're talking to people, asking questions, finding out what they're thinking. So what are they telling you, and what are they telling you they want from the two of you?
Journalism.
I am traveling the country, and
I'm all over the country.
Let's start with the women of America. What they are telling me in state after state is
gas is too high.
That they are concerned
about price of
about
everything.
the future of our country.
That's groceries.
Many of us often think about
Utilities
the
through the
future
roof.
of our country in the context of our children.
Not having a border.
What about an invasion for themselves?
Have you been seeing her go from state to state? Like she acts like she's just traveling all over the place.
I'm going to say that Kamala Harris is possibly the most fake human being I know. She doesn't even come across as sincere about anything. I mean, everything just feels so plastic, so difficult to communicate.
What about Whoopi's question there? She's trying to read it off the teleprompter, and she can't make out what it says.
Right.
So she's stumbling through it, and she finally kind of puts it in her own words.
Now, if Kamala says she's traveling from state to state, well, what prevents her from traveling to the southern border that she's supposedly in charge of?
Yeah, she's the czar.
I've never been to.
Well, see, there you go, right wing.
Well, I'm just
conspiracy.
wondering. I mean, she says that she's traveling all over the place.
Well, she didn't say she was traveling to the border. She said she was traveling state to state.
Do y'all want to hear her say the brung it line again?
No.
And she butchers it. And she was so ready for it. She practiced it. She says it all the time. She still butchered it.
Earn the reelect. And we have to communicate what we have achieved.
Yes.
And that is going to be one of our big challenges. We've done a lot of good work. We need to let people know who brung it to them.
Oh, that laughing.
Yeah, laughing.
The laughing. Yeah. I know we don't have time, but Bubba talked about the.
Well, let me repeat this. We know who's brung it to us.
Yes, we did.
And we know what got brung.
Yes, please stop with the brunging. I mean,
you about brung us to death.
Killing us.
We can't hardly afford anything now. Our kids will never buy a house.
Hey, shoot up here amongst us. Somebody's got to have relief.
Yeah.
All right.
Please quit bringing it.
Please stop with the bringing.
I'm brunged. I'm fully brunged.
Yeah, I'm brunged all I can take.
Right, you're brunging groceries to the point that we can't even.
Wow.
We can't even. How is that an egg I'm buying, or is it made of gold?
Buggy full of.
And they're just getting started, folks.
Buggy full of brung. By the way, that's good. And we come back. Has anybody checked on Mark Levin, a wellness check?
Oh, hey.
Because Bubba, you were talking about this character assassination of Trump. He's had enough. I mean, you know, this
we've never seen anything like it.
Well,
if you don't like the guy, it's fine.
That's fine.
If you think he's brash,
you don't have to like him.
You don't have to like his policies, even though they're wildly successful.
Nobody said like him.
But the prosecution of him is over the top and completely foul. We've never seen anything like. But they've opened the can. Just wait. This is going to be the new way.
Yeah.
And we never go back after these things get out.
All right,
That's why they call it Pandora's box.
Yeah. If you leave us, have a good day. You can grab this next hour on the archives today. In this next hour, Mark Levin, his rant, Robbie Gallaty also joins us. All coming up ahead on the Rick and Bubba Show. If this is it for you today, thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rise up. How about it?
I'm good. So I know that we have Speedy back. Speedy, welcome back. Got the update on Mom yesterday. I know that it's almost like a big phase is completed and still some treatments to be done. But missed you yesterday and know that there were so many people praying over your mom and your family yesterday.
Yeah, they were felt. Thank you.
So welcome back. Bubba, I know that you went out yesterday and started gathering for the 12 working days of Christmas.
Yeah, we have the beginning of that today.
Yeah, so the official day is December.
It's next Thursday, the 5th.
The 5th, December 5th, because the big year ender is December 20th. So December 5th starts the 12 working days of Christmas, a big gift every day for 12 solid working days.
That's right. We'll give away, we'll end up with well over $5,000 giving away. So, it's the 12 working days of Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
We love to do it because nobody else does.
I wonder how long have we been doing that? Do you know?
A long time.
I was thinking about that driving in. I really don't know.
A long time.
I mean,
now, the prizes have got a lot better.
Well, yeah,
the first year we did it, we
not a
gave
lot of
away.
budget.
Day one was an orange.
Yeah,
and
not a lot
we
of-
worked our way up.
Yeah, but remember day 3, walnuts.
Yeah, sure.
And those were it was a startup.
I think we gave away wrapping paper day 6.
Yes, we
So,
did. Yes,
you
we
know, it's definitely got better, and
Right.
I think we have a lot of prizes that everybody will really, really like to see on the tree this year. A lot of toys.
Yeah,
So-
well, that's it. So that'll begin, and a lot of you try to win those sought after gifts of each Christmas season, and so that will begin on December the 5th. We'll kick off, as I said, starting this hour. We'll kick off Christmas season. We don't kick it off here to after Thanksgiving, wherever Thanksgiving may fall. Falling a little later this year, but we'll kick that off on Monday. The Adlers, Eddie Van Adler's dad for sure, his mom sometimes, will be here to
So
kick
Linda's only his mom sometimes?
Well, only here sometimes.
Oh, okay.
yeah. No, well, you know what? If you ask Linda, though, there's probably been times when she would rather not be identified as your mom.
I hope Linda comes because as good as it is, it's not the same without her and her comedy input.
Well, she's a 9 out of 10er.
Yeah.
Coming here for me. Last year I don't think she came. I think she
Right.
had something happen or just was tired and didn't
But
want to come.
she always leaves us with some great thoughts and great moments, and great lines.
Well, it's funny to have.
We love you, Linda.
To have Eddie Van Adler's mom here.
It's going to be a grandmama. She got to come on in.
And of course, the big, Michael Adler, the worship leader of worship leaders.
Yeah.
And to watch
the most perfect hair any worship leader's ever had.
To watch our Eddie Van Adler and to watch his dad, Michael Adler, try to keep Linda Adler off a microphone. I enjoy every minute of it.
Well, see, I like to get her on the microphone.
Oh, I know.
As much as possible.
Well, when that tug of war starts, we will win.
We haven't talked a lot about Michael's hair lately, but really, there's only his hair is so good, and this is all a compliment.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one person I think ever had hair in his league, and that was Keith Partridge.
Yeah.
But he's in a league of his own.
Yeah, tremendous. I noticed in yesterday's daily documentary, there's always this accusation that I color my hair.
Really?
Yeah. Greg took a shot. I think Helmsley had something to say about it.
I didn't take a shot. I actually complimented you.
Well, Greg always did talk about, somebody else mentioned it. I can't remember what it was.
It's amazingly held its color. I mean, we all admit that.
Look, I'm with you. I know
Speedy's hair just quit. Mine turned gray. Helms is trying to get rid of his.
Yeah.
And then there's Greg.
Helmsley comes in with that very sought-after style today, prisoner of war.
Yeah. Is that the new level?
It's 4-1, baby.
Yeah. There's 4-1. Boys.
And of course, Amanda, all she said was, "Oh, I like your haircut." Like she was excited about it, but she had no idea that it was even lower than it normally is.
Yeah, she knows it.
I see you rounded the old widow's point off.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that lately too.
Looks like
it'll grow back fast. Y'all see it in a couple weeks. It'll be back.
Right.
18 days.
It's kind of your thing.
Maybe you get Christmas pictures out of the way first.
But what's funny about that on the hair, because it was in the daily documentary yesterday. Greg couldn't wait. But I was going to say this. It really would be exactly the way Bubba approached it. I don't have any problem with people who color the hair. That's fine.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm with Greg. When you're 86, it looks kind of weird.
Right.
But
jet black.
But what I know about myself is just like when you tried it. Even if I wanted to do it, I couldn't do what it required.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I just couldn't. I can't put that kind of effort in. So
I like the way it looked, and I like doing the little blonde tips on the end of it. But it's just when you have short hair,
it's just too much.
You have to redo it a lot.
Too much,
So, a lot, and plus they didn't have that bag. They pull them through. I mean, my head.
Yeah. Well, those of us that have really dark hair that doesn't gray. Some people's with dark hair it grays even prematurely. But usually it'll happen like it won't be gradual. You'll see me like on a Tuesday show, and you go, man, he's still got that dark hair. Then like on the Thursday show, it'll be great.
What happened?
Yeah. So
well, I just went ahead and got mine out of the way.
Yeah, but it's graying some on the sides, and it is what it is. It's not I don't color my hair, but I mean, if I did, I promise I'd tell you I wouldn't be ashamed of it. But I couldn't put in the maintenance on that. No way.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. 16 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba and I were just talking about in the break. This is when and again, it looks like they're kind of getting on the other side of it. But we've talked about a lot. Is the biggest way for any of us to use our ability to protest or disagree or whatever is to decide that you'll no longer support a product, and if you'll do that, then adjustments can be made. But we were wondering how the NFL would fare on the whole
anthem thing, and they seemed to kind of work through that. And there were people saying, "Hey, I'll never watch the NFL again," and this and that. But apparently, according to what Fox is talking about with the Super Bowl, the audience for the NFL, especially the Super Bowl, still is quite large, and advertisers must clearly feel that it is worth more than it's ever been worth for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it is the number one ad spot in our country, Rick. More people are watching the Super Bowl of more demographics that advertisers want to reach each year than anything else on TV.
Right.
And Fox has announced that they have sold out the national.
Let's all sing it together. Let's go, people. Oh, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. As the song told you, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Thank you for being with us. Our 30th anniversary. Speedy, Adler, all here. I be Rick.
And I be Bubba.
And there he is. There he is. Things you need to know from themanchurch.com. Tonight, Rich Wingo, Nashville, Georgia. First Baptist Church in Nashville, Georgia. Tonight, Rich Wingo will be there. They're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. And if you want to be for their next gathering of men and then back into the small groups doing our curriculum, be with Rich Wingo tonight. If you never heard Rich speak, you are in for a treat tonight, men. All right, so Robbie Gallaty will be with us coming up this hour. We have a Kanye West update. They're not related, but we do have Mark Levin to start the hour. Mark Levin. Sometimes I worry that Mark Levin is going to explode. He gets so mad. He gets so angry. You talked about all that's going on with...
Do you want to get Chuck Schumer before you get Mark?
Do you?
Because it kind of adds to the craziness.
Does it?
Of
Okay,
it
all right. So Schumi is just going to tell us in video 2 that this is the shakedown again. Once again, the Democrats, and I guess not just Democrats, want $60 billion for Ukraine. The old Ukraine thing just dragging on, and so
I mean,
60.
We all want the Ukraine to hold Russia off. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
I just would like for the Ukraine. I would like
for
the Ukraine to want to hold Russia off.
Yeah, well, I mean they're fighting. I give them that,
sure.
But we just can't write checks forever.
No,
you realize how much we could do with $60 billion?
Yeah, does this just forever? I mean, I don't know, but anyway. So one of the things, of course, that the left loves to do is to hold things hostage. And this one, it appears to be a secure border.
Yeah,
yeah,
which I doubt we'll get anyway.
So it seems like that everybody would want that, no matter what our situation was.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's Chuckster wanting us to know that without the money for Ukraine, that we got an issue on that border secure. So here we go.
We said we have to do both. There were a couple of people in the room who said, let's do border first. We said we have to do both together.
No, we don't.
We really don't.
No,
we really
do not.
We really don't. The secure border, to me, is like somebody saying, well, we've got a toilet that's overflowing and leaking and running all over the house, and then we also need to figure out how we're going to budget for this landscaping job. And he says, no, we need to do both. You go, you don't think we should stop the water running first? No, let's just do both.
If you do that, I think you would see a lot of cooperation on other things.
Right. Yeah.
But
So
everybody feels like that it's just look, China couldn't put a standing army together and march as many people into our country as we've had march in. I mean, it's just unbelievable, the numbers. And where we're going to be 2 and 3 generations from this is incredible.
Yeah, it is, and I don't know what to do about this Ukraine thing. It feels like to me that even those that were, putting the Ukraine flag on their house and on their social media, that everybody's kind of lost interest in it. I'm not saying you should. I'm just telling you the reality of it all. It just feels like there's not as much. Everybody's kind of, and this is just the way we are now. I mean, we can only pay attention so long.
Well,
I'm not saying that's a good thing.
Well, let's ask a couple of questions about Ukraine. How does this end?
Right.
Do they just drag this out in 20 years from now? The Russians go, yeah, we're tired of fighting it. We're going home.
Right.
Do the Russians turn it up and put more people in there and actually win this? Do the Ukrainians? How do they win this? I mean, they're not going to take Russia over. They could push them back to the border, but I don't know that wouldn't stop them from coming back next week.
Or do the Democrats just continue to just launder money through that country and through that war? And maybe that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really don't. Now, I'm sure people do this. I'm not saying they don't. Now, and I would like, especially when I'm spending things like, $60 billion, I would love someone to say the reason why Ukraine has not been overtaken by Russia is like when y'all send these $60 billion, it does this, and that keeps Russia from taking us over. Now, I'm sure somebody's in charge of that, but I sure would I'd love to see that.
Well, here's the good news. Most of that money is being spent on American arms.
Yeah.
So it's coming right back to American businesses that build these weapons. So, but again, at some point, do you go, if we really want to stop this, you've got to defeat Russia and break their will to go and keep this up. And how do you do that? I mean, they're a nuclear nation. They could launch a nuclear attack. So what do you do?
Right.
And at what point do they get tired and they launch a nuclear attack? And then what do we do?
Right. Yeah. Then over to the continued character assassination of Trump. The left wants you to believe that Donald Trump is a monster out of control. The Frankenstein monster is loose. He will kill us all if the Democrats don't protect us from him. And Mark Levin has had enough. So here is Mark Levin.
So they crushed him. They're doing the same thing with Trump now, except worse. They're not only character assassinating Trump, they're not only attacking Trump as a dictator, attacking Trump as a man who would destroy our Constitution, attacking Trump as a criminal, on and on and on. They want to put him in prison. We've never seen anything like this in American history, ever. Local Democrat district attorneys, a state Democrat attorney general, a special prosecutor, Democrat for the DOJ in the Biden administration. And as I've made clear, Biden's speeches about democracy and so forth, and basically comparing Trump to Hitler and his supporters to stormtroopers, that would be, 80 million people. That is the playbook that they used against Barry Goldwater to crush him, and the media promoted it while they protected Johnson the way they're protecting Joe Biden. But also Biden is communicating, as I've said, with prosecutors, Democrat judges, and the Democrat jury pool all over the country, particularly in our inner cities, and he's telling them, convict this man. We cannot risk having Hitler in the White House. They hear it. Do anything you have to do. Move up the trials. Deny him due process. Deny him the effective representation at counsel. Doesn't matter. Everything and anything you can do, you prosecutors, you judges, you potential jurors, you must do to stop Donald Trump from becoming president of the United States. That's the other message he's sending out.
Yeah, and that is the message. No matter how bad we are, he's worse. Mm-hmm. No matter how much things cost, Donald Trump will get you. No matter how much we're an embarrassment around the world,
right?
Donald Trump is worse. No matter what you say about what our current administration is doing poorly, they'll just assure you that it could be worse. You could have Donald Trump.
That's right.
I don't know how much longer that'll work.
Rick and Bubba.
Ad space. Now, local affiliates still have ad space that they will sell for their local market. But for the nationwide commercials that will run during the Super Bowl, they have completely sold out now for a record $5.6 million for 30 seconds.
We have talked about this.
Hello now.
We have talked about this again, and I've talked about this in my own life, and when you're looking at your children and trying to parent them when you still have the authority to do that when they're under your roof. And people will always have this debate, does it really matter what I expose myself to or my children to? Does it really matter what I see or hear or they see and hear? I mean, does it really make that much difference? Now, I want you to listen to what Bubba just said to you, and we're doing the daily documentary. I thought that might have been for a 60. They don't sell a lot of 60s, but I thought at that price because it's up. Bubba just clarified that's actually 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. So we have advertisers. This is how much they know they were influenced greatly by what we see and hear. They're willing to write a check for $5.6 million for 30 seconds of your attention. And really, let's face it, some of us probably won't even watch the whole ad. We'll just there'll be something that we will react to on that ad, and they think it's worth $5.6 million for that influence. So we need to understand it matters greatly by what you allow yourself to see and hear.
Fox will,
and your children too.
Fox will drag in $400 million for spot network sales during the game. That's not adjacencies.
Mm-mm.
That's not in the 6 hours building up to the program. That's not in other sponsorship opportunities. That is just 30-second spot sales, and that will be $400 million. Now, they actually sign these contracts on a range, and then the network has to supply the actual numbers. And if they don't, they'll get a discount on that. But they will knock this out. I feel pretty satisfied that they will, based on the teams that are leading divisions right now. So,
out of the 77 national spots, the 5.6 was the average. They did give some buying in bulk discounts, but all but one ad was sold for over $5 million. And Fox Sports also said they've already completely sold out of its inventory for the NFC title game. They are contributing it to a good economy and NFL ratings being up a little bit with the fractured media landscape. But they said that Trump has bought a 30-second spot as well. He bought one in Game 7 of the World Series, but his election campaign has also bought a Super Bowl ad.
Yeah, they're not announcing who all has bought it yet in this, but they do mention, as Speedy said, that the Trump re-election campaign has already got a spot.
Well, I'm shocked that Fox didn't deny them that.
Yeah, for real.
They've denied people in the past who they didn't like their message.
Well, I think Trump may fall under qualified.
You can't deny it, right?
You're right. Yeah. They can't deny it or what he says in it.
So anyway, that gives you an idea that, and I think for a lot of people, it's asking people not to watch the Super Bowl is almost like asking people not to do Thanksgiving or Christmas. There's certain family and friends gatherings that people just enjoy. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean that they even love football that much. I mean, there'll be people watching.
It's bigger than the game. That's for sure. It's a social event.
It's a gathering of people. Yeah. And it's a gathering of families and all that. It's usually
February 2nd?
Yeah. I was about to say the first Sunday in February.
It will be in Miami.
Yeah. So I know you put a little hip on that.
Yeah, Miami. You got to say it that way. When you say Miami.
It'll be in Miami.
Going to Miami.
Bubba, where's it going to be?
It's going to be going to Miami.
Miami. So we'll see how that goes. And I'll tell you one thing, watching Lamar Jackson's performance, good gracious. I mean, you talk about somebody having a year. I mean, how about when you the Ravens, when you just rout the Rams 45-6?
You know, he is doing a good job, and I'll be honest with you, he's doing better than I thought he would. Mm-hmm. Because I don't know why we have this mentality that what teams do in college won't work in pro, and it hasn't been that way historically. But the running quarterback has definitely changed the game, and you're seeing it more and more and more. And you know, we used to talk about the Titans quarterback
Steve
McNair, who was not a running quarterback, but he would run on third down to pick up a first down, or, you know, they spread the field 5 wide outs and run a draw. But he was still considered a pocket passer. And you've kind of seen the evolution of that. You've seen more and more quarterbacks, and I don't know what the original thought was. They just couldn't hold up, and quarterbacks are very valuable.
The beating's unbelievable.
But Michael Vick used to just be –
20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Robbie Gallaty will be with us next segment. We'll chat with him about some opportunities out there, men, for you to join us, either in Birmingham, Alabama, or Hendersonville, Tennessee, whichever works for you. Kanye West. Well, we've been following the old Kanye train, haven't we?
You know, it's been kind of a quiet train lately, you know, compared to where it was for a while.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this story is real today, or it's just him trying to get in the headlines.
Well, let's say this. Whether it's real, it's weird. If it's not real, it may be weirder. Why would you do this, and why would you pretend to do it? Either one's bad. Now, I will tell you, if the price on his new teeth are $850,000,
yeah,
good for him that he's got it. But
he's wearing pearls a lot now too. You see that in the photographs here.
Well, it is. If you're trying to tell the world I have my act together and I've got the plane landed on the runway and everything is steadied, coming out with titanium dentures at $850,000, I don't think is it. I don't think that's what we're looking for.
No, the story says he had his teeth pulled. So
completely pulled.
So he could wear these titanium dentures.
Surely not.
That's what it says.
Yeah, it looks like they're just on top.
But it looks like aluminum foil on there. I mean, they're not. It's not that impressive. I mean, he's comparing himself to Jaws, but Jaws looked a whole lot more serious. I mean, he had that stainless steel look going.
Yeah.
Right.
And somebody
that looks like aluminum foil.
Somebody's saying again. They're saying no, just what you said. $850,000. Now, this is what the story says, dailymail.com.
Right.
That he designed the dentures himself. I know y'all are saying he didn't have his teeth pulled, but it says that in the story. He had his teeth removed and replaced with titanium to create the new permanent look, which gleamed in the light.
Now, he was seen with these new teeth out having dinner with Chris Rock.
Okay.
And his Kim lookalike wife now.
Is he kidding around? Does he?
So the sticking point is he got them removed, and these are his teeth. They're actually more like veneers or crowns. Right. So his teeth are still there underneath. But
why does it say he had his teeth removed?
That is a story that's going around, and this is actually a photo from his dentist.
I see.
His dentist put this together here. And you've got
this may be worse.
3 on the 3 pieces of titanium on the bottom and 3 on top, but it's not like a normal tooth shape. It is all like kind of like a big bar, like Bubba was talking about.
Yeah, almost like a mouthpiece.
I see him
like
standing there with these, and this is not. I just don't think this is what we're looking for those of us that our goal is Kanye has his act together.
No,
like a
Well, I don't think he's ever gone for that. Has he?
And he's thinking clearly. Well, I just want it. I'm pulling. I'm pulling for him. Where's the Sunday services and all this? Is that still going?
What in the world are we doing here?
I don't know what we're doing. I just don't.
I don't think he knows.
He looks like
this may be
the Bond villain, like y'all keep saying.
It looks like he's had some like titanium Visalines made for him.
It does.
Yes,
it does. And you have to ask, like you say, the young lady that's with him, is this the look she's looking for?
Is he letting her wear clothes now, or does she still have to just carry a pillow around? Is that still going on?
It looks like she's still wearing those bodysuits everywhere.
Okay. And he's not dressed as a soda pop anymore. None of that.
No, we just got titanium teeth, right?
Right. Are people still going to coliseums to watch him listen to his own music?
Not recently.
Okay.
But that did happen.
I will say that's probably as weird a ticket as I've ever heard of.
Yeah. I agree.
Don't forget he slept in it and like made his home there in Atlanta.
Right.
And then came out and performed. If Greg was here, he would talk about how he just stood at midfield almost like he was asleep.
I'm trying to picture myself when I was a kid going up to my parents because I can't afford tickets to go to Kanye because I don't have a job, and me asking them would they buy me tickets, and them trying to do follow-up questions as good parents.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? It's an artist called Kanye West. So you're going to see him in concert? I'd like to hear some of his music. No, ma'am. So he's not in concert? Bill?
Not exactly.
Look at your dad. Come here. What? I want your dad to hear this. So what are you doing? Well, he is. Is it his music, son? It is, but it's the recorded recordings of his music.
Yeah.
Right. So he's going to lip sync? No, sir. Okay.
He's just going to play.
What are you going to see, son? I'm looking at these tickets. What are you going to see? Well, I'm going to see this particular artist. He's sleeping in the Coliseum in the dressing rooms. and he's made him an apartment. Okay. And then I think if we're fortunate, he'll walk out from time to time and walk around where we can watch him listening to the music too. And I think my parents would have. I don't know what they would have done. I mean, I
don't either. Rick, I've actually talked to my boys about this. I said, let's break Kanye down.
I think they would have just handed me a lawnmower or something. I don't know what they would have done. I mean,
they said, Dad, you start a song of his or something, and the music or the beat or something is like, okay, and then all of a sudden he starts singing, and that's where he loses us. It's like he's across the room with an echo, like.
Yeah, well, he's an artist, Speedy. Right. He's an artist,
and it's like, what are we doing? It's now, like we're in a hallway.
Yeah, I don't mean to come across any other way than just seeking information. What happened to the Sunday service stuff? What happened?
I don't know.
What happened to Kanye's a follower of Jesus now, and he sings for the Lord? What happened?
Now, he didn't feature Gold Digger in that, did he?
He did not.
Okay.
Didn't he change life coaches, Rick, or something like that?
I don't know.
Pastor or something?
I just want to know how that went. I know that at one point there was an attempt to disciple him. It hit some rough patches, no pun intended. I don't know whatever happened.
I don't either. That just kind of went away.
Okay.
Just kind of faded away.
What about, let's ask Scott Dawson. Maybe he's heard.
So you went there.
All right.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't.
Sorry, Scott.
Maybe. Do you think Scott's seen his new teeth?
I don't know. I don't know.
Kanye claimed.
I know that Scott probably wished the money he spent on his teeth he would have sent to the new building.
Right.
That'd been nice.
How'd that end up? Get his windows back in?
It seems it's working. Yeah. Got a new bit of an obstacle. I don't know if you heard about it.
No,
but anyway,
in 2010, Kanye claimed that his bottom row of teeth had been taken out, and he put diamonds in there. So this may be part of like a mental,
an ongoing. Well, and God love him.
Yeah.
We know that he struggles, and I wish him nothing but peace. Being right with God, and it just these kind of things, they throw me curves.
Yeah,
I seems to be a kick.
I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to process it.
Yeah. You can't be a kick guy
It's
and
more
get your
than
teeth.
a curve, Rick. This is a knuckle slide.
You can't get your teeth pulled and be a kick guy.
No.
You can't put those back in.
No, you can't.
I want them back.
Titanium teeth. That's a big step. That's a bold move.
Yeah,
if these were $850,000, he owes back taxes $1 million. So he probably should have done that before getting the tree.
So does he owe some taxes? They always do, don't they?
Yeah, Rick. If you're this eccentric out there, you're probably not paying a lot of attention to your tax bill.
I wonder how he's writing this one off.
I bet he's something going through the airport with that.
Yeah, and they always put people in charge of their books, like somebody they met at a laundromat.
Right.
He's got a nickname.
Yeah, and they've taken him in.
Yeah.
And you just have to watch this kind of stuff. They're very hard to hold accountable. Powerful people, they really are. Big celebrities, they're so hard. Bottom of the hour, Robbie Gallaty chats with us next. Should be a fun conversation.
Rick, we also have some stats coming up from Ohio where people have been allowed to carry guns in some of their largest cities.
I saw that. Yep.
Some interesting numbers.
I bet I won't be surprised by them.
No, you won't.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot of fun to watch, and you've had these other quarterbacks now that have come on and have done a good job. Cam was very valuable as a running quarterback on third down. So, but Lamar Jackson is just, he's putting some moves on people that are unbelievable.
Well, I think, and don't lose sight, he's throwing the ball really well.
Yeah, he's doing both.
Which is what makes his run that much more dangerous. If they don't fear you throwing it, then they'll shut you down.
And that's kind of where it hurt Tebow a little bit. They didn't fear his throwing ability, so what he could do running was not opened up as much.
It's worse than hurting Cam recently.
I watched him last night. He's hard to stop. I mean,
he's quick. He is elusive. Woo.
And I like how
and Mark Ingram's playing really well.
Yeah, he loves the fact that Lamar can run.
Yeah, he does. Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bill Bubba Bussy.
Well, glad to be here, Rick.
We were talking. This is that time we start anticipating and talking about Thanksgiving that is coming up, and I saw some of the people that were on hold, and it doesn't take long for people to start this stuffing versus dressing and all this. And stuffing, to me, it may have its place in life, but it is of no desire of mine. To compare stuffing to dressing, I mean, that to me is to compare, Brussels sprouts to fried chicken. I mean, it's just stuffing. I don't even like the way what it's called. Where was it stuffed?
Rick,
No!
I'm not.
But then you find out.
Yeah.
Oh no! I'm eating something that they stuffed up the turkey's rear end. I mean, so I don't want to eat that. Dressing is so much better, and I am not a fan. And this is a bone of contention between my wife and me. I'm not a cranberry sauce guy.
Me either.
I don't want to take up any valuable space with those sides that really I'm not crazy about.
I just don't get it.
I'm about to say something, and I'm almost. I love my wife dearly, and I will defend her to the end. But this is one area where it brings disappointment. My wife. Are you ready for this? You're not ready for this because she's from Alabama. Okay. My wife can survive with dressing, turkey, and just cranberry sauce and no gravy.
Oh.
No giblet gravy?
She'll put cranberry sauce on it.
I just don't see how that fits into the taste.
Greg, I didn't say I was proud of it. I'm just saying this is an issue.
Well,
and I'm like,
Rick,
honey,
we all have little family secrets. That we're not.
Right.
If I don't get somebody to make giblet gravy, we might not have it.
You have some cranberry sauce.
Yeah, and she makes it cranberry sauce and all that. But nah. Cranberry sauce to me,
That's
not even.
Well, Rick, you have.
How about cranberries? I don't even think
a-
cranberries liked it. I don't even think berries like cranberries. It's like they all get together and say, "Don't invite the cranberries."
But Rick, you have a budget. You have so much you can eat, and I want it to be, the good stuff.
Oh yeah,
exactly. I mean, but what I've discovered is, and this is odd, I think my wife prefers cranberry sauce over dressing and over her turkey more than gravy.
Wow.
All right, Rick and Bubba, just you two. You got 5 things you can put on your plate. Go.
All right, whoa, just for Thanksgiving?
Yep.
Oh, turkey and dressing are on there immediately.
Is that 1 or 2?
That's two.
That's two.
Yeah.
That's 2.
Yeah, because and then I have to. Does gravy count as an item?
No.
Okay.
I'll give you a pass on gravy.
Okay. Then I need to have some.
You got 3 more items.
I need to have some sort of bread.
Okay.
I like
a roll.
I like a roll, or sometimes this may shock you. Since I have dressing, cornbread is almost covered. I don't have to have cornbread with turkey and dressing because the dressing is a cornbread type product. So a roll is usually what will show up.
Okay.
And then I would like to have a squash casserole.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Now what am I down to? I got one.
You got 1 left.
From there, it's going to be a controversial move. I don't know whether I'm going to go macaroni and cheese.
Did you pick the meat yet?
Yeah, turkey.
Okay. I missed it.
remember.
Yeah, I said turkey and dressing are on there first, and you even asked, is that 1 item or 2?
Well, I thought you meant the dressing and the gravy. Was that 1 or 2?
No, I said turkey and dressing, and you said, is that 2 items or 1? Then I said, what about gravy?
Okay, I
said,
just
no,
want
that
to be
can't.
clear.
Yeah, don't panic.
I just want to be clear.
Look,
You scared me.
Yeah, no way you'll look at my plate and not see any turkey
scared
over there.
me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, all right, I will tell you this. Macaroni and cheese, I tell you what, it usually be there, and that'll be a tough decision because you're only giving me 5. I'll probably go to my sister's.
The plate's only so big.
I'll probably go to my sister's. See, because here's a controversy I have every Thanksgiving. My sister makes a really good sweet potato casserole.
That's what I was going to ask you.
With the marshmallows on top. But I have to decide: is that a dessert?
Okay, that's yeah.
Or does that go on? And then I look and see pies, and I go, well, wait a minute, they're clearly desserts. So what do I do with this sweet potato?
All right, so in this case, I'm gonna give.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. All right, here we go. I know this hour we got a new show partner, Tax Nation USA. Listen up, everyone, because if you owe back taxes, Happy New Year, party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters, millions. Then it's over to 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. So why are they targeting you and not millionaires? Well, there's a reason. Millionaires have tax lawyers, and they know we're going to have to pay up, and also with interest and with penalties. So here's what you need. You need an advocate. You need Tax Network USA at tnusa.com/Bubba. Go there now. You need them now. They have proven war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who you want to avoid. And it's not all bad news from us today, because Tax Network USA has learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. In short, they're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer and make 2024 a positive year where you can put any tax issues behind you. Here's the number. Let's do it. 1-800-245-6000. 1-800-245-6000. Go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We've been talking about Pastor Robbie Gallaty being on the program. We are fired up. We are jacked. We've got some opportunities to come hang out with us in 2 Rick and Bubba markets today. So welcome back, K4RGA, Robbie Gallaty. Robbie, welcome back.
My ham radio title that only Rick and Bubba remembers. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Robbie, did you ever get your tower back up? I know you had one fall.
That's a negatory. Candy would not allow it. My wife said that's a one and done. When it hit the house, it was done, Bubba. It was over. So,
Robbie, I wish you'd have called. Trees never make good guideposts. I mean, they really don't.
Let me tell you something, man. I always talk about the day, Robbie, that you and I met in Nashville, Tennessee. I don't even know if you remember it. And we didn't know each other. We were doing a men's conference, I think Lifeway's men's conference or something, back when they were still doing that. And a guy tried to toss a backpack on stage at the foot of Russell Moore. And I'm just getting to know you. And when you grabbed the guy like a rag doll and got him, under control, I thought you were part of security, only to realize you were actually one of the pastors there to speak. That was one of the funniest. And poor Russell Moore, his eyes were as big as golf balls. But I'm glad you got him under control.
Listen, like you, I've never seen anything like that happen in real time. Russell Moore is on stage, Bubba, and this guy drops a backpack and then gets on stage in front of thousands of people at this downtown, the arena downtown, and he wants to talk on the mic. Russell Moore's talking. He wants to talk on the mic. And this is crazy. There's no security to be found backstage.
Right.
So the Lifeway employees are running around, and their options are Eric Geiger, who I love, Rick, and Robbie. That's it. And they remembered in my previous life I was a bouncer. I did MMA fighting.
I think your qualifications outrank everybody.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I had fought years, but it came back quick. I didn't know what to do. I walked on stage for everybody. I put my hand around his neck. I grabbed his arm like this. I whispered in his ear, and I said, "Brother, I think we're done here. Let's go." And walked him right on casual. That was it. Thank God, no incident.
They looked at the resume, and we look at our testimonies before Jesus. Robbie was a bouncer, and I was the guy being removed by bouncers, so I was no help.
Right.
I was the guy.
As I said, Robbie much more qualified.
I was the guy that Robbie was escorting out. So I was no help. Well, let's talk a little bit. So the ham radio thing, is the tower just over, or is that hobby over?
Well, I'm into woodworking now, so that the hobbies are cyclical. I tell my wife, they come back around, like disc golf or playing guitar or magic tricks or whatever. But I'm into woodworking now. Although we're not into anything right now in Middle Tennessee, it's still 7-8 inches of snow up here.
I know, and watching some of the stuff you've been through, recently with the tornadoes that came through, and watching you in the middle of a Christmas Eve service, and all of a sudden all the power goes out, the tornadoes coming, through, and that's wild. If none of you've seen that archive video, it's really incredible. But you guys, you go through the tornado, you're still recovering from that. Now this winter weather, you've got a lot to do as a pastor right now, and as a staff to minister to the people all around Hendersonville. My goodness.
Yeah, a lot. We've just went through the last 2 years, just this amazing move of God. revival, outpouring of God's Spirit. We just had just hundreds and thousands of people follow through with baptism. And it was a revival, a genuine outpouring of the Spirit of God. And I tell people whenever God sends revival, you become a bullseye and a blessing at the same time.
No doubt.
Become a bullseye from the, you know this, bullseye for the enemy and a blessing from God. And I wouldn't change any of it, but it keeps you on your knees praying. I will say that, and depending upon the Lord.
Well, don't you think that's it? I mean, the Lord knows one of the biggest problems we have is our own pride and arrogance. And I've said this before. My wife, we actually prayed about it this morning. She was quoting a quote from me when I prayed to God, Lord, please, I don't want you to have to humble me again. I've learned the lessons. You've humbled me. I've got it. Lord, help, save me from my biggest enemy. That's myself. I don't want to have to be humbled again.
Amen. Yeah. Either you willingly do it or God enrolls you in the school of humility. And we know how that turned out for the Israelites. It's never a short process, and it's always a painful process, but a needed process.
It is. So let's talk about men's ministry.
Rick, I always like to pray to be carefully and gently nudged back into the Lord's Spirit.
That's much better.
And in His way.
Yeah, and he goes, that might work with Bubba. It's never worked with Rick. Sorry, Rick. But you're right. I wish I could learn it that way. But let's talk about men's ministry. It's something that became a passion really out of just, we're just C students from Calhoun County, Alabama, but I think we have a lot of, God-given common sense. And, I kept hearing over and over again, I know you have too, Robbie, Father's Day, when I started going to church, it didn't take long till I started hearing every Father's Day that there was an influence and a headship that God had given to the male, men and women being equal in value, but beautifully and distinctly different. And I remember hearing that, and then I started looking for, well, it sounds like this guy's saying that if we could reach and disciple men, we probably would solve a lot of the problems of the home, of the church, and of society. But a lot of times when you look at the attempts to reach and disciple men, it's almost as if we don't really understand how God made men, and we awkwardly have tried to reach and disciple men like they're women and children, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why you and I think, have gotten along through the years and share the same passion. Because here's the way I say it: the tide that raises all the ships at port, in the home, at the workplace, in the community, are the men. The men are the tide that raises all the ship. So if you want the spiritual fervor of your home to increase, the onus is on the man. If you want to change the office or the workplace you're at or the business you own, it's on the man. God sets the man and right away gives him a plan of work. And so we've always shared the same passion for that. And for years, most men's conferences, most men's sermons, men come with fear and trepidation because they know they're about to be beaten over a head and told, how bad they are, and you guys stink, and you better suck it up by your own spiritual bootstraps. And what I'm excited about, particularly for the Man Church Conference, is the message the Lord has put on my heart, which I'm really excited to share, is called, Where Are All the Men At?
Yeah.
Because the question we have, and I'm not just talking about like birth, male as in birth. I'm talking about where is the biblical man as outlined in the Bible? Because if men would step up and be the kind of men God's called them to be, I don't think we'd be in a lot of the problems we are today in the country. You don't blame the church. You don't blame the government. You don't blame the political. When mankind messed up, God didn't come and ask for anybody but the man. And when he said, "Where are you, Adam?"
Right.
He wasn't asking a locational geographical question.
Right.
He knew where Adam was.
Sure he did.
He wanted Adam to know where he was. So when God asks a question, by the way, it's always rhetorical. He knows the answer. The question is, do we, right? Do we know where we're
Yeah, and looking at that, the fall of mankind, I never will forget the first time that God, I just finished a whole study of Genesis for a year, then followed by what you're doing now too, the Revelation, did a year in the Revelation, so I'm excited about what you're doing there. And the first time it hit me that Adam has been told what they can and cannot do before Eve was ever even created. There's no indication that God ever even told Eve about the tree. It was Adam's job to tell her about the tree, which is why when God showed up, he's asking Adam.
That's exactly right. And so the responsibility is on the man. And so that's why I love to be a part of what you guys are doing. I think if we could have a clarion call for men, and I'm not talking about machismo here. I'm not talking about tough guy manhood.
No,
we're not talking about Rocky, or Sylvester. We're talking about just biblical manhood, and it's multifaceted. And God gives some parameters and guardrails on what it is. I just think when men don't know where they're heading or what the expectation is, if the scorecard is not clear, watch this: men don't play.
That's correct.
Right? If they don't know what the win is, and for years it's been, you got to be tough, you got to fight. No, that's not what we're talking about here. When the scorecard's not clear, either men don't play because men won't admit they don't know how to play.
Exactly.
Or number two is they don't play if they don't think they can win.
Exactly.
But if a man says, okay, here's the direction, here's the expectation, then not only will I play the game, but I want to win the game. It's the old adage: if you aim at nothing, you hit it every time. I think men have not been getting right. Men don't have a scorecard. They don't know where to aim.
They don't know where to.
And that's why I love with Man Church and obviously at the men's conference at Long Hollow, which we wanted you to be a part of. That's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to give you a clear scorecard to be able to play the game and win. We want you to win at home, work, and at where you play.
We'll come back. We'll finish with Robbie Gallaty. Long Hollow's next weekend, 26th, 27th. We'll break down some details about that. The Man Church Conference, where Robbie will join us, will be Birmingham, February 16th and 17th. You can find both of those at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you can make this decision. It's got to be one or the other. So because my next question is going to be,
Rick, only give mine.
You've got four. You can only pick one out of 5 desserts. So that was going to be my next question. So if you go sweet potato casserole as a dessert, then we don't even have a dessert question for you. We'll have to go to Bubba on that. And I do that, by the way. My sweet potato casserole, depending on who makes it, is usually my dessert.
All right, I'm going to go sweet potato casserole as my 5th item.
Okay.
And then I'm going with pumpkin pie.
We're very similar.
Okay.
Bubba, go.
Okay, you got the turkey dressing gravy. That's a given.
Yeah, that's 2. That's just counts for 2.
Gravy doesn't count.
So you got 3 more.
Okay. I have to have cream corn. I love cream corn.
I love cream corn.
Cream corn.
Good selection.
We have mashed potatoes.
All right, you're down to 1 item.
Oh, wow. A lot of starches.
And we'll have a roll.
Okay.
All right, so
now
that's a good mix.
I usually don't eat dessert because I fill up on the other, but I will come back and work a chocolate pie in when the lines are down by about 3 touchdowns.
Okay.
Oh. Question for both of you. Neither one of you mentioned green bean casserole.
No,
like it.
I don't
like
do
that?
green beans.
Don't like it.
I love the green bean casserole.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the dirty onions on top.
Yeah. Speedy, I like it, but I don't like it over anything else that they
Right.
You give me 7 items, it may work.
I love corn probably as much as any human can.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how I can get it.
You know,
on the cob, cream corn.
I wish you would love me back.
I love
struggle with that
a little bit.
You know what I like about corn too? You talking about it is the do all vegetable on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
There's not an animal or anything on the planet won't eat corn, and you can burn it in your gas tank. I mean, it does it all.
Right.
I mean, you can do anything you want to with corn.
It's quite the vegetable.
Yeah. One of the proudest moments as a dad was when my sons didn't divide up their like casseroles and their turkey and then their dressing. They just piled everything on top of each other because there's those people that they have everything has to be separate. It's like okay, at 1 o'clock is the casserole. At
I want it on.
6 o'clock.
I still don't want it too
now
close.
we just pile it on there like an ant bed.
My grandfather, God rest his soul, one of the finest eaters I've ever seen, and wasn't even overweight.
Yeah,
no,
I guess because he worked hard.
Yeah,
but he would build a mountain.
Yeah,
and you didn't even know what it was.
Right.
It's just
top it off with cornbred,
and then he just set the bread on top of it, and he would dive in.
Yeah.
It was a mountain.
Do it again.
So what's your 5, Speedy?
Well, y'all are it's similar to what you now. I will say this: sweet potato casserole we consider part of the meal. It's not a dessert. And Terry she's known for a sweet potato casserole. So we do the green bean casserole, sweet potato casserole. You got your dressing and your gravy and your turkey, of course. Now, we sometimes do both. We'll go ham, too. Mm-hmm. So you can throw some ham in there with some turkey.
Well, I was in a dilemma because when Ham's asked me, I thought, is ham going to be my 5th item? But I've decided no if I've only got 5.
Right. It's the squash casserole is big, and then there's something else.
So what's your 5?
Let's go turkey, dressing, the gravy's given. squash casserole, green bean casserole, and sweet potato casserole.
Greg,
a lot of casseroles.
Greg, you're 5.
Turkey dressing, homemade macaroni and cheese. It's got to be homemade. I don't care anything about a sweet potato. If they all disappeared tomorrow, I wouldn't know.
Understood. That's how I am on cranberry sauce.
I can't stand them. Green bean casserole, where am I at?
I think
4.
you've got about 8.
That's 4.
You got one more.
You got one more.
Does bread count?
It does count.
Yeah.
Whatever the bread.
Yeah.
Helms?
Turkey, dressing, cream corn.
Oh, yeah.
No, you're out, Greg.
You can't add that.
No corn for you, Greg.
Oh, I forgot one.
Mac and cheese, and then I'm going sweet potato casserole. And then about 2 hours later, when I have that cup of coffee, I go with pecan pie.
What pie you going with, Greg? What's your dessert?
Oh, can I have pie?
Yeah, that's the end.
But either pecan.
You only have one. What is it?
Pecan.
Speedy?
I'm going to surprise you. We're not going to do that because we'll either have pies or cheesecake, and I go cheesecake.
And Bubba, you said
I like
chocolate
a good
pie,
cheesecake.
right?
For dessert, I would prefer another helping of dressing.
Yeah, but you would drink. If it was pies, you go chocolate.
I would probably
Homemade chocolate pie is good.
historically it's been chocolate.
Okay.
But I have been delving into pecan pie lately, and I'm
it's
kind of
good.
into that.
It's good.
But I heat mine up. I won't want pecan pie.
I do too.
hot.
If you don't mind,
What
I'd
pie
like,
you going with, Hams?
Pecan pie.
Okay.
I hate we didn't have 6 because I didn't get to put fried okra in there.
Yeah.
Ooh,
well, that's what it was.
I started to say that, but
that's why he said 5. He wanted to make choices. He has to rank
thank you,
them.
Rick.
And that was
Rick,
a
I'm
tough one.
swapping my green bean casserole for fried okra.
well,
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
We're back 8 minutes to the top. Robbie Gallaty, the guest. We're talking about 2 opportunities for men all over the country to attend. So, Robbie, let's talk about Long Hollow next week. The 26th and the 27th. I'll be there. Obviously, you're going to be there. David Pollock, Scott Dawson will be there. Tell us what else is going to be going on. I know there's some guests also that are being added. So whatever you know about it, kind of reach out to the men right now that maybe haven't signed up yet, either there in Hendersonville and the surrounding areas, and might want to travel there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we're excited to have you. You're one of the first guys I wanted to be a part of this.
Thank you.
We haven't had a men's conference in probably 4 or 5 years before COVID, or right around COVID. 2019, I think, was the last one. And we really tried to go all out to just not just to have an event that men can come to and enjoy, but really to be challenged and really to be called up, not to be called out, but to be called up. And so we know men like a lot of things that will appeal to them. So we have a motocross exhibition. We have a shoe collection. You know me, I like Jordans and shoes. We got a shoe collection table with different shoes. We have boating exhibition. We have some hunting things that you'll participate in as well. But more than that, it's the lineup of speakers. We're going to talk about relevant, practical issues in a man's life, a father's life. Obviously, you people know your passion for that. I'm excited our people get to hear from you. David Pollock, Georgia guy, also ESPN and college football. He's going to be an amazing speaker. Yeah, Scott Dawson, evangelist. Many of the listeners already know him. But we have a couple special guests that we've been holding close to the chest. And this is the first time anybody, I even got approval, because sometimes I tend to say things prematurely. But
Bubba and I've been
got
there.
Approval.
Yeah, we've been there.
So I got approval from Will Moore, our men's pastor. But we were going after one person. We actually landed 3. So we got a 3-for-1 deal.
Okay.
You ready for this? The first guy is Brew McCoy, who is the wide receiver for Tennessee, who transferred from USC. It was kind of a big deal in the news.
Yeah.
Got hurt, but decided to stay and play. He high hopes for this athlete. He's going to be here. The second person we have is Dylan Sampson. Dylan is the star running back for Tennessee. And the final one, this is the big one, Chase McGrath. This is the one I'm really excited about, because if you remember, Chase McGrath, and his dad will be as well, Chase McGrath, Vols player, who is the field goal kicker who kicked the field goal to beat Bama. Now, don't crucify me, you
Robbie.
Alabama fans. Don't crucify me. But
yes,
for me as an LSU fan, still bitter over losing Saban years ago. I know it's been a long time.
Right.
But anyway, I just want to rile you up. But anyway, he's going to be here as well. We have the game kid. I don't know if that hurt the attendance or not. But
no, we'll just send them to Birmingham where Robbie will not talk about Tennessee football.
Yeah, I will not talk about any of this. I'm wearing my my red jersey. No, it's going to be a great time. So it's January 26th, 27th, and it's going to be next week, actually.
Yeah,
so I want to encourage you to come. It will sell out. We have just a few seats left in the building. It will sell out. So I really want to encourage you to be a part of that.
Yeah, and Will told me to let everybody know, don't count on walk-up. Go ahead and register for that reason. And also another thing I want to point out, themanchurch.com will be in the lobby with our resources because the strategy, and Robbie and Long Hollow, we're all in it. Robbie and I have been talking about this. He's been following us over the last 3 years that we've been rolling out the curriculum to be part of the strategy. The high challenge will be there with these speakers. The high equipping will be available for you in the lobby. We have curriculum. We have resources to plug you in and grow you up spiritually. And the other thing I want to talk about is, so it's going to be comprehensive. The other thing I want to say is, I don't want you, if you're a single man, to say, this is going to be a bunch of old guys being told how to be husbands and fathers. Now, will there be some of that? Of course, but you need to know that anyway in case that's coming up in your life. But that's not the main thing. You need to be there because Robbie would tell you this. I would tell you this. Many men my age would tell you this. Why don't you get it right now so you don't have to be like us and have these testimonies that are filled with regret? Learn it now. Amen. Learn it now. Become a follower of Jesus
get ahead of the curve.
Now. And hear the things you need to hear that I wish I had heard when I was younger. Okay? Now, that's on me. That's not anybody's fault. But what I'm saying is you have an opportunity. Do not say these conferences are only for married guys because they're not. We want you to be there. It may be more important for you than anybody. Because so just like the Apostle Paul said, if you get it right, you don't have the responsibilities we do. You can go. You can get after it and really be an impact maker and not have some of the obstacles we have to work over as married men and fathers. So be there for either one of them. And then coming up on February 16th and 17th, it's the Man Church Conference. This is the second year that we're doing one. We're doing one in Starkville, too, in March, but this is the one Robbie will be with us, and that's in Birmingham, February 16th and 17th. Robbie will be there. You heard the message he's bringing. I'll be speaking. Rich Wingo will be speaking. You're going to love him, by the way, Robbie. And also Andy Blanks will be speaking from our team at the Man Church, and Chuck Hooten will be doing worship, and that'll be at Samford University at the Wright Center, and you can get those tickets at themanchurch.com. So we are excited, Robbie. I can't wait. The fact that you and I are going to get to hang out at 2 conferences in just about 4 weeks. That's going to be great.
And it'll be 2 different sermons, too, by the way. So somebody's thinking, well, I'm going to come hear Robbie at Long Hollow, and I'll hear the same thing. The message the Lord put on my heart for our conference is take your life off of autopilot. Because autopilot's great when you're trying to get between distances in a plane. But if autopilot is not set correctly, like the Korean airline that came over the Russian airspace years ago, it can end in disaster and you can have a plane wreck with carnage. Now, God forbid that would ever happen to you, but some of you's lives are on autopilot. And the devastation of a man falling apart on autopilot has ramifications and repercussions that can be avoided, like you said. So regardless whether you're 16 or 60, man, we just think the lessons you're going to learn, the insights you're going to get, the motivation you're going to receive, the shot in the arm spiritually, you're going to leave excited and ready to go out and face another challenge and make disciples and impact the kingdom. So can't wait, Rick. Obviously, get to hang with you. I got a friend of mine, Jeremy Brown. I told you, I was telling him about our friendship, and he said, man, I've been listening to Rick and Bubba since the 90s. So Jeremy Brown's, by the way, the guy who led me to Christ at William Carey.
Rick and Bubba
told me about Christ. 1995, William Carey University, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I would remember that, tuck it away. 7 years later, I would remember that at the lowest point in my life, $200.